Hello, y'all. Let me zoom myself in. There we go. Hope the audio is good. We are starting a little later because there was some weirdness with capturing the audio, apparently. I had some audio issues, and as a result, some stuff is down, but hey, we're here to do more Game of the Year stuff, refreshing my memory on the games that I played this year by playing a bunch of them back to back to back, and that will help me finalize, put together my Game of the Year list. We did another stream like this very much on last Thursday, but turns out to revisit all the Nintendo Switch games plus 2 PlayStation games, it took like 10 hours. So there wasn't time for the Xbox and PC games, of which there are quite a few that are on my list. I guess I should say disclaimer, despite, you know, the title of the stream saying it's the best games, PC, Xbox games of the year. I'll just couch this insofar as, like, my taste, right? These aren't, you know, objectively the best ones of the year. These are just the ones that I like. You know, you won't see Starfield because that's a bad game. You won't see Baldur's Gate because I just didn't click with that. That looked like a game that was, one that I could not get into. And I watched some streams of that, and I just didn't quite, get it myself. And, you know, this isn't exactly like a comprehensive list of all the PC games that came out this year or something. In fact, I'll be real with you. Pizza Tower is the only PC game I played this year, but it's gonna be on the list. It's really goddamn good, so wanted to make sure to include it. And also splitting up the 2 streams by console kind of ended up making sense. I'll also say, you know, many of these are multi-console. The conceit of the stream is just where I played them, not necessarily like, is this really a PC game? Is this really an Xbox game? Don't worry about that crap. Like, obviously, yes, most games you can play anywhere. You could call these the PlayStation games of the year, most of them. You know, or if you want to play some of them on Switch, you can do that, but, you know, they're on Game Pass in some cases, and, you know, you want to play Game Pass on the platform where they're free, you know? That just goes without saying. Anyway, got a couple of things to say up front before we begin. Ugh, got a cold sore or something. Kind of hurts. Couple of things to mention before. First off, I've assembled my new PC since the last stream, like 24 hours ago. Little under that. I just, after that stream ended, I just got to work around like 10 p.m. and around like 8, it must have been like, gets to midnight 4 hours, to get to 7, around 12 hours later. I guess that was like 12 hours later. It was all assembled and looking pretty sharp. I didn't test it yet because it was 7 a.m. when I finished, and I was like, I need to go sleep on account of, I didn't do that before. I not only need to sleep, I need to relax. I need to have like a nice, hot, relaxing, you know, bath. Rest the body after going through all that. I'll say, building a PC seems very possible. I think they've had some real good improvements in like the way machines are put together. I was especially surprised by the way M2 drives worked. You know, I got the M2 drive out of the case, and I was like, what the fuck? This thing is tiny. How do I strap this into the PC? And then I found out that, like, oh, that's not how you do it. It just goes directly into the motherboard now, your SSD. And that's actually better. That's actually better once you figure out how to do that. No more dealing with SATA drives or plugging in those SSDs to power. It's all just slide it into a slot, get it all locked down, and cover the slot on your motherboard. It's pretty cool. There was other complications along the way. I'm using a water cooler for this new PC, and I had to rearrange the fans on the water cooler because I was putting it in the front, and by default, it apparently, if you just put it in the front as is, it'll try to suck air out. So I needed to reverse them. And then I realized, even better than reversing them, put the radiator, the part of the PC that it like straps to, I put the radiator behind that, I put the fans in front of that part, and I just sort of speared them with the screws, and sort of have the fans on the outside of the case, you know, behind the front plate. Behind the front plate that is permeable. This is the case I use, by the way. That's a permeable front. It's sort of air goes through that, you know? Really, really slick. Here's like the full parts list. Though I did grab a second M2 drive as well. Decided that, like, you know, I was going to repurpose one of my hard drives, one of my SSDs from my previous machine, but I figured, well, I don't want to deal with SATA cables and the power stuff for SSDs of a 2.5-inch variety. So I said, no, fuck that. I'm going to go get like another terabyte as a secondary drive, and I'm going to use that secondary drive to store high-quality versions of these streams until such time as they get uploaded. So, you know, maybe that'll help. Having more space, I can record on a higher quality, which I think should be good. Anyway, I'll say I feel like I learned a lot moving the fans around, unscrewing the stock fans. I guess now if I wanted to like replace the fans on my old PC, which I still have, by the way, and I am thinking like, you know, if ever I got a house with multiple rooms, definitely would want to have that old PC be like the PC that handled like a television somewhere, you know, where I could do like stuff I do on my main PC, but in another room. I definitely see that being a thing, but yeah. Other comments about the process. It was something. I do think parts of it, like ports and stuff, they are fucking miserable. Like, I don't really like thumb screws that much. They're kind of a pain in the ass to get on and off. I think that some of the ports, like the power cables, oh my god, those things are motherfuckers. Like, goddamn, those things are hard to get off when you need to. I had to flash the BIOS on the motherboard, so that was a whole process. It did turn on, by the way, the motherboard did, so... Yeah, well, it did do the blinky red light thing that it said it would do, so I think that worked. I think my chip is good. I fucked up a little bit on putting the cooler on. I forgot to take off the sticker, so I had to grab... I went to Best Buy just before the stream and bought like a thing of... an extra thing of like a thermal paste so that I could do another application of it so it could be all good and ready to go. I think now it's all good and ready to go. The only thing that remains is to test it and turn it on. Oh, I'll say, this is, it's very roomy in there. It's a very roomy case now, and I'm really impressed with how the wiring feels like it was more of a slightly easier this time. Hello, Anful, how you doing? Anful Null. I'm really happy with how the new PC is coming along. I can't wait to plug it in and actually give it a test run. But that'll be probably tomorrow or another day, and definitely not on stream. I had to do this today, as you know. Anyway, new PC coming along. Really excited. You know, next year, maybe by next stream, that'll be up and running, and you know, we'll have any number of good knock-on effects. No, I'll say, like, when I was building the new PC, at one point, my fan on my old PC started, like, spinning up really hardcore for no reason. And then, which is one of the reasons I wanted to get a new PC. And I just, like, tapped the fan on the top, you know, a little bit of a Fonzie, and it stopped doing the noise thing. So, probably, honestly, it was probably also just a faulty fan on that old PC. And I could probably just replace it with the skills I now have putting together the new one and moving the fans around and such, but whatever, don't care. I'm happy to have a new one. I'll say two more things before we begin proper. Throwable Pikmin are on the fritz. I was having some technical issues before the stream, couldn't get the audio on those to work properly, even with the workaround I was using before, so decided to just go ahead and disable them until such time as they're fixed. Hopefully when the new PC is up, the issue that I had just goes away. That's my honest hope. That's just like, yeah, well, I got a new PC, and hopefully that issue doesn't happen on there. We'll see. The last thing is that no streams for a bit. Next Monday is Christmas, and I got other Christmas stuff going on next week. We could do a Friday stream, maybe one last stream of the year, but I've undecided on that. We'll see what happens. It kind of depends on if the new PC is up, if like OBS, if I can just if I can just pull over my current OBS setup onto the new machine and have it work. Maybe it'll be as simple as that and we'll be ready for next Friday, but otherwise, might be a bit. I'm gonna take a drink. Okay. Let's begin. Like I said, this is a stream where I'm going to be revisiting my favorite PC and Xbox games that I played throughout the year for the purposes of, you know, getting rid of recency bias and helping me to put together my Game of the Year list. You know, we started out, I explained the concept and the fact that we did another stream of this for Switch games on Thursday, and that went so long I was unable to get to any of the PC or Xbox games that were on my list, but why don't I just read out the list of games that I want to feature today. First off, the top tier games, the ones that are like high up on my list. Pizza Tower, obviously, is one of them. Pizza Tower is the first one we're starting with because it's on the PC. The only one on PC, I'll say. I don't play that many PC games. But Pizza Tower is the one I played and definitely is up there. We also have to stop by Sea of Stars. Sea of Stars, I fucking love. Chrono Trigger type game. That's gonna be really, really high on the list. I'm thinking top 5 for that. Honestly, it could beat Mario Wonder. I feel like that's the stakes here with Sea of Stars. Like, it has a really good showing, and it reminds me why I love it. I could see it topping Mario Wonder. We also have Cocoon, which is a lovely but short game. Probably about as good as one of those puzzle exploration games can be. Themba, little bite-sized story game. Armored Core 6, Alan Wake. I'll say these ones here. Starting with Armored Core, kind of more competing for number 10 on my list, but I will say Armored Core 6 is fantastic, and I wish I had finished it. We'll talk about that and maybe like do some missions and stuff there. Alan Wake 2, I have issues with that, but it's good. Diablo 4. Diablo 4 made a really strong first impression, and then I stopped playing it, and I fell off hard. Maybe we'll get back in there and remember, like, oh, this is actually great. I actually should spend more time with it, and maybe it should be number 10. Like a Dragon Gaiden, Man Erase His Name. That one's on my list, and let's also just go ahead and include the other Like a Dragon game, Gaiden, or not Gaiden, what's the other one? Doesn't matter, we can look at that as well. Maybe we can throw in a few other games. It's kind of a shorter list than on than the Switch lineup, but it's fine, it's good, and it has some of the best games of the year on it. Some of them are pretty short, so, you know, I'll say, like, there's no telling how long or short any of these visits will be. It could be upwards of 2 hours in some cases, like, yes, like on Thursday, Tears of the Kingdom and Pikmin and A Space for the Unbound all demanded 2 hours just by their natures. Or it could be something quick where we spend like 10, 20 minutes in there and go like, okay, I think we got the idea. Let's talk about the first one here. It's time to start with an actual game. Sometimes it takes a bit to talk through the stuff up front so we can explain what we're doing. Let's talk about an actual game. Oh, also, by the way, I'll say there'll be probably sort of a recap, a final thoughts at the end. So if you're looking at the VOD later on going like, this is an 8-hour VOD or something, and you don't want to watch 8 hours, you maybe can skip to the end and find out what I think, if you really like to. But, you know, these are fun games, and you can enjoy watching them. I'll say, spoilers possible. We might do some of the best parts of the games, and in some cases, that will include the endings. Because, you know, they have goddamn good endings. Let's start with Pizza Tower. Hey, Pizza Tower. Hell of a goddamn game, sort of a Wario type thing. You can sort of see by this tutorial, which is very Wario Land 4. Wario Land 4 is my point of reference, so I'm not sure if, like, I'm not sure if, like, it's more Wario Land 3. I've heard comparisons to Wario Land 3 insofar as, like, you can't get hurt. But also, it's fast, it's fast, it's goofy, it has sort of a shitpost. It's like half shitpost, half like Ren and Stimpy, is how I would describe the vibes of this game. Which are immaculate and it looks great. It can get very fast-paced. Like, you can see that when you run, you kind of just run, like, literally out of control, and you can run up walls and do other sorts of things as you go. It is a pleasure to control Peppino as he, like, sprints through levels and, you know, collects pizza toppings. The one move I think is a little weird is the Shine Spark ass vertical dive, vertical leap. I don't get that one so much, but the rest of his kit is fairly intuitive and imparts a sense of like being out of control. You know, like as you tear through levels, you definitely feel like you are not in control of your faculties in a way that is, I believe, fun. It also has a very, like, it's pizza time. It has a very important, very, very Wario Land 4 style escape sequence at the end of each level, which I think is just fantastic. This is a tutorial, so it's like a short thing that just shows you how it works, you know. Let's play an actual level, though. Ah, that's good. What's a good one? I like this one a lot with the knight. This sort of gets into one of the things I think that is really fucking cool about this game. I say, well, first off, like, hey, look at this. There's like a lap 2 thing, where after you finish a level, you can go around for a second lap. After you, like, do the escape sequence, you can start it over and do a second lap for, like, bonus points. I'll say also, at the end of the escape sequence, if you don't get the way out, you don't just immediately die. Instead, like, a big, scary pizza ghost comes and gets you. How's the audio? Is the audio good? I'm gonna just manually tweak it down a bit, just to be on the safe side. Maybe not that much. Maybe just like just a scotch. Just a scotch. I tried to calibrate based on the opening menu. Hopefully that was, hopefully that is good. Oh, I guess I could literally just go into audio. Just drop it a little bit there. That's actually better. Again, there was some weird stuff with the setup here with this game. A little more audio, a little more than this. Like, there, yeah. There was some weird stuff in setup. Hope y'all are... I hope it sounds good. And you can hear me. I feel like the last stream, maybe I was a little bit too much on the cautious side. Maybe could have stayed to give all those games a little more audio. Personally, though, I would rather have I'd rather have too little audio than too much audio. You know, I have definitely had streams in the past where I was just you could barely hear. I don't know that any of those were archived. That was like early on, and I've been pretty careful in like time since. Okay, here's a cool thing I really like about the game. There's so many different transformations in this game. Like here, you become a knight, and the knight can slide. You visit a priest to stop being a knight, you know? And basically, every one of these transformations is used once in the game. In, like, just about one level. Except with the exception of, like, maybe 3 or 4 abilities. Slash, maybe, like, the finale also reuses some amount of previous powers. But the game has a lot of just, a surprising amount of different bespoke mechanics where it's used once, it's used really well, and then you never see it again. And they're all like, you know, really cool looking pepinos. It makes Pepino look really cool. And also, makes Pepino look really cool. And also it just gives you a fun, unique gameplay thing to remember for each level. There's bonuses in this game, by the way. I'm going to do a bonus right here. I've gotten all the stuff in this level, so, you know. I'll say, I wouldn't mind 100%ing this game. I'm not sure if I'll, I'm not sure, like, how easy that is. You know, it seems like it might be a little bit hard to find all the things, all the exits, all the secrets, and all the treasures, while also making sure not to get caught on the way out. Like sometimes, you know, you'll here's where one of the secrets is. You gotta find a guy, and then you gotta have him let you in the door. And it just gets you like a thing. I think it's just for achievos, of course. Let me just, you know what, I'm just gonna be on the safe side here. There's another one in that wall, but we're not gonna worry about that. I love the variety of gameplay, and I really love like how this is a Wario Land, but it's sort of like WarioWare on crank, you know, like Wario Land, but you're kind of expected to do like high speed, but you go like uncontrollably fast, and you do like high speed bullshit all the time. It's fucking cool. And you get all sorts of weird abilities. Of course, Wario Land 4 also has that, but I feel like most abilities in Wario Land 4 are reused, like, once or twice. You know, I don't think so many of them are quite so one and done, you know. If you're wondering, like, where upon my list I see this game, I was thinking, like, around number 7. Around, like, middle of the list. Not as high as, like, say, Sea of Stars. And some others, like, Space for the Unbound, which I showed last time. But I do think higher than, like, you know, higher than some things, you know what I mean? In some cases, it might be easier to backtrack before you set up the ending thing, but, you know, that just takes your own time if you want to do that. I like in some cases like this one, where the end timer thing, you can't avoid setting it off once you have wandered into the part of the game where, or the part of the level where this is gonna happen. That's not like a constant thing, that's just a fun thing with this level, you know? Some things are just fun things with this level. I like all these guys that are pointing you to the way. It's mostly that guy, the rat man. I'll say this game does also, like, do a good amount of experimentation with the formula, you know? Here's what a treasure looks like. You go in here and there's, like, pizza. There's, like, or pasta. It's not pizza, it's pasta. You go in there, there's some pasta, you leave. And, usually you don't have to do that during the escape sequence, but, in this case, that's just how it went. This game does, in some cases, mix up, like, what is possible in a stage like this. You know, it's not all just go to the end, do a thing. They mix it up, like, a couple of times, which I think is nice. Not the most important thing, and, you know, they do it a little bit reservedly. They don't do it all the fucking time. Which, you know, does make it more interesting and more, unique if they're not, like, constantly pulling out, like, hey, we got some tricks here. We got some weird stuff that we can do. This way, right? Yes. I like how the music goes, like, you know, pretty wild as the timer gets down to it. And then it's sort of, we're not going to see it because there's the exits. We're not going to go for a second lap. Once it gets down to, like, the last seconds, the music just stops. And just slows to a crawl. Which I think is quite, dramatic in a fun way. Yeah, nice! I like him doing that shit. This game has a lot of personality. Like I said, halfway between a shitpost and, like, Ren and Stimpy. Was Ren and Stimpy a shitpost? Maybe Ren and Stimpy was a shitpost. Or, like, one of the first things of that sort. I will say I have finished the game. I have gotten 100% of the money as well of the guys, so I've gotten the special costume that you get. Hello, Madness Max, how you doing? Swear that my preview looks more fluid than my actual game, but I'm just probably imagining that. How you doing? What's another good level we should see? I don't remember this one. What is this one? Blood Sauce Dungeon. I see you're playing Pizza Tower. No, this is off topic. That's right. I am playing Pizza Tower. What's up? Let's pick our things. Would you like to play my game? We're doing not today, but I don't know. What's up with your game? Is it your game in a similar vibe, similar thing as to Pizza Tower? It's like Pizza Tower. Not today. Today we're doing the best games of all time. I wish you luck with your game. You can, you know, hey, if you got details, Discord, I guess, you can drop a line there. I don't know, though. I'll say, this game is one of my favorites. Why don't I show off the first boss? Because when I went into this first boss, I was like, God damn. It's a chaotic thing. These boss fights that this game has, like, they are intense. They are, like, pattern-driven. And, they're, like, full of such energy. We're here like, oh, crap. They're the only time where you have a health meter. And they go long. You know, it's sort of a thing where they go long. Not only they go long, but they have like random stuff happening. Like, look, in this case, you're not just avoiding this guy, but also there's stuff falling from the ceiling, guys that are appearing out of nowhere. They go for it with this, and they can do some bullshit. Look, what the fuck? This guy is just trying to be a dickhead. Here we gotta, like, bash down the thing. That's Pepperman. That's right. That is Pepperman. And the thing is, like, after you get the thing down, he has a fucking second health bar. When I saw this, I was like, what the fuck? Fortunately, like, every time there's a second phase, it's always, like, a harder version of the first phase. So, you know, you kind of know what to do. But also, there's more stuff happening. It's challenging. Like, goddamn, they just... When I saw this, I was like, god damn, how is this the first fucking boss fight? And I will say, an interesting thing is that they do, like, make them shorter as they go. Like, enemies have less health as they go on, which makes it so that, you know, though the later boss fights are harder, it's not like they're impossibly hard, you know? Which I think is nice. What's hard? You gotta really do the draw. I feel like every time I've played this one. Fuck. Oh, also, yeah. Fuck you, fuck you! Damn it! Okay. Anyway, that's a boss fight. Really good. Fuck. I feel like, Pepperman is the one I did the least good. That's the one I have the lowest score on of the bosses. I like these pizza fuckers with the big lips. They all have weird things to say. Some of them are tutorials. Others just say things like, if you hurt Peppino, if you hurt Peppino too much, you can go to hell. Some real good weirdo fucking writing in this. Here's Pepperman. He's harboring a grudge. We gotta see this level here. The barnyard. With special guest Mort the Chicken. I didn't know Mort the Chicken was a real thing. Apparently there's a game on the Xbox generation, maybe PlayStation as well, called Mort the Chicken. And they got they asked and got the rights to use it in the game, Mort the Chicken, as like a weirdo cameo. Which, yeah, sure, go for it. I think let's play a few more levels of this, and we'll show off maybe some of the weirder ones, slash the ones that have really good, like, gimmicks to them. This one, the gimmick is Mort. You know, this is a very gimmick-heavy game. Like, it's almost similar to the other high-tier platformer of this year, Mario Wonder, where it's just like, oh, it's constantly trying to do things, and, do things for you, you know? Of course, also, every stage has its own look. That's not really that important. It's just how it is. Wario 4 was also the same way, you know? If you're really thinking about it. I like these flying ladders. In a game where... Even a level where Mort the Chicken is the gimmick, there's not just, there's more to it than that. When you have Mort, you can, sort of double jump. And do these grapple hook things. The weirdest stages. Do I have the treasure? Yes, okay. The weirdest stages in here, I think, are really weird. Like, if I had to name off the top of my head, I'd say golf. Golf is really weird. War is really weird. I like the name of the level. There's a level named Oh Shit. That is very funny to me, just to have a level called Oh Shit. Like, yeah, perfect, no notes. Oh shit. Game makes some swings, you know? Big fucking swings, weird decisions, irreverent humor. This is all stuff you would put on a box. I'll say, though, it's good. Okay, we can't proceed if we lose our chicken. Fuck! It's interesting that you know, you can't even die by falling, you just get reset. With levels this long, I guess, I do feel like death is a real bummer, you know, if you were to die, lose your progress. You know, literal, like, 10 minutes of level. It's kind of a real bummer. It's actually a real bummer. So I could see why it makes sense. Though, of course, there is the escape sequence where you can die, and, I'll say I did play one level where I got the secret, and then, wasn't able to finish it, so didn't get that saved in, and it is a shame, you know? Not gonna lie, that was a bummer to me, but you know, that's just how this game goes. I think it's good. Wait, was that guy pointing the other way? Oh shit, this way. I like how enemies, they'll sort of jump when they see you, so you have a chance to like grab them and fuck them up real good. A chance to fuck them up real good. That's not always the case, and sometimes you have to be good. I am not good at, recognizing when one case is one versus the other. But, go bagger! You can kind of just wing it, I guess. And, since Peppino can't get hurt, you are only, you're only spending your time, and also, you know, it's only a matter of shame if you've hurt Peppino many times, you know. Don't hurt Peppino. All of the boss fights, I think, are fantastic. Definitely some of the best boss fights I've seen in games. They all have, like, a lot of personality. All 4 of the main ones, plus the final one. Maybe we'll look at the final one to end, and the final escape sequence to end, because those are really good. I say to end this particular game. Obviously, we have a lot more games on the docket. What the fuck? I'm gonna go ahead and talk about something I've been telling others who know about this place of worship, that you did this. We're down from your we're down from your pizzeria, and we're down from this tower. There are customers, and they want to see one of these things. So I got a friend, he went down to one of these floors, and this guy came up next to me, and the idea was, why is it that when you're in the upper part of the tower, there's this pizza face character, then there's a man from your previous life leading the way, there's a pizza in your tower with all this information? What the fuck? I've never seen that one. What the hell? There's some dumb shit in this game, and I think it's all really, really good. Let's see now. Oh shit is in the city, right? We should do this one here, which I believe has like one of the few recurring bits, recurring abilities. Doesn't recur that often, but recurs a few times. And that is, this one dude. This is where you see him, right? Of this world, I guess if I had to pick one from this world that I would pick out, I say that weirdly. I kind of like the space one. The space one was really good. I really like the theming of it, the feel of it. Some levels have like little side rooms that you go into optionally, and you know that's not as mixed up as they get. You know they do more than that, but yeah. Okay, here we go. The Gustivo and Brick Hour. You play as this guy called Brick, and he has this Gustivo guy. Oh yeah, we're gonna do the tutorial. You can run with him. You can kick the rat with up. Sort of like a thing. Sort of like it kind of reminds me of like a Castlevania move. You can double jump. When you jump so high, you can like do a you automatically do a thing. You know, like a slam. Go down quickly with down. I guess I should be kicking my rats. The double jump can destroy metal blocks underneath. Go down and go down. You can climb a wall. Wait, did it say climb or jump? While doing the double jump, hold direction while holding in. Climb it or to jump off it? Kind of looks like it's more of a climb to me. Or sorry, more of a double jump. Pick up on that the first time. That, not quite what it's describing. I like these pizza wizards. All the enemies are like pizza monsters. I appreciate how much the game, like, sticks to its fucking theme. Like, this is, like, stuff you would see in a pizza shop. Like, Italians, rats, there's Italians, there's rats, there's, what else would you see in a pizza shop? Pizza, other Italian dishes. That's treasure. That guy Pizza, what is his deal? I guess there's also just little gremlins as well. Not quite, well, I guess you could see a gremlin in a pizza shop. They're not quite Italian, you know, gremlins in general, but I could see it. There's this weird other pizza wizard who's like a timer. I forget what he's timing you on, like what the reward is. But let's get it. Oh yeah, this is just how you get the side things in this level. The poppings. Oh, his arrows are pizzas. His arrows are pizza shaped. That's why he's that's how he's fitting in with the pizza theme. He's like a pizza archer. Fires pizzas, as you do. I don't know what these guys are. Are they pickles? They're just aliens, I think. Those ones. If that's a pizza topping, I don't know it. I'd really like to go back to this game and, like, try to get all the secrets. I do feel like there is a certain amount of, like, well, sometimes I play through a level and I don't find the secrets. And I feel like I've just wasted some time, you know? That is maybe a critique I would have of it. Like, it'd be cool if there was a secret detector item that you got. It was like, hey, what's up? You know, maybe if once you're to the point where you're just looking for secrets, that would help a lot for me to keep going through it, you know? This guy appears multiple times, and he is the most elaborate secondary ability, you know, be on account of that, but I do think that I prefer the main dude, and I prefer, like, most other things you get, which is the level with the pizza press. There's a level where you get pressed into a pizza box. That's one that I really liked. A lot of good one-off abilities in this that are just hard to catalog, you know, within the span of a not aiming to be like 5-hour long deep dive. I say that I know that speedrunners can probably do this game very quickly, and you know, they would see like most of the game in so doing. Wario Land, but on like crank, is basically the log line here. I do think levels can be a touch too long. You know, they can be quite long. Take you a while to get through some of them, but that is just the nature of these games. You know, they don't have that many levels. The levels they do have, you gotta make them last. And I'll say, of games like this with really, really long levels, I feel like this and WarioWare are like the most tolerable among them. You know, like I prefer this. I prefer WarioWare Wario Land and this to like Yoshi's Island. You know, Yoshi's Story. Like, these are higher tier games. They are really goddamn cool, and you know, I really enjoy. Maybe they're just a little bit long. They're a perfectly fine length, really. And for like, as each level has like unique elements, I do feel like it's good to spend the time in them. Also, I suppose, I guess, like, by the nature of the escape sequence, like, they can only be a few minutes long, you know, from end to end. Or else you'd have an escape sequence, like, 4 minutes long. I'm not kicking my rat enough. In this, the guy who, that guy is the one who points you. We won't see him because he's gone, but he's the guy who unlocks bosses for you, and you have to pay him money. As a result, sometimes if you don't like find enough of the toppings, you'll have to replay levels to get more. I'll say, for my part, I was always really good going through this game, and I never had to go back to get any extra toppings until like the end game. You know, and like going through 100% or toppings, which I think it means it's pretty well tuned. You know, it's pretty well paced, such that you're not like ever wanting for these, so long as you're trying to get as many as you can, and you know, being good about the ones that seem hard. I like the noise. The noise is a good boss. Golf is a very original level. You sort of have to do like golf. You have to hit a golf ball into a hole several times. I guess Wario Land 4 also did that in a level or two. Had a bit where you did a thing. Let's keep on rolling. I feel like with some of these, we'll see what their deal is by the end. let's aim to do 1 level per world here, and then we'll do the finale for just like to see that, because it's really good. Shout out to Oh Shit. Look at this. This level is called Oh Shit. That's good. I like that. What's the gimmick of this level again? What's the transformation of this? It is... Oh, right. You become a cheese ball. That the... Right, okay. You're like a cheese monster. Very Wario Land 4. Like, look at this. The zombie in Wario Land 4, just like this. Except that it's a different gameplay thing. In this, you can, like, climb up walls. Oh, and you can kill, rats. Find God. Covered in cheese, you need to, you know, find the Lord. There's, like, Ninja Turtle pizzas. I guess this one is, the gimmick is the pipes. I'm almost tempted to go to another one because I do think that this one's good and I really love the level name. But there are levels... Oh, there's bananas. The whole thing. There's like... There's also these weird guys that like grab you. I think I found this one before. There's like achievos that you can go for, I guess. I don't really care about those, so whatever. One thing I think that is weird about these like these bonus games is that once you're in them, you can't exit them until you like finish them. That's not really a big deal, though. It's fine. I like how they took a level that's, like, kind of named... It kind of has, like, Mario vibes with all these fucking green pipes, and they called it Oh Shit. Like, to me, that is just a very big goof, you know, a very big good joke. And it sort of comes off to me as, oh yeah, there's, like, on-offs. That's cool. Each level has a lot going on in a way that I like. I always say, I have always said in a platformer, you want to have multiple ideas in a level. One idea is pretty good, but what about 2? What about 3? You know, you can really make some really rich levels, just like stacking a lot of ideas up and going from there. I'll say in classic video game form, the last level, which I think we'll see, has a lot of stuff from previous levels. So, you know, even if we're not doing like, a whole every level in the game situation, we could get like a good taste of stuff that's elsewhere in this game. These guys you gotta watch out for. Oh, right, the trash can thing. I think this one appeared... Is this one... I don't think this one is exclusive to this level. I remember the trash cans in another level, but, still, the trash can is really fun. The game just has tons of fun, quirky mechanics that never outstay their welcome, you know? And I think it makes the longer levels... It helps to make the longer levels work, having just the elements not be repeated virtually ever, with rare exceptions. This might be the only trash can level, actually. Again, multiple ideas. This game has so many ideas in each level, it's good. That's just for a topping. We don't need that. Now, if I haven't found the treasure, so if I found the guy, I would definitely try to get the treasure, but, you know, he can be hard to find. So it's not like I can reliably do that. Again, I would love, like, some sort of, like, this water also appears in some other levels where you can run across it but not walk across it. I would love, like, some sort of detection thing that just showed you where secrets were. If I were to say, like, you know, off the dome how I would like it to work, well, you have the whole second lap mechanism. Like, what if, when you did a second lap... What if when you did a second lap, it, like, What if when you did a second lap... What if when you did a second lap, it, like, What if, when you did a second lap, it unlocked a helper thing that, like, pointed out where stuff was? That'd be nice. What hit me? I have no idea. This game moves when it wants to. I love the out-of-control feeling that this game has. Like, it's just chaos incarnate. There's the door that has the secret in it. I don't have the secret guy, though, so even if I could get over there, there's nothing he can do for me. I do think sometimes the controls can feel a little imprecise, like accidentally running off walls, going up when you don't really want to. Is definitely a thing that happens to me a lot. But, you know, like I said, I like the part where it's chaos. And, chaos, that's part and parcel with the chaos is that sometimes it feels really out of your control. It feels out of your hands as you're doing things. Oh shit. I'm gonna say it. I like oh shit. Maybe not my favorite level, but I love the name. And, you know, replaying it now, it does has a lot more to it than just the pipes. It has, like, multiple transformation abilities. Well, I don't know if the trash can is a transformation ability, but it kind of feels like one. And both of those things are just really fun. This is a level with a lot of ideas. Beyond even just, hey, wouldn't it be funny to have, like, Mario-style pipes, and the level is called Oh Shit. This is near the start of the level. This was the tutorial, and now it's reused for, like, a harder part. Ah. Here we go. Oh! I'll say also, shoutouts to Pig City. Pig City is really good. I like how there are a lot of good jokes in Pig City. Like, if I had to say, like, an example of, like, the game's humor, If I had to show an example of the game's humor, I would show Pig City. Because, like, every time you got into a cab in that, it's just a really good little goof. I feel like I might be able to go through Pig City really fast. Pig City in this line. Let's see. Go into this room, it'll tell you the names. Yeah, Pig City, oh shit, Epic Bot Factory, RR Freezer. Let's just stop by Pig City. Pig City? Yeah, each level has that little card. We'll just run through real fast. Pig City has a lot of, like, little buildings, you know? Also has, like, a rail grind mechanic. You see, you get into these taxis. And each taxi has, like, a pig driver. No crime allowed. And then you can do stuff and come back. Pig City is probably pretty quick to do because there's a lot of side areas we can just not go in. Or some rail grinding here. Of course, a big part of this game is the collection, so when you're actually doing it, you probably want to be getting everything and trying to get that treasure. But for now, we're not going to worry about that and just enjoy life. There's so many good levels in this game. Like, I think even more than WarioWare 4, I think each level manages to stand out and have, like, a unique gimmick that is quality. You know? It's hard to pick out standout levels because they all sort of stand out for their own way. In this case, the cops are going... And not only do they have, like, you know, unique mechanics, a lot of them have, like, unique one-time enemies. Oh no, that was a police car in disguise. And now we're in jail. This is another one of these levels. Maybe should have shown this one. All these good cutaways are good. Alright, the rat eats the stuff. Even in this level where, like, you know, you've already seen this guy at this point in the game, right? But, your rat now has a new thing where he interacts with, like, the stage's gimmick in a fun way that I think works. Ah. Oh, is that an optional thing? Whoops. Whatever. They're pretty quick. This game is good. I say that. You can tell. It's in the stream. In fact, it's the opening act. Ride this car? No. I remember this one not being that long, you know, with the thing. Maybe also if you just ignore the taxis, it can be really quick, like really very quick. You gotta ride some taxis though. Smokers, guys with guns. Here's Grandma, where knocking that out, and then we're, you know, proceeding to do things. This is a whole city that we have doomed to death. Everyone's panicking. Pig City is ending. I do like the implications in this level a lot of, oh, are we destroying a place? Everyone's panicking like it's the end of the world. And, you know, who knows what happens after we're gone. I guess what literally happens when the timer runs out is Pizza Face comes to play, and he comes to kill us. So maybe he doesn't kill other people as well. Or maybe he wrought such destruction on an unbelievable scale, and it is actually pretty bad. I like this part. The Pizza Face is our cab driver. Very like Courage the Cowardly Dog in that moment. Which is something I connect with maybe a little bit more than Ren and Snippy. Wasn't, you know, more of a fan of that. More my era. There's also the whole combo system that we haven't really discussed. All this time you're like building up combo, and Pizza Man is hogging in the corner, being all panicked. Apparently, what I heard, there's like the S rank where you do a whole stage and do it all in one combo and you get an S, which I cannot imagine doing. Sometimes my combo drops, you know. Occasionally, even. Go up to 4. Right, there's 5 worlds, okay. One more than Wario Land 4. Hey. There's golf. Wait, weren't we not here earlier? Oh, you know what? We backtracked. We went backwards. Here we go. Staff only, yes. Here's where we were trying to go. I was confused there for a second. This level only has 3 stages, but they're all some of the best in the game. I forget what the gimmick of this one was. Let's look at all these levels in the last world, because they are, I think, all in the last world worth a look. What was the gimmick here? I forget what the gimmick was. Let me just find out what the gimmick was, and then... Was it ghosts? Was it becoming a ghost? I see that there are ghosts. Oh, right, you get, like, a cross, and you can slay ghosts while the cross is on you. I thought this one was weird. I'll say, like, not one of my favorite, gimmicks. I'll say. Was there any other gimmick to this one? Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if there was. I guess I'll say this. Not every level is like 100% a winner. This would maybe be one of my least memorable. Like, I guess the gimmick is that there's this ghost guy who's following you around and inhabiting things in the world. I don't really get that, though. It's not a bad level, as you can see as I'm playing it. It's kind of fun. It's fast-paced. It looks nice. That guy is telling us we need to kill the ghosts. Very easy to play a whole level, despite the length of them. What's the deal with this, guy? Oh, I guess we're trying to free our ghost man. And then he makes us into a ball, and then we can roll. Okay. Let's do one of these other ones. This overworld is this world is so dark. Not hard to see. This one is inspired by Five Nights at Freddy's. It's I do think one of the best levels in the game. Don't make a sound. It's creepy and weird, and there's like these animatronics in the background, and each of them each of them, there's like a whole stealth sequence to this level where like if guards catch you, they'll set a timer and alarm equals open. And like a different animatronic chases you once you set up the timer. And they all chase you in different ways. It's pretty damn cool. Don't know who. Ah! Ah! You get a little jump scare, and then you become a thing, and you lose some stuff. Fun gimmick for a level. I think it has some of the most outstanding, like, atmosphere in the whole game. Being like a fucking Chuck E. Cheese and that shit. Pizza adjacent. In a great way. I think this game has some great range. I think it has some great stuff. And, great levels. If I had to choose a level as my favorite... Oh, it's so hard. But I would probably say Oh Shit. Oh Shit is really good. Or the Final Escape sequence, which is just, Big Cheese Man. You don't need to see the whole level. I kind of like the space level a lot. Space level is really fun. Whichever level you became a little pizza box, I like that gimmick a lot. The pizza box gimmick, I think, was one of the more fun ones. Speaking of, like, out there gimmicks, It's War took me so long to get through, or just War. Because in this level you get a gun, and once you get the gun, there's a timer, and if you time out, it's over. So you really have to book, and there's not that much room for error. One of the best levels for, like, skill, I guess. Yeah, I have some good skill to make this work. And to keep moving and not waste time by doing stuff like that. You gotta get through the rat on the first try. And make sure not to miss any of the things. Let's see if we can do it in one try. I'll say also I haven't gotten the objective on this one. The guy. So I guess we can see if we can get that as well. I had gotten the guy before, but not on a winning run. I don't think I actually got the treasure either. I just got the guy, got into the area, and realized, like, oh crap, I have like 10 seconds. I need to move. I need to just keep going. I can't afford to go get the secret. Our friend is helping us do war. I feel like we might have missed the guy already. I feel like we would have had the guy by now. Oh, right, you need to guide these pizza missiles. Get that. Yep, yep. I do feel sometimes when you're ducking and jumping, maybe it should be easier to do like a slam out of that. I always feel like I'm trying to do that and just ending up doing the wrong thing entirely. Time is pretty low. Shit. Okay, pulled it out. Ignore the other pepinos. That's a whole thing that happens in this game. One of the bosses. It's good. I love the personality. Do the thing. I guess there's a cloning facility back there. This is where they make the pepinos. Other than me, the other pepinos. Coming out of this, I was very curious as to the lore, despite the fact that it's so thrown together. Okay, I don't... Yeah, missed the guy. No secret today. Forget where he was. I was curious as to the lore, even though it's all, like, thrown together. Read wiki pages and was like, so what's the deal with that? What's the deal with this? I'm sure the real answer is, yeah, it's all, you know, just a bunch of fun, kooky crap. You know, you don't have to worry about it. First try. Holy shit. Ooh! That took me like 2 dozen tries to do first time. I did it. Which, I'll say, by the way, I only got this game like this month. I was sort of waiting to see if it came out on Switch, and then it never did, so, you know... ended up going for it. Let's, I'm going to replay the final boss. Final boss, I'm going to replay. Because the final boss is, like... is fantastic. And I think a really high-quality boss. Then, if, you know, I'll give it a try or two. If I can't do it, we'll see what happens. Then... I'm going to go ahead and switch and do the escape sequence as well. So if you fail to get out, this guy comes at you, and it gives you a chance to survive when the timer's out. But I will say, he is hard to evade. Where I wouldn't count on going longer than a timer in one of these levels. You can almost see that, like, this boss feels a little less chaotic than even, like, I would say this level, this boss is... less chaotic even than the first one. Like, in that one, it's not just you're avoiding attacks, but of also, like, enemies that are, like, actively moving across the screen. In this case, there are some tough enemies, but it's like, so long as you get on them, you can immediately, like, dispatch them and, keep them off your case. I'm in trouble. Whew. We gotta see the second phase. The phases of this boss are good. And I really love, like, some of the places this boss goes. This and the final escape, which of course it had to end on a final escape, are immaculate. I go so far as, you know, say, like, as far as boss fights go, pound for pound, this has Wario Land 4 beat by, like, a good, considerable margin. I'm gonna restart. These boss fights are all very original. And also, like, hectic in a way that feels fair. I would say, like, the boss fights in Wario feel very mechanical. Wario Land 4, at least. They feel very, like, very mechanical. You know, there's a very specific thing you need to do, and the game is a little bit, kind of hard to make that happen because the game is a little bit... It's like the game is a lot stiffer than would be required to properly fight some of the bosses in Wario Land 4. But in this, these bosses are perfectly designed, a perfect fit for the mobility that Peppino has. You know? And I also like how it just gives you health like every couple of hits. That's one of the things I always want to have. That's a thing I believe you should always have in a game like this, a platformer. You should always have in a boss fight a way to restore your health if you, like, survive and hang out. You know, and, like, persevere. Here's what happens mid-fight. This guy comes out. And now it's a gunfight. This gunfight was used in an earlier boss, by the way, that we didn't see. The cheese boss. The outlaw, or the vigilante. A lot of good jokes in this one. I love this fucking, like, Chuck E. Cheese ass motherfucker, you know, like, just, or he's sort of Cuphead-like, right? Like, he has that sort of, like, energy to him, you know? Fuck. That phase is a nice gimme. But then, guess what happens? This is one of the cooler things that it does. It's a boss rush of the previous 4 bosses. And, but things are changed now. Instead of fighting it normal style, you literally just, like, wail on them and just take out their health, like, huge chunks at a time. So they only take 4 hits this time, which I think is lovely. That's a great way to do that. A boss fight where... a boss rush where the phases just last, where it's just like turbo, you know? And each hit just goes like that. Also, they are, like, different now. Like, in this case, you originally fought this guy with a gun. This one might be one of the harder ones. That roll gets me every time. God damn it. Very cool final boss. I love the boss rush part of it that is accelerated in a very cool way. And of course, since, you know, you're always getting more health as you go, it's very doable. And then, of course, there's the escape sequence, which fortunately they let us replay. The crumbling tower of pizza. This is the control room. The final pizza stone guy. It's pizza time. And as you might have seen, like in earlier, all the hub areas, there was that sort of... this sort of like on-off block throughout the whole thing. So now you're going through the previous areas that are in the hub, but also additional areas where it sort of plays as like a... as like a best of. Like, here's some stuff from War. There's a lot of rooms here. I wonder if there's one room for every level. In retrospect, that would make sense if there was one room for every level. I literally cannot think. Those are the chefs from the robot level. Robot kitchen level. Forget what the deal is with that one. Here's the trash cans we saw earlier. As well as the bubble and the weird guy. Santa. Santa was in the ice level. Jetpack Santa. Oh, it's frozen pizzas. Those are frozen pizzas. This is like the actual section of that level, of this area. Nicotine pizza guy. Nice little rails here. This is just like a little rail grinding. Okay, this room, what's the gimmick? Just enemies we recognize. These, mushroom guys, and... rideable sausage. This guy was in one of the Wild West levels. My trusty steed. Banana. The rocket. This was in the space level. And also War, come to think of it. Space level again. I guess if I'm looking through, there's probably, like, more use of reverse work than I remember. Just that it's, you know, when they do reuse an item, it's, like, so natural in the level, you don't really question it and think, like, I've seen this before. But also, it's not a problem, even if there is stuff that appears multiple times. In fact, that's kind of how you like things, you know? Use things until they outstay their welcome. That's a way of thinking about it. These crumbling pats, they sort of crumble after you, like, hit the first thing. Fun mechanic. Oh, here's golf. Hey, you wonder what golf looks like? It looks like this. You have to run up to this guy and golf it. It's very much like the pinball level of Wario Land. These cows, they kick you. They're very cool. Very fun to be kicked by a cow. There's a level where this guy shoots at you like crack shot croc style. Or like the Shy Guy level of Yoshi's Story. I feel like sometimes I put the down too early and end up just ducking and jumping. Pull down too quickly. I feel like just making that a ground pound would be better, but whatever. We got a minute left. And this is not a forgiving timer. This, we already beat Pizza Man, Pizza Face, so he cannot come back. And as a result, if we run out of time, that's just it. Here we just have to run. I think we made it. Wow! Very nice. Oh! Yeah. Hell of a good escape sequence. Very fun. Ooh. Wonder if it's possible to do a second lap there. Don't go back in, Peppino. Also, as you're going, like, characters from the game are joining you and following you along because they want to leave too. On account of, they can't live there no more. Kiss my ass is what, this thing says. Kiss my ass. I think that's gonna do it for Pizza Tower. That's a good, pretty intensive, pretty exhaustive look at a bunch of really good levels, as well as like the final levels and stuff. Feel like it's well covered why it makes the grade. Rates pretty high on my list. Honestly, I played it pretty recently since I just got it, so I don't really need that much of a refresher, but it's full of originality. Each level has tons of ideas, and also unique stuff is just peppered in throughout extremely well. Right then, I'm going to tell you what. Move back here. We're going to switch systems real fast. By which I mean I'm going to quit game. And hey, the Xbox turns out has been on the whole time. The Xbox has been on the whole time. I just need to switch my TV over to the Xbox so I can see without seeing it through OBS. Oh, I also need to turn off the two things. One, HDMI audio is not capturing, which is fucking annoying. And the second thing is I need to turn off my speaker. Okay, let me fix the audio real fast. I bet it's a simple thing. This breaks on occasion. I bet it's something like, oh, it got the wrong property or something. Why cannot you hear? Oh, I know. It's frozen. That's why. There we go. Right, because I need to hide and unhide. Sometimes the capture gets wonky when it's first switching to a thing. All right, so we got a bunch of games here on the old Xbox. Let me hide that. Get rid of that. We got a whole bunch of games here. I have made a group here of 2023. Where's the first one? I re-downloaded that, right? I think I did. Did I not? Oh, maybe I didn't. Usually after I delete a thing, finish a thing, I delete it. Let me find Sea of Stars. Sea of Stars. Damn it. Go ahead and install that. It's like 4 gigs. It'll be done in, let's see. Pretty quickly. I have good internet. It's already a fifth of the way done. I suppose I could talk about the making of Karateka. And while this is going, sure, let's talk about the making of Karateka. Just because it's a game that I grabbed real quick, like... You know what? No. We should stick to the ones that are like high tier. We're gonna start with Cocoon. And then get to the honorable mention types that could be number 10 under certain situations. Start with Cocoon. Now, I have finished Cocoon. I did the full thing. It's not a very long game. Had a hell of a time with it. Did it in 2 sessions, one of which was on stream, the other which was like 2 days after. How's the audio? Let's set it to like little that should be good. So we can go back any point in the game. Spoilers. But I guess we could see the start first. Let's see the start. Cocoon is one of my top games of the year. Let me... Okay, good. We can at any point, like, we can at any point, like, go anywhere in the game that we want, which is a nice thing for a feature such as this. Sort of a very weird layers within layers game where you are wandering around this world and solving simple puzzles involving, like, these orbs that sort of like Men in Black style have worlds within them. Worlds within worlds. It's a very pretty game. And a very, like, simple game, you know? At first, all you got are these, is the ability to run around, essentially. Run around, grab things, that's what you got. But over time, you get more abilities, and the puzzles become more complicated, and it just goes some amazing places. Let's just see, like, the main first thing. I suppose we could just jump around to, like, the... First thing you do is you hit buttons, and that opens doors. I did I tried this game for the first time on stream, so we don't need to, like... Well, you know. If you want to see me, like, starting this game for the first time, doing the whole first area, that already exists out there on a video in VOD form. So we'll maybe, like, jump around forward and see, like, some of the late game and, like, where this goes and all the nonsense that you get up to with these orbs. Like, right here, it's all just, oh, I'm, hitting a button and the thing is moving around. That's, you might see this and go like, well, that seems pretty ordinary. And you're right, this is pretty ordinary. They're just getting you set up. I'll say, even when it's ordinary, take it down a notch. Even when it's ordinary, it feels good to run around. hitting the buttons feels good, and there's a little bit of the animation is spot on, is really good. I feel like I'm saying really good a lot this stream. Sorry, these games are really very good. Okay. Get these switches, and we're going to see one of the main big gimmicks of the game. You jump out of the world, and here, it's the world that you were in. There's like a weird moth thing. What was that, the first boss? I think that was the first boss. So you grab the world, you carry it around, you solve puzzles in that way. In that manner. At first, it's just a matter of just like carrying it around to the next place it needs to go, and or placing it in a way that like solves a puzzle. You know, like say, oh, I need to set this orb down over here. That makes a bridge appear. Then I need to come over here because I need to get my orb and bring it forward. It all feels very intuitive, and it's very easy to just keep on trucking and never backtrack ever. You know, the orbs are always, by the nature of the puzzles, you're always going to have the orbs at hand. And, you know, you can never get so far forward without retrieving your orbs or having them in a place you can get at them. Where you can get at them. Let's jump forward. Let's see now. By here, does it have an ability? Let's jump forward to the first boss around that area. I do think the bosses are perhaps the weakest thing with this game. Let's see, are the abilities in play yet? No, not yet. I think the way it is that you beat a boss, you get an ability. The bosses are maybe the weakest thing. You know, we'll do the second boss. We won't do the first boss. We've already done the first boss on stream. But basically, you fight the boss, you beat the boss, that unlocks a thing, right? I think so. I forget. Yes. So in this case, the orange orb is upgraded. This is cool. We can kind of relive some of the biggest moments just because of the save system, which is very convenient. In this case, it's a bridge making ability. You can make bridges and maybe other stuff by bringing them close to the thing, to the guy. There's some puzzles around that, you know, as there would be. I don't think the orange ability is not like the best. Green ability though. You know, why don't we just like pop forward a few times and just like go ability, 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 like show all these things off. That seems like a good way to structure this. This is all spoilers at this point. You know, this game is not very long. It's like maybe a couple hours long, but it's all sublime, and to me it was very intuitive, like each step of the way. In this case, the green lets you make little platform elevators, and they sort of go on and off. You see here, we can't go into that one because it's gas, but we can stand on this one, take it down. Stand on this one, take it down. Sometimes the canisters move as the on-off goes. That's actually perfect. I think all these I got on my first session with the game, which was like an hour, 2 hours long. I would like to I would like to show the purple one, which I'll say we were right about to get at the time that I ended that first that first stream of this game. Like, we were really damn close, it turns out. Like, we totally could have, like, busted ahead a little bit and gotten a thing. Let's see if we can do this puzzle. I don't remember what the solution to this puzzle is. I have to leave it in there, but if I don't have that, I can't go up and down. And if I can't make it appear, that thing. Because there'll be a shroud over it, so I can't move. Oh, right! Okay. It stops moving when it's, solid. There's the puzzle. A little bit unintuitive, perhaps. I feel like this is one of the puzzles that is, like, the least... It takes the most time to understand, and it wasn't that hard, really. It just takes a second to realize, like, oh, it stops moving. Okay, shit, that makes this, doable. This is about as stumped as a puzzle made me. Which I think is a great indicator. Time to jump forward even further. Again, full-on spoiler time. Let's see, where's the point where you get the purple? So, purple realm, each of these realms is different. There's, like, the desert realm, the watery realm, the purple realm. I'll say... the realms are just whatever, you know? They all look nice. They're cool in their own way. I do feel like the realms are not the highlight so much as just, you know... just so much as, like, getting a bunch of orbs that have different unique abilities and, like, combining them in interesting ways and, making use of them. There's also some amount of, like, layering. Like, you can be like, okay, I'm gonna take this orange, I'm going to bring it inside the purple, I'm gonna put it down in a way that I can go into the orange, and then I can go grab the green and put it into the orange. You know, there's a lot of, like, good puzzle solving, like, worlds within worlds. Where you're going, like, levels deep and doing a thing. Just through this whole part. This whole part, you have the purple. Then the purple gets activated. Let's show this boss. Late game boss that I reached off stream that first time that I played this game. You can't go in with any orb because it requires both of them. In this case, there's sort of a mirror situation. You can see I'm moving this around and that thing is moving. I can switch back and forth between one and the other. That's pretty cool. Sometimes I do think it's really cool how each of these bosses has bespoke mechanisms, bespoke mechanics that are that are unique and fun and sort of, you know, make them worth playing. That said, like, it is just one hit and you get tossed out of the world that you're in when you're fighting a boss like this, and that can be pretty unforgiving. You know, it is by definition unforgiving. Let me take the volume down a little more. But they're fun boss fights, and I'll say most of them, other than the first one, I was able to get through on, like, one try, more or less. So I had less of a problem with, like, reloading, I had less of a problem with, like, reloading, or losing progress. Despite the issues, despite the difficulty here, you know, I was able to manage. Every ability in this game is really cool in its own ways, and when they get to combining them, it just becomes very, very, very cool. Like, we gotta go to some of the places where we gotta find some of the puzzles that really, like, combine these things and, like, take all these basic ideas and little abilities and combine them into much more than just the sum of parts. Now it's gonna be hard to move, so, you know. This game is also very fleshy weird in, I think, a great way. Fuck! See what I told you? You get thrown out immediately, you have to restart. And that was like... That was like a 5-minute boss fight, too. One false move and you are just thrown out. That's... Ugh. Really could use, like, 2 hits. You know, for a game where otherwise you can't really die, these boss fights are, like, so weirdly unforgiving. And I know that, like, oh, you don't die, you just get thrown out, but you lose all your progress and you might as well have died. You know, it might as well be a reload from a save with how instant that comes. I would like 3 hits and like some sort of recharging thing where if I am good for a while, I can earn chances to like not worry about it. Like with Pizza Towers. Like with Pizza Towers' way of doing things. This would, I'd say like this is my one frustration with the game. These boss fights and the length of them. And again, I do think there's a lot cool about them. How they have bespoke one-time elements and abilities that literally never come back. Like, this is really cool, and they never use it again. Crap! I like that a lot, but oh, geez, the one-hit death is just a damn shame. Hey, let's pretend we beat that. We'll pretend we beat that. I did. I think I was able to do it, like, other than the first boss, in 1 or 2 tries for the most part. So, you know, I guess I just, that was a thing. So, my purple orb seemed to have vanished. Where did it go? Where is it? I wonder where it actually is right now, because it did seem to get destroyed. But here's how it works. All these little orb pustule things, you can now pick it up. You can always now pick up your orby guy, and it'll just be the orb, no matter where you grab them. It's just really damn cool. It makes for some fun puzzles where, like, oh yeah, you run over here, you can retrieve the orb, which makes it disappear from where it is. Okay, I can't bring the orb through there, but I can go through there, grab the orb over here, and put it down. it's goddamn cool. A goddamn cool ability. If I had to rate them, if I had to do a tier list, obviously I'll say, I say obviously, but I mean like, for what it's worth, there is still one left that I will show in a second. But, you know, we can't do a tier ranking until we do the one left. I'll say, with this game, I think, you know, you as you play it, you probably wonder things like, you know, well, I'll say this, there is a twist. I will tell you what the twist is in 2 seconds. Mute now, and also maybe don't watch on if you don't want to know, but basically, one thing I was wondering and thinking as I was going through is like, you know what? There is this whole hub area that we spend a lot of time in. And I eventually figured, like, there's no way this is the top level, and sure enough, yes, that is not the top level. There's one extra, which, again, I guess it's always been on the load screen. You can see that there's 4. So maybe it's not so much a spoiler as much as it is like, yeah, that's the length of the game. You know, that's the amount that they get in. 4 different orbs, 4 different worlds. At the time, I was thinking like, oh, we probably started in that world and ended up diving down, but that's not the case at all. We actually started in the orange world and went up to the other one. Anyway, there's a lot of cool puzzles around this. We'll just bounce forward a little bit. There's a whole thing here where I liked this sequence a lot. I think actually, come to think of it, at this point I stopped playing for a bit. Basically, you have this whole scenario where you need to do like several side areas with each of these different orbs, and this serves as like after all this time spent like combining the orbs, you get like something that takes it back to basics, and it's like, okay, time for some really good orange puzzles, you know? Here's the orange section. It's time for some really good green puzzles. And I think that is refreshing in a game. You know, this game otherwise is just like getting constantly more and more complicated. You have this section where it's like, okay, back to basics for a second, because this is going to be the last time we go back to basics. From here on out, it's going to get more and more complex. Ooh. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. For the VOD, it's going to look like a 6-second break, but no, it's going to be like more of a longer thing. I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right. Camera, where are you going? There I am. All right. Somehow brushed by my microphone, set it a little bit off kilter. Anyway, I don't want to show off that much of this whole part where there's you know, different puzzles for each dude, other than to say like they do some good stuff in this section. You know, each of these little chunks is top notch and satisfying to solve in like a real way. Also, a bunch of them involve these little spider bots, which, you know, follow you, allowing you to do some, like, interesting, different puzzle things. Like, hey, here, this guy follows you. You need to hit this to, like, open this door and get past it. So how do you do that? Well, I'll show you. Have this guy make a bridge for you. Scoot forward, scoot, scoot, scoot. Take the orb out here, and then he falls. And there you go. I think that's it for, like, the orange section. Alright, you do need to guide the robot, so... there you go. I guess these parts aren't that long. Just, like, a little back to basics for, like, a second. And you can see in that puzzle, like, that is a more interesting application of the orange than, you know, perhaps we saw earlier with bridges and switches. I do think the first time you do orange stuff, and it's like, okay, I walk down an invisible path. I walk down an invisible path, and, I walk down an invisible path, and I have to flip some switches to turn some stuff around, and then I need to go back, and I need to switch things again to go down a different path. That puzzle part in particular, I would say, is like maybe the low point of the game for me. Well, maybe the very start as well, where it's slow and things haven't kicked off yet, but I do think once it kicks off, everything is fantastic. Once it gets going, once it really accelerates, like... and each of these sequences is also really cool. Why don't we just do all three of these? Why not? Push this through here. These are short, after all. Short things. Giving thought right now to changing the way that brakes work on VODs. Currently, I just have them set to trim it down to 6 seconds because I do like the brake screen a lot. And I think it's cool to look at, but... you know, you don't need to see the brake screen to know that I'm on a brake. You know? And all the information that's on the brake screen is just the same as what was on the original starting soon screen, so long as that's preserved somewhere, the brake screen itself doesn't really need to be preserved in that same way. Well, you know, there's no wrong answers, there's no right answers. I can always do things however I see fit. Definitely something I'm thinking about, but, you know, I'm honestly not sure at this point, like, will I be able to get my, profile for, like, we need to find the guy. Hey, buddy. Will I be able to get my profile for, like, my Stream Deck onto my new PC? Probably. I guess I could remake it if all else fails. These parts are all just like a return to basics, but also just all involve this little drone guy who follows you around in a way that works great. This guy is a great thing to base some puzzles around. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you. Okay, now how do we get him where he needs to go? Okay, we open this up. Then we can go over here, pull this up, come around, and drop this guy in. I think this is the best that this sort of puzzle-based adventure exploration game thing has been. I heard that the team that made this had like connections or like this game has connections to like Limbo and stuff like that. Is that right? Limbo, guys who made this, and I think it really shows. And I think it's their best game. You know, Cocoon. Cocoon. I forget how it works. Cocoon. The directed by Jeppe Carlson, who previously designed Limbo and Inside. Yeah, yeah, right. Definitely that's the whatchamacallit. That's the connection. That's where this comes from. And I think that he did better than any of his previous games that he worked on, you know? Oh. I might have to go to the bathroom again. Some stuff going on, you know? You know how it is. Nasty business. Suffice to say. Oh. Second break? Second break. Sorry, folks. Back in a minute. Hello, I am back. Ugh. Sorry for the 2 back-to-back breaks, but you know, it happens. Coincidentally, I'll not go into detail specific other than to say, like, I really like, I have these chewable Pepto-Bismols, which I think are really neat. I like them because they're, you know, in capsule form, so they're kind of convenient. They're not like a whole thing of liquid, but you get a little bit of that taste, that Pepto-Bismol taste, which I, in fact, quite like. I quite like the taste of Pepto-Bismol. I don't know if that's a common opinion, but I kind of like it when I can taste the medicine, and it has like a medicine-y taste, or, you know, a signature taste. Helps me to feel like it's, you know, gonna do something. I don't know. Here's our fella. Yes. Ugh. So in this case, we need to get this guy past the door. And the door opens when we step on the thing. I feel like I'm missing something here because this can't be the solution. I need to get over here. Oh, I know. I just need to get over there, and then I'll open a ramp back for this guy. That's right. So I need you to go here. Or... Right, I'll say this one was one that took me a bit because I didn't realize you could do a certain thing. This, I feel like, is a little bit... another one of those things that's just a little bit unintuitive. Which is that you can drop this in while you're going over. Ah, but you do need to pull the thing so that the guy stops moving as soon as he's on the platform. It's a clever design, just there are a couple of cases where puzzles expect you to realize things that you didn't realize. Like, oh, you can put down orbs in flight. That never happens again. It is a cool solution for a puzzle, but perhaps feels a little bit out of the blue, out of nowhere, you know? There's also puzzles based around, like, looking at numbers that are on things. Like, you'll find a place where it's, like, various symbols that have, like, certain shapes to them, and you need to figure out the order in which to press the buttons. Those ones are perhaps a little more rudimentary than I like. You know, it almost feels like more of a, oh, I'm just looking around the environment looking for the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Or at least the shapes that represent them. Or, you know, I guess they don't have to represent 1 through 5. Maybe to you they represent, like, different... Maybe you call them, like, A, B, C, D, E. you know, it's not exactly a real thing, so you kind of have to make something up and use that as your mental model. Let's show you what happens when you get when you get all this shit together, because this is all pretty cool, isn't it? Like you've been arranging, you've been like powering up your orbs a second time or something in this like overworld area. What exactly are you unlocking? You might wonder. Like, this all looks very serious. And what you're unlocking is one of those warpy thingies that sends you up. Ah, so this is not the top level after all, you say. You go up. And you find yourself in the white world, or outside the right orb that has the other 3 orbs in it. You can see there that the orbs are all contained within the white orb. What does it mean? Always cool when something happens and you're like, what does that mean? I guess I'll say of the white world, I don't remember that much about it relative to the rest of the game. Like, these black holes are really cool. I'll say, come to think of it, you know, looking at it now, but I don't remember that much else of it. I guess this isn't the white world. This is the real overworld. The white world is the hub that we were in for the rest of the game, that you've seen like a good deal at this point. I guess this would be like a black orb. If this orb is the white orb, this one would be the sullen opposite of white. Now you have a whole nother place to bring orbs into. But also these orbs are still locked down, so you're gonna have to solve puzzles. These orbs are still locked down, so it's like a whole thing. The way that it mixes up like what's going on with the orbs, which orbs you have access to, which ones you don't, I think helps to keep it interesting and keep you going, you know. It is also just extremely cool, some of the places it goes. Let's just jump forward a little bit. See what happens next. So you go here, there's big planets. What the hell is that? Oh, this is one of those number solving puzzles. You can see this is one of the numbers. This is the 3. I call it 3 because it has 3 things on the end of it. You can look at like the shapes of other things, figure out some of the other guys here. What is this? Oh, it like shows in the light of the world. That's it. So this is what I was talking about, where basically you look at these and go like, okay, 5, 4, 5, 4, 3, 1, 2. I call that one 2. 5, 4, 3, 1, 2. And you see that unlocks the thing. I think these puzzles are a little more rudimentary and a little less fun than like the traversal puzzles based around like orb manipulation, but I guess they are good as like another thing that this game has, you know. Oh, and also you gotta get these drones and you walk them to where they're going. These are like drone keys. Sometimes there's like enemies you have to maneuver around by jumping into and out of worlds, and they open doors for you. It's alright. It's pretty good. Again, I don't think it's as good as just like the basic going into and out of world, but at least in this case, they can build puzzles around like not just around cases where like, oh, this orb, it needs to go into white. You know, they build gameplay around like going from world to world. It needs to go into white, and then you need to do a thing there. You know, unlock a thing. Maybe there are guys you have to avoid. If not, it's fine. There was another boss fight. We'll look at this boss fight. I think we were probably like right outside the boss fight. That was the whole section. What was this boss? This one gives you like a little dash that recharges based on landing on these circles. Again, all these like bosses have really fun one-time abilities, which are honestly nearly as good as the ones that end up the rest of the game being built around. And I think they are great for a change of pace and for like how clever they are. I forgot how clever these boss fights are, I'll say. But the fact that it's one and done is more frustrating than anything good about these fights, unfortunately. Yeah. I think in this case we need to like ram into its feeties. Oh no, there's like circles on the ground. We'll hurt it once. Fortunately, after the first time, it's not like such a long opening. You know, you can skip that part at least and just get right down to it. Okay. So you fight that boss, you get a new ability, and it is the white ability. The white gets its unlocked ability. Which is that it can now shoot so long as you're on like certain things or other contexts. This one seems pretty straightforward on its face, but it is used in conjunction with the other abilities in some really cool ways, I'll say. I forget if it's going to like set that up like immediately, like, but there's stuff with combining this fire ability with like other worlds and other orbs in a way that is just sublime, and I think makes for some of the best late game content of a game this year. Of a puzzle game, most especially, but truly remarkable. I bet we're gonna have to move that back for reasons. Yep. Let's see if they... The coolest part of this. Oh, there was also this... There's also this, like, big, elaborate thing where the fully awakened planet and its, 3 sub-things, which we haven't been able to use for a while. It's been... I guess it's been, like, all white orb for a while now. They all become part of this weird alien, and then you have to fight the alien. The game is weird and never really makes sense. I did find that, like, at the end, I was kind of sitting there going, like, what? What happened? It's cool, but I definitely didn't know what to think. Here's the thing. You find these things that shoot, and they shoot automatically. So now there's content around just, like, motherfuck. Okay. Up. Up, up. There we go. Now there's content around, like, timing up your shots and, like, using shots that are automatically fired to do things. Let's just jump ahead a little further. So now you see there's some parts where you're getting the orbs back one at a time. And they do some pretty damn cool stuff with it. Let's see if this is it. Like, the late game is really good as well. See here, now we got the green. Here's the big thing. In green right now, there's these switches, and you can shoot them. See, there's that switch over there, right? Let me just take that and show you what it does. Oh, I can't shoot that. A lot of this part of the game is going back into these previous worlds and using the white orb to do a thing that you couldn't do before, like, you know, get past an area that requires some shooting, that sort of thing. Always these weird birthing places. I don't know. It looks like Hello Cocoon. Cocoon, you know. Kind of on theme, I guess. That's where you started earlier. At least looks like one of the places you started earlier. One of these worlds. So you see, if you shoot that, something will happen. Well, turns out one thing you can do is set something up like this. And then every time it shoots, it comes right out of the shot comes out of the warp place. So there are some really elaborate puzzles based around, like, arranging these guys and putting them in places. And here. It's now gonna just shoot into this orb and hit this switch, which makes that move back and forth. So now we, like, just constantly move forward and go deeper into this thing. And you can see here when we hit this guy, it changes it to over here. So there's a lot of cool, really cool puzzles based around like setting up these shooters to shoot into a world and do puzzles based on like which direction it shoots off in. You can guess what happens here. You do that again. It's interesting that this game is like so linear that you can't consistently like you can't consistently just like one of the boss fights. This one at least is pretty straightforward, you know. You just shoot some things and then it's over, and if you take too long, you start over, but it takes like a minute anyhow. Is this what the Cocoon process is like in a bug? Little guy running around, big guy getting destroyed. I don't know. Each time you do this, you get another orb back, I guess, is the thing. And they layer it back in, you know, they increase the complexity back up to the point where things get out of hand again, and it's good. Expertly paced, some really fucking good puzzles. I haven't even shown, like, one of my favorite bits with the green. See if I can find a good example of that in the later on. There's this weird fucking gate. Like, this happens, this whole thing where this gate opens, and it is a gate from one universe to another. You know, this is green over here. You're in purple, but you walk into green from purple without going into an orb. And there are some implications to this. Let's go ahead and take this green and put it into the orange. Put this here. This area is, like, by the way, very good for like, oh, there's places off to the left and right to put your worlds. Perfect if you ever want to, like, assemble a weird thing that shoots you in one direction or another. So here we are in green now. Well, so now we have green. Yet orange is inside green, which is inside green. You see there, it's loops around. We have this, like, exit. Go up. Grab this. And now green's in green. Green is in itself. It's fucked up. We got green inside green. It's possible. It's also funny whenever you go up in green, you know, you just end up in the world, the same world you were in, but wherever your ball is. Which has some very strange implications. Like here, okay. What happens if we go down to green Oh, we go down to where the exit is. Right, where our exit was. It's trippy in some really cool ways. It's a totally a Futurama situation where you have put a world into itself, and you know when you do this, it feels like, oh my god, I'm breaking the world, but clearly you were supposed to do this. Like, look at this shit. I'm jumping out of the world, but the world's on my back, so I sort of end up in the same place. And the game is like, what the fuck are you doing? You get a little bit of a sound. I get this down here. I need to get the orange down here so I can, like, do a thing. Oh, I know. I've set my warp point to be there. My return point, so I now need to go over here. Put this down. Grab the orange. Ooh. These puzzles are just so satisfying with their worlds within worlds and their, like, cool powers that make each world more than just a world, but also, like, a really cool power-up. Jump ahead, see if I could see, like... Not sure if this is ever set up in this way, but... There are points, I'll say this. Maybe there's not like a save point that has this exact moment in it, but there are points where you use the white shooter to like, there are points where you use the white shooter to hit like a switch that toggles the green power on and off, which is, really goddamn cool. This last section is a lot of being green within green, and a lot of green and orange. So even in, like, its last moments, it can be, like, it can spend a lot of time focusing on just a few of the different orbs. I'll say, maybe I could have used more purple. I feel like purple was a bit underutilized on the whole, but... just, like, cosmically, because you get it, like, late in the game, and then it's the last one that's returned to you, and then... You spend a lot of time, like, layers deep in on it. Anyway, you do all this exploring, you get to this weird place, and then it tells you, like, hey, make this perfect stack. And then you get an ending. Let's see the ending. Do we need to see the ending? We don't need to see the ending. I'll say it is weird. I'll say it is very weird, and leaves you going like, well, what did that mean? Let's just one last time do this. Okay, so orange is the bottom, so we need white. I forget if this is much of a challenge or if this is just easy to do. Usually it's pretty easy to go into a world and put something down. You know, here all I need to do is get over there, which, okay, it does make into a little bit of a challenge. You have to take the path. Not really so much a challenge, I guess, so much as just, hey, do a thing. What needs to go into white? Let's see the ending. Hey, we're gonna see the ending real fast. Purple, and then green's the top level. That one's easy. Again, I think purple is maybe a little underutilized relative to the other two, but I still think the purple... If I were to rate the abilities, S tier purple, A tier green and white, B tier orange. That would be my tier list of abilities. Purple, I was just so damn cool. It is perhaps like perhaps too powerful even. You know, maybe they got it working and it's just like, okay, well, this will break so much. We gotta be careful in letting the player do this, because if we're not careful, they could totally leave their orb behind, and that would be that. But you know, this game is very tightly designed. There's no point at which you can just lose your stuff, leave your stuff behind. It all just works. Let's look at this ending. Another gate opens. So where, I don't really know. Weird monoliths. I just remember this ending being weird, so let's just look and see what it is. Maybe it's a metaphor. Could be a metaphor. For birth? This looks like the orange world. Are we going up through the worlds real fast? Cool effect. And finally out of this world. Yep, sort of a black world. There's like a sun over there. No, that's the green. That's the green. Out from the green, the purple. Wait. No, I guess that was... I guess this is the green. And out pops the white world. No, that's the orange. That one must have been white. It's a confusing ending. I guess the sun was also a world. There's also a sun world in there. Outside of all that is the final level. Is that supposed to be me? Have I evolved into that? The end. Cool ending. I don't get it. I think it's cool though. Anyway, that game is immaculate. I do think it has some weaknesses, and it isn't the longest or the most involved, but it mixes things up and keeps things interesting in a way that I really value. I think that might be just above Pizza Tower on my list. Let me see where I have it. Yeah, I currently have it. Cocoon, Pizza Tower. I think that's about right. Having played those two games back to back. Yes. It's time for the next game, A Sea of Stars. Sea of Stars, not A Sea of Stars. Sea of Stars. I have beaten this game. I have 100% of this game. I'm not sure, like, what I can really show I did the first like couple hours of the game on stream back in like September or whenever that was. Yeah, I think it was September. It was the week after uh Starfield, which sucks. We're not going to see Starfield tonight. It sucks. Hang on. So I do have a file here that I can like pull in. Let me just make sure. Okay, copy it. Let me copy that so that if we want to continue, we can. But let's see what New Game Plus is. I feel like in the past that would be my way of doing a revisit. Oh crap! There's more tabs. That would be my way to do a revisit. Just do a New Game Plus mode if it's available. Like, if you're looking for a way to quickly replay, that would be it. I like Valere to lead the party. Wonder what changes in New Game Plus. It'd be cool if there were plot changes. Or went through some of the early parts faster. I suppose that's right. Let's see a little bit of what New Game Plus is. And, you know, we don't have to read every line of dialogue along the way. This is the archivist. He looks over stuff and, you know, has a story to which to tell us. This game takes place in the same universe as whatchamacallit, as The Messenger. And it's really very good. It takes place on Evermist Island. You two are becoming Solstice Warriors, your main characters. And this is a world that is well after its encounter with a really bad deity called the Fleshmancer, who I'm sure won't come up over the rest of the game. It'd be cool if it just skipped the prologue on New Game Plus. As much as I like the whole prologue, like just skip directly from, you know, skip the whole like flashback sequence. I'll say again, I think these are charming characters. I like their reactions when the laugh frame here is really good. I'll say these two kind of basic, but I like them. You know, this game is really looking to do like a Chrono Trigger type thing, and I think it is very successful in that. Chrono Trigger, but with like Paper Mario style like action commands mixed in. Let's get a little more volume. I like the traversal. It looks fantastic. It's a fucking great look for the game. Beautiful 2D art, lighting. Just looks immaculate. I've lost the timing entirely from playing Mario RPG. Looks like they're starting you off with all that being in play, moves and stuff. Or maybe it was a tutorial and that was how it was originally, and you just saw that and went, I don't know what that is. I'm gonna Google real fast while I'm traversing. What's different in New Game Plus? Sea of Stars, New Game Plus. I like how the traversal has a little bit more to it than just running. Okay. Sea of Stars has a confirmed DLC that was originally part of the stretch goals, and nothing is known about it except that its name it refers to an unexplored character. What character? Who? Which one of the witches? Maybe one of the witches, I would guess. Pretty much everything carries over. No second solstice mage ring. Why should you attempt the new game plus in Sea of Stars? To earn a What a Technique trophy, which requires you to beat 10 bosses with the Artful Gambit relic. It reduces your HP by 95% and makes enemies invincible while casting. On the other hand, it involves timed block to reduce damage to 1 and timed hits to do double damage. Huh. So it's not just a hard mode, it also makes it so that the timing of everything, you have to block every move or else you're basically dead. Interesting. That's a different, interesting relic. Didn't use that many of the relics that really changed the gameplay that much, other than ones that had, like, quality of life stuff that I wanted. Throes of the Watchmaker. Right, there was the Watchmaker character who appeared for a second. An old lady you meet in the Clockwork Castle, part of the game. She is a character of very few words, saying that she does not get involved in any conflict. Huh. That'll be cool. I'll definitely check that out. I'll definitely buy that when it hits. Is there anything else in New Game Plus? Like, is it harder? What does New Game Plus do? Your party becomes stronger, and all your stats carry over. Yes, quest items, including crucial quest-related items, carry over as well. What else? Are the enemies harder? Is there, like... Let me see... What sets the New Game Plus mode apart is the inclusion of an alternate ending. It is regarded as the true conclusion of the game. I think I did watch, like, some Easter egg stuff that was related to the post-game, but I don't know. I felt like the ending I got at the end of the regular mode was pretty much the definitive ending, where, like, go a little farther than the kind of bad ending that you get at first, and you go a little bit farther. I thought that was the thing. This content is authored by a third party. Maybe it was made by bots or something. Maybe that's a lie. I don't know. You can't trust the internet anymore quite as much. I don't know if I can trust the Economic Times. Why would the Economic Times be writing an essay about... Okay, here. New Game Plus, alternate ending, fact or fiction on Reddit. Here we go. This is what we need to debunk the Economic Times. Reddit. Fiction! There's the ending, the true ending, and the flimsy hammer secret Easter egg. God damn it, the Economic Times. Why did you lie to me? Nothing changes in New Game Plus. Okay. God damn the Economic Times. I bet a bot wrote that for them, and it's just some bullshit. I bet that happens. You can't trust the internet these days. You can't trust Google. Oh, girl. I'll say, going through the New Game Plus, I feel like, it takes a little bit to get going, this game. That's like, one small criticism of it. But even in this part, they're laying out interesting information. Talking about the Sleeper. A giant serpent curled up on a mountain. No one knows why. It's a whole cool thing. He's lulled to sleep by a musical mountain. This whole area being like tutorials and all, I don't think it's gonna be that interesting to like redo the very starts. I do have another save like midway through the game though. Oh fuck, I forgot about the anime. You know what? Was at least worth seeing this anime interlude thing, which is a cool thing that the game does. How's the volume right now? Is the volume good? How about just like 2 scotches down? Seems like it's a little hotter now. I'm always nervous about volume. Maybe I could stand to be a little more relaxed about it. Oh, that's fine. I'm gonna put it back up. They get abilities and then they're trained in the ways of the solstice. I'm gonna like save, you know, just in case I want to end up going back and doing New Game Plus at some point. I guess I could. The fighting isn't like harder in New Game Plus, right? So it's just going through the game and kicking ass. If this game had a lot of like alternate endings like Chrono Trigger, that'd probably be the best way to, you know, go about getting them. Just breezing through the game and doing that stuff, but it's more of a one and done sitch, this game. The production values, the way that it looks, I love all these cool areas, the purple trees and stuff. There's a lot to commend it for. The swiftness of the start is not one of them, so let's just save this, Oh wow, you have to, like, mouse down to get the right save, or else you might overwrite your crap. That's, not ideal. I think that's how it works. Maybe I just loaded up the first one. Let's go back to, I'm gonna load up this one, which is sort of in the middle of the game. You can see it's like halfway through my runtime. I've gotten like most of the party, with the exception of like one dude. Spoilers, I'll say. Just looking at my files are spoilers for things that you can do. Sort of a Chrono Trigger type thing that happens in the late game. You meet these guys. I'll also say, hey, I'm gonna just go out of this area real fast. Well, actually, maybe I shouldn't because I'm not sure. This game has some real good connections to the Messenger. A lot of it is pretty vague, or pretty like minor, up to a certain point in the game, and that point is like right here in this chunk that I find myself in, loading my mid-game save. There's this whole part where you like return to the island from the Messenger, and it's literally the island from the Messenger, like right down to having some of the same areas, you know, a nice selection of them. You can meet this giant head guy, you know? Giant head shuffles you around, you get a boat to explore the world. As far as, like, cool moments, having played The Messenger and really liked it back in the day, I do think getting to this part of the game in Autumn Hills and having the music be the same and having being recognizably the same area, it's really cool. I'll also say, like, the things that you get across the game that add extra moves to your repertoire for puzzle-solving purposes mostly, I think they're really slick. The wind is just okay, but the grappling hook, the last... what's it called? It has, like, a weird name. The rope dart... is it the rope dart, or am I thinking of the other one? hey, this is a great time to talk about, like, what this game does as far as, like, really cool systems, because there is a lot going on. One thing you might notice is that there's enemies are, like, on timers, and when their timer comes up, they'll do a thing. You can see above them, this enemy has, like, a thing above their heads, and what that means is that, they're going to cast a really strong spell unless you disrupt them by, like, doing that timer. And, you can see here my attack does sword damage, so that wouldn't do anything to these timers. You have to use the right type. But I can use R and empower my attack with, elemental things, and those appear every time you do, like, a basic attack on an enemy without any special something on it. That was not the most ideal move, because now you can see that there's still the arcane. Actually, I could have just done that in one if I had switched to this guy, who has as his basic thing his basic attack does poison, and when you power it up, it does arcane as well. It's really great, I think, in this game, how you can just immediately switch guys at any time. You know, you can just immediately switch to any member of your party to, like, do combo moves, to do, like, again, traversal feels really good with the rope dart. To do combo moves, to get them out of danger, to, you know, optimize your play. As a RPG, there's a lot you can do to, like, micromanage during battles and to, like, optimize your shit in a way that is just incredibly cool. Also, you can change what time of day it is, and that affects and that is used for, like, puzzle solving, as well as being just a very cool effect. Apparently, at this point of the game, I didn't get the combo skill Arcane Moons? I don't remember that one. Arcane Moons. Did I not get that in my original file? I wonder. Seems possible. Why would I be, like, exploring an older area and just, like, looking for stuff I didn't get? This part was one of my favorite parts of the game. There's one other part that had this same appeal to it. Just, like, going to this entire island and seeing, like, all these places that are very familiar, yet different. And yet, you know, now in 2D isometric rather than, like, 2D retro style. Was just a pleasure. Let's see where we were at. I think we were about to hit a boss or something. And let's see if we can use our Arcane Moons ability. There's so many systems that this game has that make it so that you have so many choices, so much possible strategy. There's like a combo thing that you can, you can either use that combo to, like, just heal your guys up, or you can use it to just do a bunch of damage. There's ultimate moves that, do a bunch of damage and do a bunch of different damage types based on who you pick for doing the ultimates. And they all unlock their ultimates for plot reasons, basically. There's moves with effects that can, help you strategize and get around various issues. There's the whole cooking system. I forgot about the cooking system, where, you do some scavenging and then you make items of a sort that are, your healing items, basically. They're all, like, custom made. I've never been much of an items person, so I guess I'll say I don't feel, like, that strongly about it, but whatever. I think the clockwork person lives in this. You go through these dungeons, you solve puzzles and beat enemies, and I'll say, like, every fight, I feel like it's just fun, you know? Here's a pretty climactic battle against these guys who are trying to give birth to the Dweller of Spite. This might be a hard battle, but we'll do it. Let's you know, I forget how leveled I was at this point of the game, but this will be a good example of combat, and I'll also get to show off the disorient ability. I'm gonna pop it down just a bit. One guy going, we have 2 turns, and that in particular is going to be a really hard thing to take down. So I'm going to use Moonerang and get the moons taken care of, but the rest, I'll say, I have no move that just does that, unless it's like a combo move, when those you have to build up. We just... I don't know that we can take down that thing now, because we didn't get all the things. But I can do one thing. This move is called Disorient, and it's really cool. I think Disorient is like a top-tier thing. What it does is it delays an enemy's action by like 2 turns. So, you ever run into a case where a guy's about to do a move and you don't have enough turns to counteract it? Like, there are options. But I think we might be screwed. Yeah, definitely screwed. I never got the timing right for this. For that move. I could do... Oh, another thing that's cool is that the magic, it recharges as you do basic moves. And some combos will also regenerate your MP. So MP management is really slick. Even if you die, even if a character dies, they can be revived, or they automatically revive after a certain amount of turns, and each amount goes up as you go. So even if some of your guys die, you're still in it. As a result, a lot of these like boss fights feel like battles of endurance, where you just know if you hang on a little bit longer, like your guys will be back, you'll get your mana back, you'll be able to start putting on the work, you'll get some combo, and you know, you're never, strictly speaking, out of options. I can reduce the power of that a little bit by using this guy's poison attack. That'll also release some orbs into the world that will... Hodome, what is that? What is that? Powerful, that's what it is. That means he has 2 turns until he comes back. I'll take this, empower my shit. What the fuck? Shield? I forgot about that shit. Okay. I think I have a... No, I don't have any revive items on me, so... Remind me, can Garl bring someone back? No, Garl does not have that ability. And I can't swap anyone in who's dead, I'll say. That's how this works. I'll put in Garl because he has a full health and a thing. I'll say I found the timing in this to be sometimes pretty difficult to get the knack of it. You know, it's not always clear to me like when I'm supposed to be blocking. There's also enemies that have like multi-hit attacks, which are very challenging to deal with. But, you know, all these things, they don't diminish. It's not a problem. Just makes the game more challenging. I don't have enough for a dash strike, and that wouldn't do enough damage attacks. That wouldn't do enough damage either. Do I have more delay? I can delay one of them, but I'm going to eat the other one. Let's disorient this one. Arcane Moons. Lunar and arcane damage to all targets. I might have seen that one. Maybe just didn't get it in this file. Or by this point. Sounds familiar. At the very least, I want to, like, cut down as much damage as possible, but I've already used the move of the character that has a sword. So, yeah, all I can do... I can do a Solstice Strike, and that'll do 2 sword. I think let's do a Sooner Hang, and that'll reduce the power of 1, and also do a bunch of damage to everyone. We need to do like a big group heal or something. Yikes. Jeez, these guys are tough. They do like so much damage, and there's 4 of them. I do think whenever they face you off against like some fuckers like this, and it's just like, holy hell. You know, you really do feel overwhelmed, like we are outmatched. We are totally outmatched here. Mending Light. We need to do a Mending Light at some point. Or swap in this guy. He can do Pelchior. We feel solely outmatched and just like going up against a group of guys who have as much like damage output as like we do, and just barely hanging on. And I think that's a really cool thing in an RPG. And because the systems are set up in such a way that you can always stick in it if you just hang on for dear life. Whoa! One went down. Good. It does... these battles do end up feeling like just an endurance contest where it's like, okay, if I just hang on a little bit longer... If I hang on a little bit longer... we can't survive. We just have to hang on and, you know, make sure that we, don't die. Don't all die at once, and tough battles can be like, born through. I wonder what it's like in New Game Plus, where you just really overpowered the whole entire game, and you can just effortlessly make your way through these battles. Cool, we killed another one. I don't have anything. I don't have enough mana on her to do this, and I can't do delay. I can do Arcane Moons. I would have liked to do a full heal with that combo. I have no idea the timing. I don't think I've seen this one. Ooh! I like the choice here. Every time you do, you win a thing, you get to choose a thing. Now choose a different point of where you're gonna put the stuff. That's always very nice. They randomize it a bit, so it's a different selection every time, preventing you, I guess, from just putting it all into, say, physical attack. But you can sort of make them specialize in different things, not just one thing. This is a pretty climactic part of the game that we're at right now. A pretty big deal. Let's play through this whole chunk. The strife bit. And then see what happens after. Let me think. What happens after? It's a while until you get to the Sea of Stars part. The actual part where the game is named after. So, we wouldn't necessarily do that. But we will see, I think, a pretty good part here. There's a bunch of questing before you see that. Between here and there, but... Okay, we must have loaded from here last time when we were resuming our save, so... Not gonna force you to remember to scroll down every time. With the Solstice Amulet, they can make the Solstice happen whenever they want. And that allows them to do the eclipse, which makes it so that they can hurt this bad guy that we're about to fight. This is also going to be like a big, oh, here's a bunch of connections to Sea of Star, or to the Messenger part. Like, they totally just do one after another and just literally be like, hey, yeah, this'll come back later. You know, they say that in the way that, like, oh, if you play that game, you know, like, oh, I know what the fate of this character now. They pretty specifically clued you in and use very specific words to let you know, like, hey. Oh, look at these. I don't have everyone as well equipped as I could. I have some obsidian ore. I could also sell food or weapons I'm not using. You know how this goes. That's how this goes. I can get one thing. Leaf cape, more defense for my guys. I feel like the oaken armor. I feel like this is very much a case where you want to just have as much defense as possible to, you know, get through these boss fights. Get through this boss fight in as much as you can, as good as you can. So yeah, basically these are like end-of-the-world style monsters who were created by this guy named the Fleshmancer. And, look at that eclipse. God damn, it looks cool. That is the coolest looking eclipse you've ever seen. This guy called the Fleshmancer, he set up all this bullshit into this world, and he left the world a long time ago. He left this universe a long time ago, but his like, evil dudes, his, like, real monsters, these dwellers, they will eventually be born and are all kinds of fucked up. You know, there's some real fucked up ones later in the game, especially. This guy, he cannot fight on... He sort of is, has to be an impartial... He's sort of like, got an epic universe thing going on. Not epic universe. He is like, also like the Fleshmancer, except he sort of helps out and is trying to fight back. And, you know, just being here as like, help to even the odds. Jesus. Disorient. As far as characters go, your main two, Zaire and There and Valair are definitely your best ones, I think. I do really like the Thief as well. The Thief has just a ton of great moves. Disorient, again, that's a top tier ability right there. There's some ones later on that are like just as good. I do think over time, crap, I need to disorient. I do think over time, Gare, that's not his name. What the fuck? Garfield? Garf. I knew it was like Garfield. Over time, I do think Garf is a little bit, you know, outdone by all the other guys that you can get later in the game, but I do think that's fair. You know, hey. You know, he is just a normal dude. Of all the characters in this game, he is the only one who is just a normal dude. Just doing normal dude stuff. And fighting back without necessarily, like, much of a innate ability to. So yeah, in this place, we're not trying to beat him just by damage. We got this Equips Laser, which is going to be doing most of the damage, actually, that we've set up over the last, for a while now. So we could just kind of, ooh. Yep. Wah! Yeah, you don't want to let... Some of the spells are really fucking scary. You don't want to let them do spells if you can't help it. Always delay them. Always try to undo them. I need her to come back to life, like, right now. If I'm to stop this spell. Perfect, good. The amount of juice we gave that didn't seem to make much of a difference. Let's do our healing light. The mending light, yes. This is an AoE heal. Cost 2 combo points. Just a very reliable thing to do when you're looking to survive. I think we can give it a little more volume. Little less. There we go. Don't. BBB. Leave that for the characters who actually can do, you know, elemental stuff. A fun fact, there is a cameo, I say a cameo. These, two characters kind of appear in the previous game. There's like a whole ruins part of the game where you come across an old unknown ruin from an unknown civilization, which has like the solstice warrior, like sun moon iconography all over it. And they sort of explain like their whole deal and sort of hint at stuff that happened here, I guess. Roughly every time that you go around the loop, there's another time where don't have any ultimate that these two can do yet, sadly. So we'll just have to use a regular ultimate. Maybe we don't have to use it. Maybe I don't know how much the ships of the Vespertine is going to hurt this guy. More or less, every time you go around the horn and everyone attacks, that's when the enemy gets their turn back. But that's not like a 100% thing, you know? Sometimes that's not how it works. Sometimes it's, sometimes if you, like, disorient and delay, they'll be, like, getting their attack back and starting up a new attack in the middle of a cycle. Not important. It's not that big of a deal. 5 damage. Yeah, that's, I don't know if, like, every damage point here matters or just... It's just a matter of just waiting for the Eclipse Laser. This Dweller that has been revived here is one where, they say... I don't have enough for Disorient. And this isn't gonna... the best I could do is diminish it by taking out 2 of the swords. Okay, good. That wasn't that bad at all. I'm gonna use a combo. Mending Light. Ooh. I think we might be at about at the end of this fight. That one was easier than the last, just for like you know, he wasn't doing that much serious damage to us. Though occasionally when he did get an attack off, it was bad. I'll say battles are harder the more enemies there are because, you know, sometimes you can't just. Sometimes it's impossible to get everyone checked off, you know? And I think that is, that can make for some great... It's impossible to attack to prevent every spell sometimes. Like here, nothing you can do. If you had, like, orbs in the sky, and a combo, you could maybe do an attack, but... Jesus... But, like, yeah, she was lucky to survive that. If I had a combo... And the little orbs... Yeah, we can't do it. Reshan, you must help, now. There are rules. I can't touch a Dweller. Hey, come on, man. You agree to my terms. Come on. I can't save the world if that means fighting one of these directly. Whoa! You fool. You've really done it now. Here's all the bad guys. Yeah, they're bad guys. Those two are. The eclipse has ended. Let me do the talking. Come on. That's right. It's time for the Fleshmancer to come in and be like, "Hey, what's up? I'm here. Someone broke the rules? What are you doing here?" The Dweller is a tough entity, you know, a tough customer, but the Fleshmancer was the one that made him, and he's way stronger than that guy is. That thing is. I wonder if you can beat it. No, that wouldn't work. Nothing changes. You cannot beat him even if you beat the whole game. Even then, you will not have strength enough to beat the Dweller of Strife. even over leveled as you would be at the end of the game. Leveled up enough where you could beat even, you know, other comparable forces. For plot reasons, I thought we had a deal. I guess it's not true that we couldn't have beat him, you know. It just, she was very skeptical, you know. Maybe if she had just given us, like, an hour or two, we could have won. Just 2 damage at a time. It's probably also just capped at 2 damage, even no matter how much, how much damage you are. The Vial of Time touched a dweller. Whether you did it yourself or let it happen, it's on you. An eye for an eye. First, let me talk to my minions and give them gifts. How did the Dweller of Strife come back? Yep, that's 1, 2, and 3, and 4. How could you stay alive? There's like a whole lore thing where there's some creepy there's some really good, like, lore, like, that's in this game. They'll tell you, like, a really cool story about, like, the Rose of... They're gonna say it. Sacrifice and Dedication 2. We use the Vampire Rose. Now, they don't explain what the Vampire Rose is, but at this point, you might have already seen the lore entry in that by talking to your traveling historian. And she tells you this creepy story about a rose where when you touch it, it adds 1 year to your lifespan, but also for every second that you hold on to it, but also a thorn grows on your body, onto your bones at some point, and it's just like everlasting agony. Some people, they touch it for a second and they go, oh fuck! And they let it go like 2 seconds later, and then they just live with like constant pain in one of their bones for the rest of their lives that are 2 years longer. And others, you know, they just keep on holding it despite the pain, despite it, and they become things beyond normality. The Vampire Rose. Tell me, does it hurt? All the time. It's cool if you went and saw that diary entry, that story, you know what they're talking about. But if you don't know what they're talking about, they don't tell you. They don't, like, slow it down because they're not talking to you. They don't care if you understand. The villains don't. Resurrecting a dweller, it's pretty cool. Who provided the blood moon? We did. Those two, yeah. You have my thanks. What is your wish? Master, if I may. She would be a great lieutenant at headquarters. What about the other one? He prefers to forget and demands only confirmation that he'll never have to fight these Solstice warriors again. I see. He'll just put you aside. I am not losing the Dweller of Strife again. Yes, that will not happen. Are you prepared to serve? Yes. He takes the Dweller of Strife to, you know, places unknown. The four of you will be merged with the Dweller to become his Contras. You shall return as one, the king of a new race. Thank you, Master. That's referring to the Messenger. And the Messenger, the final form of the Demon King, looks like the Dweller of Strife, with the one eye. And its first form has 4 heads. It's like a big, hulking flying demon with 4 heads. And clearly, the idea is here that, like, oh, this is how the Demon King came to be. Like, this fucker was putting together, like, a genealogy, putting together some crap, making that happen. I wish to forget. Let's make sure you're not needed for a long time. Fuck off, dude. Fuck off. Hello, Sparker Woman. I'm revisiting a bunch of my favorite games of the year. Right now we're on Sea of Stars. YouTube, it's a little harder to change the game. You subscribed? Fantastic, I like to hear it. With the YouTube, it's a lot of people have by default on YouTube, the people you are subscribed to is private, and as a result, there's not like a notification for those when you subscribe on YouTube for the first time. But I appreciate it nonetheless, whether or not there's an alert or not, whether or not I see your name on a list of. That's a weird way to put it. Whether or not you're what game? Sea of Stars. It's sort of a Chrono Trigger-like game. Came out this year. My life I had tried to do. I was too slow to feel adequate. When you are done with you, you'll be the fastest there's ever been. That's like a cheeky reference to The Messenger, which is another game by the same studio, in which there was a guy who was like, oh, I'm the fastest guy there ever was. And it's clearly set up to be like, oh, hey, that's what happened to him. He was turned into a demon. And, you know, you beat him in a really hard boss fight once in that game. And otherwise, he just sort of just like a weird goober who talks about how fast he is. You need to go? Well, happy to happy to have you back to stop by in any case. You need to sleep? It is midnight, haha. Shit, time flies. We've been going for 4 hours here on this stream. There will be a VOD later on, of course, you know, on the YouTube and otherwise, so you can always watch along now or later. I'll say VODs, you know, they need love too. That's something I've been thinking. I'll say I appreciate any likes left on any video. I am at the size where just one like on a video makes me happy. It's 3 o'clock where you are there? 3? Not sure what time zone that would be. That would be like in the ocean, right? Because I'm in Texas. I know New York, it's like 1 o'clock, 1:20. It's not like my clock is wrong. I know what time it is. Wouldn't that be like in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean? I know that like it's 6 hours ahead is like the UK. Oh, this is a big dramatic moment also. Shit. We should be paying attention. Like, look here, more of the Messenger references. There's the time things. Thank you for the subscription, YouTube subscription. Was that you, Spaker Woman? Let me check. It's hard to read those as they come in. It's hard to read those as they come in because I have stuff covering my, like, preview monitor. That's where my chat is, where the messages is. Can I contact? Can I my conta? I don't know what that means. Is J. I guess it could be 3 p.m. in like another other side of the world or something. In any case, so this is a big climactic moment, by the way. The Fleshmancer has attacking our dudes and specifically sent a big scary thing at one of our best characters, Garl, who is he's kind of been out of the loop for a while. He's kind of been not the strongest for a while, but you know, he is beloved, and it is sad to see him go. You can see here there's a bunch of, like, crystals in the air. Those are the crystals from the Messenger. Another little Messenger reference. There's so many Messenger references in this part of the game. I say references, more like connections. I'll say the messenger connections are more of a fun little novelty than anything. For this game, I would say like its visuals, it's like imaginative world full of like interesting lore, interesting ideas, the beauty of it, and just the intricacies and like complexity and like strategies of the combat system, which always keeps you involved, always keeps you interested. I would say it's like a top tier RPG combat system, and it might be like literally one of the best, you know, might literally be the best, honestly, but I'd probably put Paper Mario Thousand Year Door over it as far as like RPG mechanics go. It's good. You're Jay? Hello, Jay. I don't know quite what that means. You have 2. Really don't understand what you mean, Spaker Woman. So they're talking about the timelines and like trying to you know, dooming some universes, saving some others. It's a conflict between the two. If they somehow made it across the Sea of Stars, the sorceress would be my champion. Her potential is limited. They will not win. Oh, you have 2 YouTube accounts. I got it. Okay. I didn't see Jay. I understand. I don't get that. I mean, I guess I technically do have a second YouTube account just for like the chatbot that I have. And also because, you know, there was a time before YouTube like unified with Google. And as a result, I kind of have like 2 accounts for some reason. It's weird. Google is weird in that way, just as a result of that account unification 10 years ago that never, or like 15 years ago at this point, that never really made sense. He took a direct hit and has no innate magic to protect himself. He's dead. But not really, actually. There's the whole thing. There's like a whole prophecy thing. It's time. Raise your true power. Let him come to me. That was a cool part. I wasn't sure if there would be a good chunk of the game to replay, considering that I had the game beaten. But fortunately, I had a save like midway through the game, right at one of the major kicking off points. I'll say this game constantly, repeatedly had very, very good areas, a lot of really cool plot developments, and kept going to imaginative places that were cool to explore, cool to go through, whatever the case may be. It really kept me going, and I ended up pushing through like really fast. Good night, Spaker Woman. I gotcha. He becomes a eagle, that guy. It's cool. You know, with a game like this, typically I would probably just play one world at a time. You know, I say a world, like one area at a time. Get through the area, get through the boss, see what happens after, and then, you know, stop at the nearest stopping point. You know, but with this game, I felt compelled to just keep going. To just go like, oh, I'm going to a second area. I'm going to a third area. I'm going to a fourth area without stopping. You don't need to talk. No one needs to talk except for me. But if you do want to talk, I appreciate it. What he needs to do is ask for something. This was all set up earlier in the game. Dude, remember my hint. Elder Mist is saying that, remember my hint, basically. I gave you a prophecy earlier. That was a hint at this. What to do. You're the murder drones? One of those things doesn't come up until the post-game. It's weird. Oh, well, I guess this is just a preview for what's to come. You know what? That vision is a pretty good, like, the rest of the game in microcosm. Like, oh, you go over here, you do a bunch of side stuff, you go to the Sea of Stars, which is the whole thing. Come on, kid. Remember, when the moment comes, demand a flask of borrowed time, is what the Oracle of Tide said. He remembers this and says, like, oh, give me a flask. And you get this whole side activity here where, like, Garl is dying, and he has, like, one great act he wants to do. He's still dying, but he has time enough to do one big side quest before the thing. He's on borrowed time. You currently exist between realities. Borrowed time will keep you here until the deed is done. But you will still die in the end. 1 minute. It's okay. I understand. You need it. I know what to do. So this is a part of the game where you split up and do a bunch of stuff on different fronts. I guess is the next big thing. You have 3 sub. Okay. Whatever. Suit yourself. You should probably go to sleep and all. It's your final wish. You only ever get one of those. Come on, it's this or nothing. Let's make it count. Yes. There's people we need permission from. We need a bargaining chip, and we need just the thing. Way up. Bye. Bye, Spaker Woman. Yeah, the flying will not happen now. We'll do a little more. I think it'll be pretty simple to get a little farther in here. You know, during this whole span, we spent it entirely on the one island. Let's go to Kukar. We spent it entirely on one island. It's important to note that this is sort of an ocean-faring game. We're sailing around the sea. And you sail around the sea and, you know, go to places other than that one island. And they're all very cool, you know? Like, this island is the island from the Messenger. It has some really cool places that you might recognize from the Messenger. I am intentionally changing the time of day, by the way. Making it bright out. Let's see now. There's this island here, which is sort of like a weird dark island where a dweller lived. On this island, the dweller would constantly be like brainwashing people and forcing them to come and be eaten by the dweller. And also a witch lived there. So he would be like, you play now? No, you won't. I play the game. You do not do anything, Jay. Don't worry about it. You watch and you chat. And I discuss how I feel about the game. Sea of Stars is this game. Again, Sea of Stars. This was a really cool island. There's the one with the sleeper on it. You play Roblox? I've heard that there are people who play Roblox, yes. Not me. That was after my time. There's the one over here where it is the island that you start out. You start out at. There's the sleeper island? Is it the Sleeper Island? Yeah, the Sleeper Island. Where there's this giant dragon that's just hanging out there. Just, you know, sleeping. That's a whole thing. Bunch of really cool islands in this, and you know, you adventure, you explore the world, and you know, go on quests where you go a place and do a thing, and that's that. And also, I do think a certain part of my appreciation for it is how much it ties into the Messenger world, and how, you know, when you go to a couple of places which are from the Messenger, it's always really cool. Just consistently super cool. I guess we haven't seen, like, the real meat and potatoes of this game. You know, we've only gone through a boss fight and the cutscenes around the boss fight. While that gives you an idea what it's like in like its big climactic moments, there's usually like a whole bunch of traversal, a whole bunch of puzzles, and a whole bunch of like going through areas between each major plot moment. I don't know either of those things, Jay. I have no context for them. Again, no Roblox experience here. He creates a magical water path that leads us to a thing, and that thing lets you go to see some giants. It's a cool bit. The Oracle of Tides said she could do this, so she did it. I guess that moment isn't really as, isn't that, big. It's just like, hey, I do a thing. You get into the Skyward Shrine, it warps you up to the clouds. And, again, this is a thing where, as someone who played The Messenger, I had, like, some idea what was coming, because in The Messenger, you do go up to some ruins in the clouds, and it said, like, oh, the giants used to live here. However, they were all killed by the demons before they came for humanity. The backstory of that game. And, you know, here we are in the clouds. And when I got to the clouds, I knew, like, oh, we're here for the giants. Usually you go through an area, there's enemies that are around. Cool. There are enemies that are around that you can attack. It's sort of like Chrono Trigger style, where they're in the world. And, you know, you don't have to fight them if you don't want to. And you sort of progress. There's a fishing system as well. The fishing is regular. It's just, you know, you fish. Cast out your reel. I feel like there's some aspects of the fishing I didn't really get, but you hold down the thing to reel it in, and you move left and right to keep it in the light. And then you get some like food that you can cook up, basically. That's what you get for fishing. You also can get a whole thing by, like, fishing up every sort of fish that's in the game. You know, completing that, checkbox. I forget if that was a required thing for the special ending. There's a council. Yeah. You figured it out based on that coma experience, the Cloud Kingdom. Again, it cannot be said enough that this game looks fucking dope. The way the sprite art is so detailed. I like the font even for, like, stuff. You know, like when you see the area come up. There's this band who hangs out in bars. They sort of the ones that are in your ship. And whenever you go somewhere, they, like, set up shop and play music. And use a little more audio. guy has a special corner for visitors our size. Got cold sore. That's right. This is definitely louder than the other music was. There we go. The bar music. I don't know why. I like when you walk over here, guy has to set up the has to let you through. And here's a setup for like a big chunk of the game. Or like Garf says like, "Hey, I want to go to the Sea of Stars. I'm the one demanding an audience. Oops, don't shout. I'm Garl." Warrior Cook. That's right, he's a warrior cook. I like the titles in this game. Everyone has like a cool thing going on, I guess. They have cool roles. The warrior cook. I'm a combat dancer or something, you know, like they're not like one of them is a combat knife, combat monk, something like that. You understand what you're asking? Absolutely. Who will vouch for you? Rashawn will vouch for us. They're all surprised to see him because he's kind of a big deal. Great Eagle. They have reclaimed the Vespertine, which is the key to the Sea of Stars. Luana and Solon have awakened. Their wish is to accept this final gift from their friend and complete their journey. They have the will. How did she get here? They know where she's from. It's a whole thing. It's cool. With her, you know, you spend a lot of the game like thinking like, oh. You spend a lot of the game thinking like, oh, it's going to be very cool when we find out what her deal is. And indeed, it is very cool. The Elder Mist says, I can soothe a long tormented soul. He's going to make the sleeper good. What is your plan? The ruins in Moorland. I know what they mean. There are no more ovates. I will complete the ritual by cooking with them. Impossible. Magic Dew, so the Trump seized monsters are extinct. Magic Dew will need an enchanted scale. How about fire? Natural heat from a volcano. Preposterous. So this is setting up like a bunch of different things you'll have to do. A whole bunch of quests. The volcano will be terraformed by magic. So we'll do stuff in a volcano. Do stuff with wind. Do stuff with this and that, basically. And he lays out this big grand plan. Zephyr in a bottle. Rate my fit is meme. Okay. I don't follow. My creation is complete. I will carry the scent to the sleeper's nostrils. Why do you require a volcano-sized oven? Because I will bake the biggest loaf of bread the world has ever seen. Garf is great. Garf is a standout. As far as, like, personality goes, Garf is so gung-ho and so cool. Even now that he's dying, he's got one great little scheme left in him to wake the sleeper and, you know, just on the assumption that, like, no one can be grumpy when they wake up to the smell of freshly baked bread. That will turn the sleeper good. We find no valid counter-argument. What the fuck is that key? The wind key? I guess that opens up, like, one of the areas. Garl is like one of the standout characters, even more so than the two main characters, his two best friends, who are like the ones who So at this point in the game, everyone splits up. I'll say this is probably like the least the most biggest bummer of the game. This whole section of the game where everyone splits up and there's different things going on in different parts of the world, you know. You sort of go from a big party of 5 that is all super good to a party of 2 in 4 different places or 3 different places. And it's kind of a shame also because Garl doesn't play a big role in any of you don't get him in your party in any of the parties that you do. And as a result, it's like, okay, this is the swan song for Garl, and yet we don't see that much of him. I assume you weren't allowed to help. This matter isn't related to a dweller. I am free to choose. Okay. I'll say this is a cool bit, in particular, that he's like, I'll help all 3 people. I'll just make 3 copies of myself. A cool thing he can do, where, even for plot reasons, if at any point he's like, later in the game, he's literally like, fuck this, I'm out. And he just sort of, emotionally leaves the game. But he leaves his, a puppet in place that does all his attacks and stuff. And even if he's, like, emotionally checked out, not really present, you still get to have him in your party. Which is a neat thing for them to do. I guess maybe Garl is in no shape to fight. Is like the practical side of this, he's about to die. We'll go to that area and we'll do some of this. I remember this one in particular being hard. The game is a lot harder when you don't have a full party, and you basically have a full party up to this point, since the very start of the game when Garl joins the party after the prologue. Ever since then, you have 3, at every single other point in the game, and now you're down to 2. You don't have, a healer anymore. Good night, Jay. It's a little bit awkward in a way that I think is just one unfortunate part of the game. I still, overall, do like this game a lot. I still love this game. This is just the one part where, look here. We got 2 guys to attack with. What I can do is do Abyssance to get the arcane damage down. To get those locks taken care of. Then I can do a dash strike to get the other 2 locks taken care of. That takes care of those. Jeez, another one? I do have enough mana to do that again, but still ridiculous. I forget if mana recharges between fights. I feel like this part would have been benefited from, if each of these side quests had been shorter in length. Not because I don't mind, a full-length area. I think that every other time in the game it's very fun how long each area is, but during this part of the game where your strategy and your options are just so reduced, it's kind of a shame. Do I even have a combo with these 2? I don't know if I even have a combo. No, I don't have the combo option because literally do not have a combo attack with these 2 characters. Yeah, no, your MP drains. It stays the same. I guess it would have to. So the running around otherwise, you know, is a lot of going through areas. There's enemies in place. You solve puzzles using whatever tools are at your disposal, whether it's changing the time of day, the rope darts, wind, or otherwise just like traversing and like interacting with objects in the world. Don't have enough mana. And also this guy is out as well. We're going to take that spell. At very least I can reduce its power by a bit. And again, I'll say, like, well, I guess we do have a healer. And Rashawn does have heals, but he only has one healing option, which is, this guy is strong to everything that Rashawn has. Makes for an especially hard chunk of the game where your options are just a lot more limited. I don't have my other guy, so... Also, I'll say, like, during this chunk, there were some fights that were... You know, I'll say every time the fights are the same, so no matter like where you are in the game, the fights remain the same. You know, no matter how many times you visit an area, the fights are not random. They are the same every time. So as a result, you know, going through, like, say, this area and running up into this enemy, it was just a frustrating experience. It's time now to jump a little bit ahead and look at some of the bigger reveals that happened. That was a big chunk of the mid-game, about halfway through. Let's load the game that's at the end. And there's nothing to do here besides the final boss, which is a perfectly good boss. Let's get out of here. I'll say... Let me just get out of here. Is there like a warp back or something? There's like a warp back to the... Yes. So you go and you fight that guy we saw earlier, the Fleshmancer. You arrive at his lair, and, you know, you say, fuck this. Also, there's the whole aspect of the Sea of Stars, which, there's no way for me to avoid spoiling you right now, or like, laying into it, but we are in another world. Also, we can turn into spirits now and fly around freely. It's sort of like, the ship in Chrono Trigger, I guess. You know, once you get that, big upgrade. The Sea of Stars, it turns out, the thing the name is... The game is named after is a connection between their world and our world. And you can now, like, go between them and do stuff. I will say, for my part, I have, like, done all the, most of the side quests other than, like, stuff I wasn't interested in, like fishing. Well, I didn't get every treasure, but I got the final ending of the game, and that I have no interest in the reels mode, that little bonus minigame. I don't care that. But you can see here, you know, you can see some things now that we're in the future. You know, some things might be obvious, like let's go over here. Here's Sleeper Island. The Sleeper is gone. We did indeed turn him good. He is now actually an ultimate attack, which is pretty damn cool. Our little town is there. It's pretty decked out. You can see here the mountain. I'd like to go around and like show a couple of cool places right now. That's a thing I would like to do. Because there are things in this game that are very cool that I think are worth mentioning. Like, there was this whole arc here in this Torment Peak, where basically there was a dweller in this peak, and it had imprisoned some fucking magic animal, and was like feeding on it for ages. And at the start of the game, they only think there's one dweller left in the world, but it turns out there were more than one. There was 2 or 3 or something of the sort. And this one was a secret to everyone because it had some sort of like mind ability that would make it so that whenever someone left the mountain, they forgot what was in there and just felt generally scared and just ran away. Whereas it turned out what they needed to do was to bring back a force of elemental warriors, but they always forgot once they left, so they were unable to bring to bear the forces that were required and just ended up sealing the mountain off. Fucked up thing. Fucked up fate. Very, very creative in a lot of these areas as far as, like, cool shit. There's this whole part here where you go to a magic library. Is there a way to get to the top of the magic library? I feel like there's a warp point, but I don't know where the warp point is. But we can just walk there, that's fine. At Sudlo. This is the tower where we got the guy who, with the potions and stuff. Also, by the way, you might notice 2 things about our party. One, you might have noticed 2 things about our party. One, we got this guy named Best. He's like a spirit in a glass case made out of, like, living glass. He's pretty fucking cool. Very gung-ho. I do party order. We have this guy, Best. He's a really cool 6th party member. And also, you might see that Garl is back to life. Well, that was sort of a post-game side quest thing that you did. Basically, you do like a Chrono Trigger situation. You know how in Chrono Trigger you bring Chrono back to life? Spoilers for Chrono Trigger. I should preface that more heavily. It's the same thing as in Chrono Trigger, where like they are able to replace the Chrono that died with like a fake, and you know, in the moment of death, something like that, and as a result, you're able to get him back, and you know, he got an ultimate now that involves the Dweller, as well as some other stuff that is quite cool. I think he gets some more combo moves. That can maybe make him a mite bit more relevant. But, he is still a little bit outclassed by everyone. I guess now he has the distinction of being someone who came back to life once. So this whole time, this whole section of the game, you're like working up to this big part. And you go through the door and then switches back to the Great Archives. And this guy is like talking to himself. And you guys just bust in and be like, hey, what's up? This at the start of the game, remember, he was like telling a story. That's what this is. One of the other big moments for me as far as like the messenger connections was this part. This was the first time you go to this island and you get warped here by the dude. And it's just, you know, Glacial Peak, the biggest, best part of the messenger. You know, the mountain that's on the box art, and it's fucking cool. There's like it looks gorgeous. The music is good, same as in the original game, and there are enemies running around that are like that are the same enemies that were in the first game. Like up here, you can see like some drummer guys. And I think like the drummer guys have like one of the really good. You see there, they shot out like projectiles, right? There's almost a little bit of bullet hell in some of the enemies in this game where you can dodge their attacks, but it's not just as simple as dodging them. You also have to dodge their you not only have to dodge their attacks, but also I just realized this was the guy I needed to attack. Well, I bet I can kill him. Not like that, I can't. I'm just gonna disorient him. That'll prevent the move and also unlock some of the locks. I kind of need to do that. Oh, you know what I can do, actually? I'm not thinking with the abilities that I have. I'll use Sarai to stop that and also kill him. Oh, crap. I was gonna bring in, Jesus, that was strong. These guys are like way under level compared to where I am, but still able to put up a fight, I guess. Is this a thing? This looks like it's a thing. Maybe it's not a thing. Or maybe it's a... I think you might need to like bring a block down to get that chest. Why don't we try to get that chest? Why not? A lot of these enemies in this part of the game are from the messenger directly, which is cool to recognize if you've played that game anytime recently, which I did to like refamiliarize myself with the world and you know what I should be looking for as far as like homages go. I think that on a objective level, this game has a lot. Like the combat, the systems, everything is like, it's Chrono Trigger inspired, but it does so many new things, and it does things like so perfectly. Like it almost gives Chrono Trigger a run for its money, just as far as like being the better RPG. I do think the sense of adventure is better in Chrono Trigger. Like going to different time periods is just more cool than it's just cooler than the stuff you go in this game, even if the world is really, really imaginative. Even if you do get some really killer stuff. Hard to contest. There we go. A Signet of Clarity. The equip stuff is really cool too. Oh wow, that's a good one. Wow, skills cost 1 less mana. Well, I think I have some better stuff now. Everyone has like this extra equipment slot, and basically all these stuff are like really powerful, big effects. Like you can see, party members recover 1 MP every time they block. That's fucking huge in a game like this. The Eye of Yomara displays weaknesses, resistances, and non-boss enemy HP. Really, really useful. Cornucopia gives max 20 extra health to all party members. Displays non-boss enemy HP in combat. What was that one? Weaknesses, that's right. The Magic Pocket lets you use an item without using a turn. And while HP is above 50, killing blows leave the target at 1 HP instead. Really handy for not dying. You can also use, I also have here, the Spirit of Ninja. Combo points filled 10% faster. And Loose Scent Crystal generates 1 more boost charge when initiating combat. I don't think that is that good relative to some of the others. You don't get that many of them, and as a result, you can usually just have like all the best ones equipped at all times, which is just really sick, really good, really lovely. These worlds are beautiful, and it's fun to just move through them, fight enemies in really compelling little encounters In some cases, you can avoid enemies if you so please, whether that be like just avoid them bodily, or in the case of some enemies, they have projectiles. Avoid those. Let's get out of here. Let's get the fuck out of here. And we should talk about the other world that we were in earlier. It's sort of revealed that, you know, the Fleshmancer, he fights and does this stuff and has kind of just been fucking up universes left and right just for fun because he's immortal and bored. And you travel through the Sea of Stars to his home base, which is, it turns out, the same universe that Sarai is from. Your ninja friend. She takes off her, like, her thing. Her, like, she's had for the rest of the game, like, a mask on. She's had, like, a mask on the whole game, like a, you know, like, a shroud over her face. She takes it off, and she has a robot mouth. She's a cyborg, it turns out. And she didn't want to show it because she's in a fantasy world here, but the other world is a techno world, and it's fucking cool. This whole, like, second world that you go to, it's not as expansive or large as this world, with its many cool places and cool lore, but it makes for a very, very fun last third of the game, where you're like, oh, god damn, we're getting some sci-fi stuff in here as well as, like, the big, you know, high magic thing that it's got going. It's almost akin to the year 3000 or in Chrono Trigger, where it's just like an apocalyptic future. You know, there's technology, there's cybernetics, people have become cyborgs. Let me show the map, and you can see if we zoom out, there's two worlds, Home World and Sarai's world. There's the Sky Base satellite that you go to. There's the Sacrosanct Towers. And then there's Cerulean Island. And also one island that is just a bonus thing. And then the Fleshmancer thing. So basically, in this last part, there's like 3 whole areas that are science fiction-y. Oh, and also you go down to the moon and you fight. And basically, in this universe, there's a dweller that has sunk the moon. And because, like I said, or I don't know if I said, but they can only fight dwellers when there's an eclipse. And in this universe, the moon has been sunk underwater, so literally cannot ever cause an eclipse when it's down there. So we had to go down and kick some ass and then send the moon back up in order to do a thing. And now this world has time and, you know, a day and a night again. Versus being like just like, two things. One, the moon was on the ground, and 2, there was a shroud of clouds preventing the sun from really being out. This whole first area was just so goddamn cool. Running up into, like, techno guys and learning that shit about Sarai. This derelict factory in particular had a lot of impact for being like the first high technological place that's, you know, you went and fought dudes in. Good ass dungeon. You know, go around, solve puzzles. I do remember now that I say it, one puzzle in here that really stumped me. It took me a while to figure out, like, the stuff with, like, moving these panels around and getting the way forward. I'll also say, when you're in the technical part, when you're in the technical future, all fights are like, the UI changes a little bit to reflect that they are technical, you know, instead of, like, fantasy. It sort of has, like, a high technological look. I need to find an enemy to fight. Apparently there aren't any in the factory anymore. Let's go to the sky base. How about that? That'll do. You can fight an enemy in a sky base, and you know, you can remark like, "Oh crap, sky base! It's a satellite." There's also the other island, which was pretty cool. The Spires. There were like some weird duck assassins who lived there and were like trying to get us, but you know, couldn't because we're so talented and stuff. I like those dudes. That was a good bit, as was the end. We're not. I think I'll refrain from. We can redo the ending. So basically, you know, it's a science thing now. The campfires are made of electricity. Are there any enemies here either? Maybe we've pacified this place. Maybe there are no enemies left. Wouldn't that be a shame if there were no enemies left in this whole area? Trying to find a techno future enemy to fight, but okay, yeah, there's a security system in this. So if you trigger the security system, you can see here there's they're hexes, and also they're like blue. So it sort of has like a techno flair to it. That's a horse mech. Damn cool. Damn cool. Look out there, there's space out there. You can see the planet. Goddamn. It's a very cool part of the game. I don't think it quite measures up to, say, Chrono Trigger time traveling, but that's because that's one of the best moments in any game ever. You know, going to a new era, antiquity especially, like seeing what's up, figuring out what's going on. That is, and always will be, one of the more sublime things to happen in a video game. So it's not its fault, it's not the hottest, best thing ever. To get to the Sky Ball track, you had to do some stuff over in, you had to do some stuff over here with like these weird duck guys. Basically, there was like a stone that was held by a statue, and when the thing was dropped by the statue, it gave the Powerball system the energy it needed to start up. Basically, they put in like a little bit of a trick to make it so that the Powerball system could be restarted if ever it was needed for like saving the world purposes, which is a cool conceit. It's a cool bit of science fiction storytelling nonsense. There's a village here of monsters, the Lost Ones Hamlets. Not monsters, they're ghosts. Ghost village. A lot of other people were put into robots. It's a fucked up place. It all looks beautiful. I love it. There's a bunch of side stuff to do, and you know, after you do the regular ending, there's the real ending where you bring back your guy to life, you know, Garl, and when you go to fight the Flesh Master, you actually fight him, and it's hard. This game, I think, is going to be like in my top 5 easily. So with that in mind, let me see. Actually, I can look at the clock and see. Here's the new game that we started, like at the start of this. That was an hour and a half ago. Yeah, Okay, I think that makes sense. Let's, we have to poke the head in to see the final boss. I'm gonna poke the head in and look at the final boss and see how that makes me feel. I will say the way the credits... God, I'm also thinking, like, maybe we could go and see the town. Go to the town, hang out. Maybe that'd be a way to end, rather than saying hi to the Fleshmancer. We already saw the Fleshmancer this stream. We don't need to see him again. You fight him. It's a really good climactic boss fight, but nothing like you haven't seen in previous parts. You have more abilities, more ultimates. Oh, we could see some more ultimates. I think it's time to move on to the next game. That's enough of Sea of Stars. Those, I think, the last 3 games that I showed off are the ones of... There's actually... Oh, wait. There's one more that's like in my top contenders bucket that are like vying for spots on the top 9-ish, say. And that is Vemba. Now, this will be a shorter visit. This will be a shorter visit because this game is like an hour long. And honestly, we've played through most of it on stream before, so... You know, there's 6 chapters, there's 7 chapters, and literally over the course of an hour on stream, I played through 5 chapters, a couple months ago when I did a Game Pass stream where I like to try out Game Pass games. This game is free on Game Pass, by the way. We'll just see how it starts. I'll skip ahead a little bit to one of the better parts. I think one of the cooler parts of the game, and then maybe we'll see the ending, which I never did stream on account of I just did that off stream. This is about, like, immigrants. Like, we got some these guys, they're from a part of India that is not, like, the most commonly known part. They have a language, Tamil, that they speak that is, you know, it's in English, but, you know, just know that when they're speaking in white, that's Tamil, and when they're speaking in yellow, they're trying to speak English. They're in Canada, specifically. It's sort of like, goes back and goes forward in time as, you know... It's okay, I wasn't about to leave. It's just Italy. It's very easy. You worry too much, Vemba. If you're wondering why it's named that, because her name is Vemba. That's the reason. This game is a cooking game, kinda. There's some short vignette scene. You know, there's a number of little vignettes like at different times. You know, it'll sort of skip like a couple years between each little vignette, each little chapter, as it tries to as it tells this story. And the gameplay in between each vignette consists of cooking these Tamil meals, these Tamilian meals, these meals from her like her grandma, from her like ancestry. For a second, that sounded like Sea of Stars music. But they got some, like, Indian music for the, for as you go. Here you can see the tools, the instructions, but there's steps missing. You know, the instructions have, faded, so you sort of have to figure out, like, what to do. Amma swears this method makes them softer, so we must figure it out. Let's see. Italy's towel cooker. Ingredients, water, batter. So Italy's are like some sort of like fried thing, you know, or like a, I guess they're like a pastry? I'll say I'm not like that familiar with idlis. Other than to say, I don't think I should. Oh, hang on. So you're supposed to figure out like what exactly is going on. These households have batters and cooked. Make sure to blank or it can leak. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to cover it with the towel before we put the idlis on, and that'll cause it to not be leaky. You don't figure that out, like, let's just, for sake of example, just do it without the towels. It'll be messed up, and you'll have to retry. Not that many chapters. Oh. Fuck, these things move as a unit. Ooh. But each one is just fun in its own right to figure out, work out, and you know, see to fruition. Put in the water, put on the capper. It's all very well made. The food looks great. I don't know that much of Indian cuisine, and I don't know if it's like spicy or anything. A lot of the Indian cuisine I've tried is too spicy for me. See, the batter leaks out if you do it that way. I will say there is a thing sometimes, like, you know, I thought the solution would be do the thing and then do the towel on top so they don't leak through the holes, but instead you do it below and then the batter. I guess that actually makes more sense, because the problem is that they're coming out the holes. It's leaking downwards because of those holes and then leaking onto the parts that are supposed to be no batter. But anyway, you go through, you figure out the stuff. You get a little story about, you know, Bemba, you know, so it needs water, that's right. You find out a little bit about Bemba, you know, immigrant mother, and how exactly she and her man are finding life in Canada, how their son in time eventually finds it. The immigrant experience is a big part of this game, and it's really well done. It's really interesting, really sweet, very authentic. I feel like that's the sort of thing this game would discuss and be like, oh, it's kind of weird how you're describing a culture as authentic. Bemba, you gotta go to sleep. You didn't have to cook. Have lean. These characters are good, you know, and you do, reading their words, get an idea what's going on with them, and like how they're struggling. So much is gotten across by like moments of silence, not even like facial expressions changing, just like it's gonna be tough. You get that impression. They're having a bad time. They're struggling to make ends meet and figure out like living here and with the whole experience, not being from here, not having the language. I say here, you know, they're in Canada. I'm not in Canada. Doctors are free here. What was the second one of these? I'm thinking, like, we look at another one of these recipes. What did the doctor said? That's a miracle it happens. We start packing. You never told me what the doctor said. Italy's again. Look, look. Oh, I said she was a mother. I guess the second arc is like them like mid-pregnancy and dealing with the idea of like, okay, is this gonna work out? Or maybe this is the mid-pregnancy bit. And the next bit is like after baby born. Yeah. I think, you know, for what it's worth, they do make a good decision. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like their son liked it in Canada. That's like the whole thing. Sweet game. I love the way it looks. It's well written, not that meaty, and as a Game Pass game, it's free, so I'll say everyone should try it out. Chapter 2. We'll do Chapter 2 and skip to Chapter 5. Chapter 5 was a good bit. See the bit with the kid. The second recipe was really good as well, and also sort of shows like what she was like as a mother. I guess we're kind of creating in this recap like a abbreviated version of this game that is already like an hour long. Like, yeah, we could skip like maybe some of the middle chapters. Like reading a book and going like, okay, read the first 2 chapters and then skip to the climax and then read the ending. That's kind of what we're doing. The game's an hour long, but we got other games to check out. We actually got quite a few of them. Though I'll say this is the last one that is like, I think at present, vying for the top 9. You know, I am pretty sure this is on my top 10. Where do I have it currently? I currently have it above WarioWare, but below Pizza Tower, Cocoon, and A Space for the Unbound. I think that's about right. You know, those other games, they have scope. They have scope, they're huge, they're gamey, they're games, you know. This game, though, it has a lot going on, and it doesn't outstay its welcome. I think it's, like, the best version. It kind of reminds me of other games like Florence. I think it's, like, the best version of that manages to tell a story really effectively, while also putting in some little bit of gameplay that is, like, fun to do. Just going through a recipe, trying to work out what it is, and doing that. He's driven, self-started, and a quick learner, sir. He's talking in English. That's why. That's the yellow. I'm speaking Tamil. You don't have to pay me. You don't have to pay me. I understand, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for considering me. Good day. The stare. It's just so clear. Like, exhausted. Exhausted. Just in that one frame. And just holding on it. Good. Some real damn good storytelling in addition to some, like, very fun, simple, deductive cooking, you know? It's time for it to go. What, your beard? This is a phone interview. Your clean shave theory doesn't hold water here. That's an interesting line. I didn't do that line the last time. I had no idea, I think, what that meant. It's time to let it go. I spend half these calls asking them to repeat themselves. I should watch cartoons with Kevin. If I could understand those shows, maybe I can understand these people too. Yay! We can watch Batman together, Appa. Yes, but your son is going to forget Tamil at this rate. You know his friends call him Kevin. What's wrong with that? Speaking Tamil, da. Well, what's wrong with that? It's only one letter different anyway. Names tell stories. We're gonna go with that. I remember what choice I picked the first time, and you know, the feelings that they brought to bear with those when I chose that choice. Last time I chose the other one. I chose, that's why we picked it. You know, admitting that, like, yeah, well, it's kind of the intent, but you know, if we feel complicated about things, a way for people to learn where you're from. You shouldn't be afraid to correct your friend. It's your name. Who else is going to tell them? Kevin means beautiful. I want to be beautiful. I just want to be Kevin. I mean, I think that is up to you, however you choose to use your name and say your name. If you want to do a different name to fit in. Never had that problem, of course. My name is Dirt Common. Also, you can tell, like, when he is speaking English on like the thing, it'll be like smudged up because she cannot understand that well. How about something we can make at home? I think last time I did how about something better, which is the better way to go about this, but what about something we can make at home? Like paroda? Doza? Idiyappam? Doza? I've not heard of any of these. Biryani? I feel like I've heard of biryani from this game. Pizza, extra cheese, extra toppings. Kevin. I've only seen my mother make it before. It's a lot of fun to make. Pudu reminds me of a rocket. A lot of steam comes out when you make it. Looks like a rocket launcher. It does. I think this is maybe the coolest of the dishes. Just in terms of, like, some of these dishes, you know, they have, like, weird preparation steps and, like, weird... I say weird. I don't wanna... They have unusual and are unusual foods that aren't just, you know, cooking regular style. It's like, oh, they have, like, different utensils and different appliances that are just designed to make this food, which makes for interesting gameplay, more so than, like, you know, if they were making tacos, that would be nothing. You couldn't get this sort of thing out of this. Like, this is a meal that is made in layers in like a tall cylindrical tube. You know, I know no other thing that is like this. Okay. Rice, water, blend 500 grams of rice. Separate fine rice from chunks. Something or other. Combine 500 grams of fine rice with water. Okay. One thing you can notice is that you start off with 500 rice and, you know, end up with 500 fine rice. So, yeah, I think we mix the water. What did it say? Oh, blend it. Okay. Blend it. Blended rice. We just go ahead and sieve. Oopsie daisy. Oh, we just have to hold it. Or not. Do the wiggle stick a little bit. Okay. I need to take these chunks, add some more water, mix it up again, and continue to strain. That's, okay, that wasn't a hit. Sieve. Go ahead and filter it out. Take this rice, put it back in. Mix it up again. Sieve it again? Yes. Sieve it up. Keep on recycling. And eventually we get to the next step. This one has multiple steps too, so you know they get a little more involved as they go, which is nice. Go. Soak it in the water. Why does it feel like flour even though there's so much water? Mix the water and flour little by little. Alright, that wasn't so hard. When do we get to the rocket? Soon! See, they have this, like, cylindrical cooking device. I've never seen such a thing. Put the coconut layers as far away from each other as possible. I think I've had coconut, like, 3 times. And I don't think I like it. From my memory. I don't know. I don't like a lot of things. I went to Freddy's today. Decided to try their like I decided to try their like California style thing. Okay, let's see. Coconut layers as far away from possible. So that means these are coconuts. These are coconuts, and the rest is rice. Okay. Perfect. Wait, what? Flour, coconut? Thought it was strained rice. Oh, maybe the hoodoo flour is rice. Coconut. Rice. Rice. Flour, coconut, flour, rice, put it on, put the topper on, do it. I want to, the steak, Freddy's custard and steak burgers, or whatever it's called. And I had their California style one that has like Thousand Isle dressing on it. I don't think I like that flavor. That is too much flavor to add to a burger. The only flavor you need is meat and cheese and onions and ketchup. That is what I believe. And lettuce, if lettuce has a flavor. Tomato has a flavor. I don't mess around with like pickles or mustard or Thousand Isle whatever. Bah. It's a cool bit. She does not get the job as a secondary teacher. They all sleep together in one bed, like Charlie Bucket's parents, grandparents. You know, I think that is like a thing that happens in like some parts of the world that people all just sleep in one place. It's a little less normal for in like the Western world, I'd say. I don't know. Like I've definitely seen anime where like, oh, you know, all the kids they sleep in one room, and you know, side by side, and it's fine. We really are at the end of the rope. We haven't sent money home in a while. I imagine if you can't speak English very well, that teaching in a Canadian school would be hard. Unless you're specifically teaching, you know, the Tamil language, which I don't think they teach in schools outside of Tamil, you know, or wherever they speak Tamil. You know, that's not a secondary option for, like, anyone other than maybe people in, like, adjoining regions. So she must just be a substitute that struggles to speak English. That's just... yeah, that's rough. That's a rough way to do it. You know? At this point, you would have hoped to pick it up by osmosis. He speaks English, he talks so fast, he's hard to understand. It's like, you know, he's in a whole different world. More than that, not interested in the Tamil stuff, but he'd rather watch Home Alone. I don't know, I'm worried. You get the impression that this was, you know, written by someone who had, like, the experience of the kid, right? And wanted to reflect on that, what it meant to those others in his life, and how he felt about it, like on a like a grand scale or whatever. Okay, let's jump ahead a little bit. We'll jump ahead a few chapters. Just, you know, getting the Cliff Notes version of it here. This is just a cool little This game, in addition to having those, like, here's some text, here's some cooking that you have to puzzle out. Here's a little bit of this, here's a little bit of that. In addition, there's this one big bit in, like, the middle where it's all just no text whatsoever. It's just, hey, here's a little small vignette that is mostly cooking. You know, Vemba, she's getting old. She gets a text. Finds out someone's coming to... something's happening, you know. We don't get told. We just get to think about this as music plays. A checklist is there. And it's time to cook. If I, you know, best moment in sequence, there are a lot of best moments and a lot of best sequences this year, but this is, I think, the best moment of sequence from Vemba, where it's just a chapter where you get right down to cooking, and it's just a little bit of very obvious cooking activities. You know, this whole game has had a lot more, like, heavy stuff, a lot more stuff where it's like, okay, there's these 5 steps and we don't know any of them. In this case, it's just like, no. This is all just gonna be like Spitfire. It's all pretty obvious what you're supposed to do. And it's almost akin to, like, WarioWare in this one little section where it's just like, yeah, just do an activity. And here's another one. And here's another one. It's got some range, this game. You know, in how it plays with its mechanics, with its ideas, with its gameplay. You know, it's not just for the story and the emotions and the stuff, but also, and the puzzling, but also, the act of cooking is just fun in this game. And it looks so good. Like, look at that oil just fucking sizzle. And listen to it sizzle. Yeah, that's what sizzling sounds like. We're making takoyaki, but not, you know, not really. Like, I guess this must be a pretty common thing in Asia then, like the whole takoyaki type cooking thing, where you have, like, several different little balls that are, like, made into a cooking surface and cooking up, like, ball-sized little nuggets. I wonder where that came from, like, who had it first? Was takoyaki the first, or was it somewhere else in the area? Because I'll tell you, this is pretty much exactly how takoyaki is done. You cook it, you flip it in the middle of its preparation. Not that I've ever made takoyaki. I've had takoyaki like once. I didn't really understand it. Very like a mayo-y flavor. These things kind of look like hash browns. I wouldn't mind a hash brown. Or, you know, like the little balls that you get at Long John Silver's. Those things are good. It's been like probably 10, 15 years since I had Long John Silver's. I should have Long John Silver's sometime. Is it weird that I'm coming out of a... I think I hold down A and then do stick down to do this. Is it weird that I'm coming out of this game that is very, you know... I guess you just hit A. Whatever. That part was being weird. Is it weird that I'm coming out of this, like, very authentic, you know, Indian cooking game with a thirst for Long John Silver's? A very American restaurant. You know... Like I said, I'm not really one much for Indian cooking, generally. I just don't like the spicy stuff, and most of the stuff I've tried has been, like... I just can't do it. I just can't do spicy. Like, mild is about as spicy as I can handle. And anything higher than that just makes me regret. You know, just makes me walk away going, ah! I need to wash it off. And it's not going away. What the hell? I don't know, maybe Tamil cooking is different. I really have no idea, like, what all these spices are doing to the dish. If it's, like, more of an aromatic thing versus, like, a thing that is actually spicy. Of course, you know, as this game, it's about Tamil, which is like a sub-region in India. And the meals that we are making that are in this game are not necessarily, like, the most popular Indian meals. They're, like, from a culture that is, like, not as mainstream, not as shown off, not as explored, not as known. So really, I have no idea, like, what it tastes like or if it would be too spicy for me. And I also don't think that there's, like, restaurants that do that particular thing in America. You'd have to make it yourself. I have heard people say they've made recipes from this game and have quite been happy with the results. And more power to them. That's lovely to think that a game, you'd come out of it feeling so strongly about how good the food looked. And let me say, it does look fantastic. Like, look at that shit. That you would trust to go ahead and make it yourself. We got one more of these quick-fire activities. Look at those chicken legs. Oh, don't they look good? Oh, they're so charred. Personally, I don't like a char as much as just, like, something that's more, like, crisp. And, like, I like it just short of charred. Just before it gets charred, that's when I want a chicken leg, like, taken off the whatever the fuck, you know? That's about how I like the skin. Nice and crispy and crunchy and sweet, but not necessarily, like, charred black. He has cooked up this massive feast with all sorts of fun ingredients and fun like snacks. Tick tock, tick tock. Time passes. That's what that means. She gets a text. New message. Oh, I'm scrolling. I can scroll up and down. I don't think I realized that. Oh, wow. There's all this stuff that's in the records all the way back to, like, 2013. Good morning. Have a great day. Good night. Good morning. Have a great day. Good night. Or are these like multiple days in a row? Yes. The next day. Good morning. Have a great day. Good morning. Good night. Good night, Emma. Good morning. Have a great day. Good night. Good morning. Have a great day. You have a great day. Happy birthday. Thank you. Any fun plans today? Nothing, Kana. Might go to Hoppers today. They give 2x points today. Oh, cool. Good morning, Kevin. Happy New Year. Okay, so now she's not doing it quite every day at this point. That's good. I mean, I don't know. I don't know anyone who does good morning or texts if there's nothing going on. But it does paint the picture of a character. Happy New Year, Amma. What plans today? Might see plans. Come home when you have some time. Not today, maybe another day. Fuck! I was trying to see the video. This might be confusing if you don't know. He just texted and he said, like, I can't make it. Sorry. Another time. She was making this for him to have a big, fantastic dinner when he came by, and oh no, all the food goes to waste. Such a sad little moment. I didn't realize you could scroll up. That's fantastic. That's brilliant. That's all in there. Really sweet. Also, Daddy's gone. That sequence is one of my favorites of the game, and just is such a nice change of pace from the rest of the game where you're figuring things out. She finally got the job, but too late. Her husband is gone at this point. Read all the text in the phone. Yeah, you're right. I didn't do that last time. It is heartbreaking. Chapter 6 is a fun one. Let's do Chapter 6 because this one sort of breaks up the pattern. Because in Chapter 6 you're playing as the boy now, playing as Kevin. This is years later, of course, by the way. Hey, this game takes place over like 10, 20 years, 30 years. There's Kevin. He's now an adult. And he's texting some guy basically being like, hey. Hey, it's not actually usually hung inside the house. My dad just liked to hang it inside. Yeah, it's fine. Needed something unique and interesting here. For the school lunch scene. I was thinking it'd be cool if it was like a super diverse table of kids and they shared cools from their different culture. What do you think Priya's lunch should be? Chicken tikka? Spicy vindaloo? Well, Priya's Tamil, so probably none of those. I don't know if I can scroll up in this case. Will we show her eating nothing? I like this, like, text conversation. It characterizes these characters very acutely. I almost am reminded of, like, House of Cards, where, you know, that was probably the first time I saw in a medium, like, a text message play, like, a pivotal part of the storytelling. You know, because these characters communicated in over text in some cases. You don't see that much often, even now, like text as part of story. It's just more natural most of the time to write in like characters face to face talking or like calling. Even if nowadays you would never do such a thing. You would never call a person. I like to see texting whenever someone has the audacity to try to make it work as a way of communicating. Do you think there are people who, like, when they see that are like, oh, this is not as good as talking. Come on. Step it up. I'd rather they talk these lines. Probably someone. There's probably a reason they don't do that all the time. Give them an authentic recipe. Looks like, yeah, she moved to India. Now you get the final challenge here, which is that the recipes have now been fixed. And, you know, stuff has been added. But, it's all written in the language that he does not, like, speak all that well, turns out. Mint paste. Like I said, final course. There's no text. All you have to do is the diagram and like his interpretation of like, I think I have to mix the tamarind with the water and extract its essence. You know, this game has a basic idea of like, okay, decoding recipes, figuring it out, but it does it in just more than that one way. You know, there's also... Ah, there we go. Add it. Water plus... thing C to get water. Do I need to add more water to here? Yes, I think I need to do the thing where I extract multiple times. Repeat until I've gotten all the stuff that's coming out. 3 times. There we go. Anyway, we don't need to see the entire that arc, but you know, he cooks it up. You tell he's like conflicted about it. Let's do the last chapter, which we never saw on stream, never was on stream. I stopped literally at this point, right before this happened here, which was you know, him visiting Bemba in India and cooking one last meal together, mostly for fun. No, this one isn't as puzzly as the previous one, which was like a fun spin on the previous puzzle solving thing. This is just one final thing and then credits. And also the music is good. It's easy. It's all about temperature control. Pour the batter in, and since the stone isn't hot, you can spread the batter easily. Add oil around the edges and turn up the heat. A disaster. Ah. Good joke. I don't know if that translates to, or if that's a pun in Tamil. Because it's a pun in English doesn't mean it's a pun in Tamil. A disaster. I did it wrong. Put in the batter. Wait. No! Okay, well, I guess... I thought it was going to be batter then oil. I guess it's oil then batter. I think I know what I did wrong. Water. Wait, what? Is it oil first, then? First pour water, then fire low, then batter, then oil. Okay, yeah. Okay, batter now. They're around. What did I do wrong? Ah, I gotta fry it up more heavily. Below. Batter on. Spread. Ah! Haha. Unnecessary. Don't do this. Actually, this is not bad on a regular modern controller. Part of the problem with the original, you know, with the original Nintendo 64, it was a very bad controller for, like, the stick was very hard. You did it! Great job. I think, like, the amount of time you spend on that makes it, like, more or less fried. You can have it be, like, really dark. A thicker one with toppings. Yes. Not really, though. It's not like... Again... Date. Oh, fuck. I forgot to turn down the heat. I guess it can be a little tedious if you fuck it up repeatedly. You know, and some of these steps, they do take a while to execute. You know, there are things you can say against this game. As far as, like, you know, in the context of Game of the Year, where... In the context of Game of the Year, where... like, it's all the best games of the year all up against each other. I want to add carrots. I don't like carrots. I don't think I let it cook long enough. It's a little bit... Well, maybe it's fine. That looks good. I don't like carrots. Apple's favorites. Doing it with mutant, but you can do it with chicken or beef or whatever you like. Take it down. Just a really mellow game, and I think one with a lot of impact. All the emotional moments land, and the cooking is just fun to do. It didn't inspire me to, like, actually take up these actual recipes, but happy for those who did do that thing. Hell yeah, beaten eggs. Oh, I love beaten eggs. Coriander, I have no... Beaten egg is a coating, followed by the curry, the coriander. That's some sort of meat. I like meat. Let it get all nice and cooked. There should be a nice brown. You really have to wait for it to change colors. That looks good. I don't know what key is. I don't know what key is, but I would eat like a bunch of meat and egg on a tortilla. You wouldn't have missed home so much and left that they had like Doza restaurants. I am here for more than just food. Yeah. I'll make the rest and then join you. It's sort of like a fajita. Kind of looks like a fajita to me, but with like a more diverse like range of options. That's just the finale. Them cooking up together and having complicated feelings about about ancestry and all that. Is this research? No. Actually, I quit that job. I couldn't write what they wanted. I couldn't write about dozas, cerise, and musicals. Our lives are more messy than that. Sometimes it's messy. Sometimes it has people like me. I've acted like being T-Mill was convenient for me. Now I'm acting to Mill. Now I'm acting to Mill when it's convenient. And there's a job on the line. Couldn't deal with it. Being unfair, you still are that. Even if you did, like, not try that hard. Forrest wasn't there for you. Every time I wanted to apologize, felt guilty. You always said you stayed in Canada for him. I know how much it must have hurt. How much it must have hurt you and Appa. It was so sudden. That's right. There was a whole plot thread where, like, he wanted to do writing. He wrote in Tamil, but, you know, Tamil writing doesn't sell anywhere outside of Tamil, so he couldn't be a writer in English. He can't speak it that well. Whereas, like, his son, you know, managed to write in English and do some stuff in English. I came here because what's best for me. I loved living here. Sad, but, you know, we're happy. Sweet game. How long are you staying for? That's it. We're done here. We're like, 5.5 hours in. And we have gotten through all the games that are, like, in the top contention for, like, the top, 9, let's say. That's Vemba. Cool framing device for the credits. You know, I was thinking, what's the best credits of the year? You know, kind of wondering myself, like, are there any other contenders other than WarioWare and Mario Wonder? And, come to think of it, this is, up there as well. Did Sea of Stars do anything special with the credits? I forget. I know that before credits, you do, like, a fun boss fight thing, but I can't remember if it did anything before credits. A whole, like, space shooter thing, which was okay. Not important, not important. Credits are, not exactly, like, the biggest, not exactly the biggest, like, Game of the Year qualifier. Okay. We have played a couple games here. These three are in my top 10 for sure, for sure, for sure. Cocoon, Sea of Stars, and Vemba. We also played Pizza Tower. 4 games, let's call it. 4 games today so far. But there are a number more games what came out this year, and these games are worth considering. Now, I will say, let's just knock a few of them out real quick. Like, I didn't play Liza P, so that's out. Persona 5 Tactica, I fell off really hard after the first chunk that I mostly did on stream. I just couldn't get myself to even care a little bit to push through like one more combat encounter, so that's out. It seems like it has some interesting things going on. It could be okay. It could be like a 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5 maybe, but it's not in contention for Game of the Year. GoldenEye 007 port, it's not in contention. It is a good port though, and they finally released it. It was unreleased for a number of years, but yeah. Call those the honorable mentions here. And you know what? I will honorably mention Jusant as well, and have it go bye-bye as well. Jusant, consider yourself honorably mentioned. You're all right. The climbing is really interesting. I think it does get tedious, and I get tired of it before it is over. Right? Like it simulates being a mountain climber really well, but it also and like climbing walls and stuff. But also it's has the problems of like a game where you climb everywhere, you know, which is like, oh, where do I go next? What? There's like 3 walls I can climb. Which one is the optional objective wall? Where's the way forward? Jesus, I'm just walking around trying to find a fucking wall to climb up. Okay. It's kind of a lot of that at a certain point, and I fell off it. It's not going to be in the top 10. That said, I do think these, Sea of Stars is also this year, but, let me just go ahead and I'll add it. Why not? Just for shits and giggles. Why is it in alphabetical? Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. I guess I would like it to be in order last accessed. Now, there are still many games here, other than the honorable mentions, that I think are interesting and or worth looking at. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's say. So let's look at them in turn. I'm going to start with the Making of Karateka. Let's start with that. The Making of Karateka, which is kind of just a documentary. Basically going over a game from the past called Karateka, which was very important for its time. You can sort of just read from these descriptions, and you'll get like a good thumbnail view of this whole thing. Actually, you know what? Like, first off, like, hey, how did a teenager with an Apple II design one of the most influential games of all times? That is the question this documentary asks. And it sort of says, like, okay, first, he wanted to create an arcade shooter. The lessons he learned from its rejection would inspire the creation of Karateka. It became its life as a realistic martial arts tournament game, then over-the-top action movie before finding its true path. Working with his father, Francis, he pioneered the use of rotoscoped animation to bring life movement to games, and it was a smash hit, not just for the Apple II, but many other platforms. And he had some ideas for a sequel that never came to fruition. This is basically what the story you're telling here, except instead of over the course of like 2 minutes, over the course of like maybe 3 hours, you know, going point by point and going in depth and going like, okay, you know. Wait, why is it starting from there? Okay, whatever. This is not a timeline. You know, each of these has like, you know, a bunch of materials, details about the era, some videos that are like an introduction to the idea.
So, this
Yes,
is a media mate.
that's a media
And it
mate.
contains a bunch of 5 and
You can show captions.
There's a lot of classics here. And
You can
just
skip
behind
forward
here,
like
including
4
things here,
seconds.
including Wolfenstein and Beyond Castle Wolfenstein, which inspired
I do
Gaiden.
find with this
And just
documentary,
behind that is the game.
you do a lot of reading in this.
Love it. It's so good.
You do a lot of reading, and then you watch a video, and the video kind of restates what you read. It kind of says the exact same thing, but over the course of like 5 minutes. You know,
told a story, and yeah, eventually I picked it up.
you know, you are hearing from people such as John Tobias, designer of Mortal Kombat, so that's cool. I saw Gary Whitta in there at the end.
Amazing.
They're sort of explaining like how it is very influential, how it was very for its time unusual. You know, they didn't have music, they didn't have animation quite this smooth, and people were really impressed with it at the time.
But I think the story, the time that
It's a pixels.
It's really interesting and well made, and I do think like, you know, going into all the materials is fascinating, going like, oh crap, here's like the original drawings that this guy did to like make his like asteroids clone, asteroids blaster, and you can actually literally go pull up the game he made, and that was just asteroids clone that was never published, you know, or maybe it was. What's Hayden's Book Co? Maybe it was like in a magazine or something. I'm sure we could find out, but you know, you can play the game, and yeah, it's fascinating to go into detail and go like, okay, well, here's version 1, here's like version 2 of that. It was changed a little bit to be a little bit less of a clone of asteroids, which I'll say, nowadays you'd be allowed to do this. You know, like fucking 3's got cloned like immediately. Like cloning is kind of not illegal. The industry lost that fight over whether it was not okay to clone a game. Going through all these materials and seeing like, ooh, here's how the concept evolved, here's how this is, you know, all the different iterations of like, oh, here's Death Bounce, a game that that he made, you know, that was sort of in that same asteroids mold, except the thing is bounced off walls, and that was sort of the gimmick. And he sent it into a magazine, and they said like, could you make it better? And over the course, he did like several versions of it, and you can play every version, and that is just very, very neat. You know, to play each version and go like, oh wow. And you can also just like watch a playthrough that'll like show you all the important bits. You know, like, oh, here's stage 4, stage 5, stage 6. So you don't have to like get there. You can just watch how it would play. And you can see like, yeah, this is kinda just pretty rudimentary, you know? Pretty simple. The kind of thing where if a high schooler made it today, you would say like, yes, of course, anyone can make this. I made something that was about as good myself in high school and college, and I didn't see fit to like even release it. You know, like for a project or something, I made like a Earthbound fan game once, and it's lost to time. I don't have it anymore. For like an independent study, I did another thing that was similar, but 3D. Ooh, imagine that. Imagine if that was possible in Mechner's age. At this time, like, I feel like a lot of it is the difficulty of like, oh yeah, you know, just programming it all. You know, they didn't have engines. They didn't have like even Java. They didn't even have like the basic stuff, or like programming languages that make things easy for you, like Java, or even better ones that we have now. They didn't have any of that crap. They just had to wing it. I guess there was an escape sequence. I didn't see that when I was going through. What's the escape like? Oh, wow, you just fly out? What? That's a half-baked idea. I guess, you know, hey, this is all half-baked ideas. This is a game that never came out, that never got signed. I'll say, like, a game like this is, like, totally releasable for $40 in the 80s. You know, there were worse games than this at the time. This was actually quite sophisticated for that era, or maybe, like, just before that era. You know, and you can see, like, oh, there's all sorts of letters and documentaries and videos, and here's someone, you know, they made a, like, they made, like, a twin-stick shooter style version of Death Bounce and put it in here. So you can play through, like, what Death Bounce could have been. I think this is very neat, you know? Imagine, like, the dumbass game you made, like, in high school class or college, you know, blown up to an actual goddamn releasable game that has a production value to it. That's this. That's kind of neat. I do think this part where when you like eject out and you have to be sucked out, that don't make sense to me. I think we're good. And of course, there is all Karateka and various versions of that, you know, about how, oh, we did this, and oh, I learned to rotoscope, and oh, my dad did all the music, and he's a big music guy, so he was able to do it right. And I think this stuff is interesting, like, about as interesting as a documentary like this could be, you know, and part of that is that Mechner, like, kept around a lot of the materials and a lot of, like, the footage, the notes, the prototypes. Like, a lot of those versions are lost to time for a lot of other games, but...
To run, so I'm using the woods in front of the house.
You see there's the thing that they did. Oh, that was a... Talking about Prince of Persia. Another game that did this, that Mechner made. The more popular of the games that what he made. I think this is really in-depth in a way that is great, but also it repeats itself so much. It, honestly, by the end, I was literally fast-forwarding, like, 4 seconds at a time, just reading the captions, because I just wanted to read it as an interview rather than watch it as a movie. Which I do think is a point against it, and something that makes it so that I'm not really thinking it's number 10 at this moment. You know, there are cool things like, oh, you know, every step of the way you can see this, and you can see like the animation overlaid onto him actually running. There's that. The sketches, the rotoscope, etc. Use of cross-cutting. Oh, he did a whole thing. Mechner had some amazing music. This is Jordan's original, the one he submitted at first and only had like a single level to it. It's not that different from the one that ultimately got released, but that's just a little more fleshed out. And I get that this was very impressive for its time, Karateka, but I'll say as a video game that you play, maybe not the best. Like, this is all in service of a, admittedly, cutting-edge game where there were, like, mountains in the background, cool backgrounds, etc., cool effects, music. confused what I'm doing wrong here. And it's for a game where you have to, like, run and then change stance or something, and then, oh, come on. This is even worse than I remember it playing, but I guess that's the first prototype. Play the retail version, I guess. I mean, hey, this is a pretty cool thing for a game of that era before, games were good, I'll say. Like, if you compare this to, like, Adventure on the Atari, like, yeah, man, this is an order of magnitude better. Also, it came out, like, a year or two before Mario Brothers. So, you know, not that far flung from, like, actual good games. Mario Brothers. Here's my thoughts on this game. Really. Amazing look into this game. I like the remakes of it that are included and all the prototypes. That is just raising the bar for a piece of this work. This feels better than the earliest version, by the way. And a surprise to no one prototype doesn't feel as good as the final. You have to sort of, like, hold up at an angle to run. It's weird. I think this raises the bar. I mean this documentary, not this game. Raises the bar for what this sort of thing can be. You know, the fact that you can just see just jump to the part that you want to see, etc. That's a pretty novel way to do a game like this and do a documentary thing like this. It kind of sounds like they're gonna do Prince of Persia next, which, sure, okay. Mechner also worked on that one, and I'm pretty sure that is a better game. A lot more of a game, anyway, than this one is. But I will also say that my overall take is, like, yeah, this is really well made for a documentary about a game before games were good. You know, do this, but for, like, an actual good game, like Mario Brothers or Ocarina. Oh my god, that'd be incredible. Like, I would love to see an Ocarina of Time version of that, but it's not that. And also, Nintendo would never let them. I hope, though, that Nintendo has some sort of, like, big Miyamoto retrospective plan for, you know, the next couple of years, while they have access to Miyamoto and he can do things. You know, that would be, I think, ideal. Where are my groups? Okay, next of the other games here to revisit. Armored Core. Gonna take a drink. Armored Core. Now, if any game was, like, the front runner for, like, a game that is so cool. Oh, god damn it. That's about as big as Sea of Stars was. I wish it would just automatically update all this shit. Just automatically update all this shit, please, in the future. 4 gigs. God damn. Well, it's gonna be done in a minute. We could jump to another game, or we could wait, like, a minute and 40 seconds. It's not gonna be a minute and 40 seconds. It's gonna be, like, 10 seconds. I'm gonna take another drink. You know what we should do right now? We should make sure that all the other games are, like, Good to go. Are you good, like a dragon? Gaiden, the man who erased his name? Yes. Like a dragon is good. What about Diablo? Oh, no way Diablo is going to be good. I haven't played it since forever. Yeah, let's go ahead and get that in the pipeline. What about the other Like a Dragon? Like a Dragon Ishin. I don't think so. And we've already done this one and that one, and I think that covers the rest of them. We should end on Diablo? I feel like Diablo is maybe like one that could be up there as well. Yes, let's work towards Diablo. I think we'll do the Like a Dragons next. That sounds good to me. Okay. Armored Core 6, The Fires of Rubicon. Oh, I need to change the game. I need to remember to do that. Oh, I already did it. Okay, cool. Was when I tried to update it. Armored Core 6, The Fires of Rubicon. I will say I've never played an Armored Core game. I've never played a game from this developer that I actually got into. But Armored Core 6 is pretty goddamn fantastic. It's just an extremely good feeling game that I didn't get anywhere near to finishing because it's pretty goddamn challenging. And some of the missions get really fucking hard. Let's go back to an earlier... Let's go back to a simpler time and play like some of the earlier exciting mission. Let's play one of the earlier ones. Which I do know some people like to, you know, replay missions. Oh, you only get like a certain one to start with? Okay. We'll play the first mission just as like a, just to sort of ease us in. And then we'll go to another mission and probably have my custom mech. That's a whole custom job.
We're close to Rubicon. Wake the dog up.
Handler Walter verified.
This game is very much about just doing the gameplay and just being a badass in a mech shooting stuff. I haven't done a stream of this before, but I feel very... it made an amazing first impression, and the only thing that would be holding it back from being in my top 10 for the year was that I didn't finish it. I didn't get anywhere near to finishing it. I sort of hit several walls and was unable to push through all of them, or find the time to push through them, you know. On a certain level, I do find some of the harder missions to be more frustrating than fun. Like, I don't always think that there's a perfect... A lot of it is like building your mech to be the right mech for the right mission, right? And this takes a level of thought that sometimes I am just not in the mood for. And also, to beat the missions, you'll also need to sometimes be good at dodging, good at, you know, playing the game. But goddamn, is it not, if it's not like one of the coolest games of the year. If this was coolest games of the year, Armored Core 6 would be right up there. Right fucking up there. Are there any, like, other games that'd be up there that aren't on the list? Well, the Like a Dragon games, both of them would be on the list for cool. They are definitely cool. I'm gonna skip this. So this game just immediately feels really good to play who activates this boost mode, and you're just like sliding around as a mech. You can jump, hover up. When you land, the energy recharges. So you can do like a cool charge. The aim is like semi-automatic a little bit, so you don't have to worry too much about accuracy. Just line it up and shoot. More advanced targeting systems will make that more accurate, so you know you can unlock stuff that makes it even more. That makes you even more accurate at range. Was this the mission where you find that ends with the boss fight, or is this like a lead up to that mission? I forget.
Your AC's taking damage. Patch it up. See the contaminated city down there? That's where you're landing. Access the catapult.
It is a beautiful game too. Like, as far as like graphics technical goes, I do think this is one of the more phenomenal games of the year for me. You know, right up there.
Time to fly, 621.
There is some story in this and some writing, but it's all very minimal and all very ignorable, and you really don't need to engage with it. Just run around and shoot dudes and, like, hit them with your sword and fire missiles at them.
Guerrillas from Liberation
It's just immediately so cool.
the way of our work. Eliminate them. I'm picking up signals from AC Rex.
When you're out of battery, it makes a noise like a airplane. It almost is like, what is that noise? It's like a plane whose door is open. That doesn't make sense. Or like the... Or like... I can't quite place it, but it sounds very familiar. The noise that happens when you're out of energy. You're boosting around, you're laying down fire. There's cool weapons. Shout out to the shotgun.
What?
This is the sort of game that when you play it, it makes you go like, well, when it makes me play it, it's like, man,
Breathing down our necks.
something has to leave the list, and it's almost a shame if it's this one, because I do feel like, of the games, this is the one that I didn't finish. Like, this is the one where I feel like the most regretful. You know, like, oh man, this is so good. You know, I wasn't able to push through all the way, but goddamn, even the parts of the games that I played, it just is so fun to fly around, shoot stuff. I almost wish there was a way to just, for it to just be a little easier, you know. Well, I understand that that's just part of the Souls guys' modus operandum, you know. It's supposed to be a challenge, and I do think the challenge makes it more memorable.
Stompung and Schneider are on the move. Corp AC. Wait, was that an independent?
That's right, it's an independent.
You're outnumbered 6-1. Use your missiles.
There's like a whole stamina meter, where like if you, or like a stagger meter, where like if you break someone's armor by using enough attacks on them, they'll like get all staggered and shit. I don't do as much of the like multi-target rocket thing. I don't use that often in this.
Extract
So this whole plot is that you're someone from off planet, and you're trying to make like you're from here. So you're trying to steal a, you're trying to steal like an ID from a dead pilot and pretend like you're them. That'll let you do missions. The missions are all very like short to medium length, which is nice. None of them outstay their welcome. It's very easy to just play a bunch of them. This is maybe one of the longest missions in the game because it's like, you know, the tutorial and the introduction, and it ends in a boss fight. I wish that there could be like a more UI at the center of the screen. That's one thing I think. The UI at the bottom left, the bottom right, I always don't look at that. I'm always just staring at the center. So if there was like numbers and like a reload meter, like there, well actually no, the reload meter is in the center of the screen. I could use numbers in the center of the screen as well, so I could see visually what's going on with that.
Find out who they're working for.
Let's see about this license. This one's already expired. I've picked up one more Rec 621. Transmitting marker. Go and check it out.
One more of these, and then a boss fight, and then we'll do some like regular missions, I think. I guess there's no mission that just starts with a boss fight. But there are some pretty damn cool ones. I think of the wall. We should do some cool missions, some specific ones that I know. In fact, maybe we should just bounce out of here and go to some of those because... well, this one isn't like the top.
That's it. Try accessing the Rec.
Well, actually, hang on. This is at the end. We just gotta do a boss fight, and we'll give one try to this boss, and if we don't do it, we'll do a thing. I'll say that I have heard some people say that you should replay missions, get a better score, and then, you know, get a payout accordingly.
Call sign.
And then you can use that to invest in, like, more stuff. Another thing is cool is that you can, like, resell anything you get in, I wonder if I can do this time.
They won't have enough to ID you.
Having beaten this guy before, can I beat him now? Trick with this guy is that if you get in close, he can't do nothing, I say, as he like loads me up full of machine guns. You get in under him. Okay. For a lot of people, this is like the Crucible, you know? This is the first fucking mission of the game, and it starts with a boss fight that is just really hard, and you can't do any customization to get out of it. You just have to be good. It took me a lot of tries to get through this guy, but eventually I did, and, you know, got to see a lot more of the game, and that lot more that I saw was fantastic. I staggered it. Staggered that helicopter. This could go either way. We started out with one health pack down, so you know maybe we could give it one more try. if we don't, just win right here. Eeh. Sometimes these missiles, man, it's like I just don't get what you're supposed to do to avoid them all the time. We'll restart from checkpoint and have one more try, but we start at full health.
That's it. Try accessing the wreck.
I do think boss fights like this are a thing that I find very frustrating. And it does take me a while to push through them. When I do, it is a hell of a thing. I did spend, like, maybe one night on a later boss, like, 4 hours into the deep, deep night, just trying again and again and again to beat, like, the first axe boss, I forget what its name was. There we go. Get him in a stagger state. And then just lay into them and you can really... You can really, you can really, like, work them. He's out of bounds! You asshole! The fuck is this? Get back into bounds, man! I can't fucking attack this guy if he's out of bounds. There we go. Easy, easy. That took a lot of tries the first time. You know, you gotta learn a thing or two before you get past the first fucking mission. I can't blame anyone who can't get past that and instead decides to just, you know, return the game. It took me a while the first time, true, but, once you get past the hurdle like that... That's right, I'm Raven. So you do missions, they're all not that long, and it get you money that you can spend on stuff. If you spend some money on stuff, you can always refund it, sell it for the same price you spent. So it's just a matter of like buying new parts and like changing what you have to work with. If you find you don't like something, you know, it's not a problem. You can just go on with it, you know. I'll say a lot of the building stuff is a little much for me, and I do like to just settle on a design and have that be it, but sometimes when you're in a boss and you're having trouble, being able to, like, tweak the design helps a lot to, like, make it feel like you have options other than just getting good. There's also the arena, where, like, you fight to earn, like, different... additional, like, you know, first off, you gotta beat the people who you're fighting. And when you do, you get, like, special chips. Which I think is cool, you know, like, even more bite-sized chunks of this game. Or just like, oh yeah, fight a single mech. This is my current, mech that I have. He has 2 shotguns and has the reverse feet. The reverse jointed feet jump real good, basically, and can boost extremely far, which I think is really fun. But also it means that you can't have too much armor, so as a result, you can get staggered really easily, and oh geez. What is this, swords? Oh right, I have it. I have this. I'm trying like swords with shotgun, with like a shotgun. For the last mission I was doing, Dang it. That was close actually. Let me tweak the vehicle design so I don't have that fucking sword. There was a mission where I need swords, so I changed it so I didn't just have shotguns, but could have a sword as an optional thing. That is what happened, right? Wait. Handle man. Grenade launcher. I'm confused. Back unit. Oh, it's the pulse blade is equipped. Yes. Okay. Let's change that to be a some sort of missile launcher. Let's go with the vertical missile launcher. Actually, the dual missile launcher looks stronger. Let's go with that. That's about as good as I can go without getting overburdened. That is an issue with these reverse jointed ones, is that burden is an issue. That said, since I like the shotgun, I don't need to like, you know, there's not that many better weapons that are heavier that I would want to use. That said, I do have some builds, some things that are like just tanky with a million ways to do like big chunky damage, you know, rocket launchers and grenade launchers and just a lot of that so that I can stagger people and repeatedly and have that be the way. Let's see if we can do it now. That we understand how our thing works. Where is he? He's fast too. Jesus Christ. Oh, wait, you know, you don't get any repair kits for this. Right, that makes sense, because it's, the enemy doesn't get to repair, so why should you? I tried this a few times, and I wasn't able to do it. This might be the limit at which this mech design can do. Then again, we're getting awfully close, and I do have emergency shields. Bah. One more try, one more try. I'll say this is the sort of thing that's like depressing about this game, is I feel like I've reached my limit as far as like how well I can do, how much farther into this game I could push. I would love to see the end of it, but I haven't played in so long, I'm rusty. These last missions are likely to be... These missions that I'm on are likely to be more than I can handle. Maybe also did they nerf the double shotgun strategy? Maybe I should go back to a more traditional, I say a more traditional strategy. Like a non-shotgun based strategy. I want to do one more try, but I'm going to switch my mech up. I'm going to go to AC data and load up... What's wrong with this? Includes parts you don't own. Oh, I sold up some parts. Let's go with big un. Let me see now. I got no others. There's some presets. Oh wow, I didn't know this. So if you want to just like try a existing one. Does it tell you like what parts to add? That'd be interesting to just go and buy like all these parts and try out some of these other kits. That's a side of this game I didn't think about, is that there are like some ones that are made for you that you can give a go. This is my big one. It's just a really heavy weapons platform that has like tank treads, so it's slower to get around but also more tanky, and has just like rocket launchers for days rather than shotguns. A lot more AP. I didn't get into the tank build as much. Kind of looks like we're winning the battle of attrition here. We are like faring much better here versus his like you know, we're both tanks, but my weapons are eating into his health faster than his are into mine. Okay, cool. That is a good thing about this game, is that you can, if you're having trouble, switch things up and play an entirely different way of doing it. That could end up being the secret. With the tank build, there's some weird stuff with like facing that I find to be a little bit weird. And he's kind of pulling it back now. It's close. Come on. Oh, damn. We got it. Okay, I didn't think that was doable, but that was good.
Concluding evaluation. Well done.
Just need a change of strategy. I'll say though, maybe I should change this big one up a little bit. I don't think I like the tank treads as like a way of movement. There's just too much weird, like, directional stuff here where you have to worry about what direction you're looking. I mean, it makes sense that, like, the one that feels the most fun to play is also the lightest and the weakest one. So if you want, like, the most fun movement experience, you gotta give something up as far as, like, durability goes. I want to switch out the feet for this one here. Do I have any, like, better generators? No, I don't. Okay, new big one. I'm just gonna go ahead and, OS tuning. Because we beat that guy, we unlocked some more points, which we can use to unlock, like, some perks and stuff, which are cool. Like, hey, I could get weight control that lets me take out an overburdened mech. Manual aiming. Practical usage calls for experienced technique. Quick turn. Salt armor. These are, you can only equip one of these at once for what it's worth. I think let's get some explosives damage. Let's see, damage mitigation. Oh, that's also really good. Damage mitigation. I'm gonna go with let's get some. Yeah, I can get 2 ranks of explosives. Yeah. There's some good upgrades that I think would help me. The only thing to know about this is you can't take it back. Oh, actually you can. Shit, I just noticed. Reset OS upgrades. Didn't notice that. That is nice. Oh, crap. It does cost money. And, you know, unlike That is, I guess, the only permanent way to spend money that you can't not immediately refund. I'll just leave it as is. The only one I would want to refund is maybe the have alternate weapons thing, which I never really got that much use out of. Ended up not liking. We got a lot of money. I'll say this also. I have a lot of money, but I'm not sure what I really want to buy. Sweet 16. This weapon is not a true shotgun. That sounds cool. Let's try that. Okay, I think I do know now what I want to buy. Can I buy 2 Sweet 16s? Yes. Okay, that's what we gotta do now. We gotta design a new mech. Go to... Where is the AC design? AC data. Save. Overwrite the biggin. Alright, now let's go to assembly. And I want to have 2 revolvers, Sweet 16s. Can't go wrong with the vertical missile launchers, I think. Then again, these 10 cells are pretty good. Head, really good head for the energy spent. Like, let's get like a really meaty torso. Get some firearm specialized arms. For movements, I would like to have how overburdened are we for like this? Not that much. How about, let's see if I can just make this work by, say, moving down the generator. Well, this generator, yeah, good change. It said it was a shotgun, so maybe something more specialized to close range. Yeah, this is just so much middle of the road in a good way. Let's go with that. Is this less weight or more weight? Well, it's better, so it's heavier. Let's see if we can make this work, though. Okay, I can switch out the core. Try that other generator. I think maybe... Yeah. Wait, any of the other heads works. Okay. Get some altitude stability. And I think we got a good mech here. Beautiful. Let's paint it a slightly different color. Entire frame. What's a good color? Silver and purple is fun. Green and yellow, I like that. All units. For the guns, let's go for a, Ooh, I like that. Kind of looks like a toy. This kind of looks like a toy, actually. Pattern. No, I don't like the pattern. Make the entire frame a little bit weathered. And we'll call this, Gunslinger. I'm assuming I like it. Okay, let's, there is online mode, which I've never done and probably never will. Like versus or something. I just want to play the game. I'll also say the training is also pretty good and like, you know, gets you rewards. They give you rewards for doing the training, which is great. I guess it's not so much good as much as it is just like, you know, the whole thing. Let's do one of the earlier missions, specifically Operation Wall Climber. Is Wall Climber really that cool? In Operation Wall Climber, there's like a big wall, and you're sort of like climbing the wall and reclaiming the wall. It's cool in the moment.
Activating combat mode.
Coming up on this big wall.
Commence mission.
But it's not perhaps the most
Clearing the way for Arquebus.
exciting.
Cannons protecting the city, and the Baus tetrapod MT further in. There's heavy fire coming from up top. 621. Keep an eye out for cover.
You'll never climb the wall, corporation dog! Core, abide with Rubicon! 2 repair kits remaining.
Okay, so first off, these are not long-range things. These are very short-range.
1 repair kit remaining.
Good to know. Might take another like crack at that optimization again. Like I said, maybe the close combat specialization would be better.
621.
We stand as one! Die, mercenary!
It's like a.
50%.
So does this fire all of its shots in one? I got 13. Yes, it empties out every time. I love to get close and just burst a bunch of damage on guys. That just feels so good in this.
At 30%. No repair kits remaining.
Killed that guy.
Baus tetrapod MT eliminated.
Remember that guy being a challenge.
Reduces the threat in the city.
Flying upon this big wall.
Break into the wall.
Left-hand ammunition at 50%.
These things are slow to reload. Maybe I should only use one at once, rather than like pop pop, blasting both of them at the same time. Yeah, these guys, they don't take 2 hits. That is the thing I also like in this game, just doing one shot then the other. Reminds me of Order of Ecclesia, which also let you just equip two weapons to the same slots, set 2 of the same weapons to your 2 weapon slots, and made it like a 1-2 combo. Like you hit one and then the other, and you get like a, you know, no cooldown as a result between attacks. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. Very satisfying, like literal 1-2 punch there. Penetrate the wall and reach the top. Oh, it's time to penetrate the wall. I kind of expected this to be either like a shotgun with like ammo or like a.
Be prepared for
It's called the 6-shooter. I kind of expected it to be more of a cowboy. It did say it was a shotgun.
Do you read me?
Or a kind of a shotgun.
Rusty. You're fast. Guess you're sharper than they'd say. I'll have to step up my own game. A numbered Vesper is an elite. But remember, even Balaam could crack the wall. Don't count on him too much.
Right-hand ammunition at 30%.
That guy has a shield, but we were able to overpower him. Sometimes you want to have like specific things to deal with specific enemies, but Fortunately, that is not the case here. This might be the number 10 game. It is really goddamn good.
Lift nearby. The target is close.
I have my regrets about not finishing it. And, you know, we'll definitely play some of those missions that or in the parts that I didn't get to, but honestly, if anything tonight, I did push past a single fight that I had been stymied on before, so I probably just haven't spent enough time trying, haven't spent enough time, like, experimenting.
Supply Sherpa. Make sure you resupply.
That's basically a little checkpoint before a boss. All these missions are like nicely short, nicely sweet.
I'll distract it while you hit its blind spot.
And just like the ultimate cool game feel moments, you know, just running around, jetting. It turns out that that these games maybe were always good, and the stuff about like Armored Core being like overly complex and weird and like you know, requiring like weird controllers to even play, that was just a joke. That turned out to be a joke that the community that played it was making. Like, oh yeah, we got all these fancy controllers. Like, no, you don't need any of that. It's tight and fun and ooh, so good.
Hate to leave you like this. You'll have to finish without me.
We are just wrecking this fella. This is like Act 1, so I guess it makes sense. I don't think that generally, you know, you get that much more overpowered as you go, but you do have better options and access to like bigger frames and beefier batteries, beefier generators, so maybe in general the stuff that you get later is better. I feel like it's always more of a trade-off though, where like, okay, this stuff does this good, but that worse, and you know, you're getting this, but you're losing some AP, some altitude control, whatever. Some of the details on that are sort of beyond me, lost on me, but the important thing is, this rules. This game rules.
Confirmed. Juggernaut destroyed. Operation Wall Climber is a success.
Yeah, we took the wall.
But Rusty, it seems he knew who you really are.
There's a bunch of stuff about, like, all these missions in this game that you accept. They're all from, like, different factions. And literally sometimes it's like, okay, I just took this faction from the corporations to go steal the wall from the independent Rubicon, the independent Rubiconian Independence Front. And then later, there's another mission to take back the wall for the independent, the Rubicon Independence Front, where they're paying you to get in there and take it back, which is funny. You know, you really are a mercenary. You work for all sides. You don't really play favorites. Let's switch to this, get some more close range assist. I think that is kind of more what this is going for. One more previous mission that I want to pull up. It's not going to be one of the really hard boss fights, I'll say. Though, it's worth noting that those are a huge part. We have seen a few boss fights, but there are some certain ones that really stymie people. Really, at the end of acts especially, really just make it so... give people the trouble. I guess you only get ratings when you replay a mission, huh? I've only replayed, like, these two missions, so that makes sense. We gotta do, let's see now, Ocean Crossing is one of the boss ones. Operation Wall Climber. Here we go. There's this shit. Oh, hang on. I need something with range. Let's Let's go with the big one.
Time for a little self-promotion, 621. Smash the Strider and
Yeah. You can ignore all the dialogue. It's not important. You know, it's all right, but the important thing is just you're jetting around, you're shooting guys. It feels so good.
first,
It's a cool planet.
make contact with the Strider.
Look over there. It's a giant walking monster. And it's gonna try to shoot us.
Activated AC. Must be one of the corporation's dogs. Activate the gun. Burn them away. Yes, sir. Coral, abide with Rubicon. Abide with Rubicon.
Abide with Rubicon. Yeah! Okay. This thing is tankier maybe than the first thing I used for this. Those lasers can kill you if you're, you know, in a less tanky machine. This being a, something with stilts, you know, with 4 legs. It could just weather a lot tougher of a storm. And once we get close, they're not going to be able to use their laser thing on me quite so much.
Alright, now you're up close and personal. Take out one of its legs and bring it to a halt.
Let's do it. The scale on some of these levels is just lovely. It's just like super damn cool. The legs, they can hover real good, so you can just like
Strider leg compromised.
set this up and just like rain destruction from above,
The harder they fall.
which is cool. Hello! Goodbye. I'll say, like, I think that everything but the tank feels good. You know, the reverse I think is my favorite. You know, it sort of has like the fastest dash and the most mobility. The normal isn't that bad. You just have to get used to not having the good boost, and no other perks other than, you know, being able to carry a little more than you could otherwise. I like that this has the hover, and the tank, you know, that's just the one I can't get behind. I just feel like it's way too much of a punishment for having, you know, a lot of capacity.
Trying to counter run. Head to the midship 621 and don't let them go.
A little less volume? There's a little less volume. Let's be careful. I'll go to the midship.
We can't take the enemy AC.
Honestly, I don't have that many complaints about this game. It's just sublime in a lot of ways. It's just hard, and I just haven't been able to push the way through it. And I really wish I did, because it's just so damn cool. We'll jump ahead. We'll jump ahead a bit after this.
AP at 30%.
Oh, hey, you respawn.
2 repair kits remaining.
Oh, Jesus. I like the way that there's like an alternate mode, you know, not an alternate mode so much, but like you hit B and you're just like scooting around. Not that this vehicle is that good at it, like, you know, it sort of sacrifices ground mobility for air mobility a little bit.
Sub-generator destroyed.
Yikes. I should probably stay clear of that laser. Yikes. Ugh. Okay, we gotta go under now. Yup-a-doo-doo-doo.
Just one left.
The hover mode is really good on this particular set of legs. You know, like I said, gives it a perk. I kind of wish that the regular legs had a perk, you know, above like the reverse legs, other than being the perfect middle ground, you know, lightweight, not cumbersome in any way. And I kind of wish the trank treads were like more fun for their disadvantage. Like their disadvantages of aiming is intense, but you don't get much for your
Sub-generators destroyed.
for your thing.
Shield is offline. Head to the front segment and hit the target.
We gotta kill the eye now.
Now you've got the target in your sights. Time to finish this 621.
A lot of cool missions where like you know, you'll be going to a cool place, killing a cool thing. Oh. Uh-oh.
No repair kits remaining.
Okay. Somehow it missed.
The eye is taking significant damage. Sir, the eye's in a critical state. Impossible. How could this 1AC do this?
Yep. Got a lot of rocket launchers on me. It's all very satisfying. It's all very like lightweight. None of it outstays its welcome. The only thing is that you have to be good. And in a lot of cases, it's gonna say like, hey buddy, you can't proceed.
And it looks like all that energy it was sucking up has nowhere to go.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Move 621. You need to get clear of the Strider.
Damn hyenas. Damaging the planet.
Maybe like if it had more of an assist, like, oh yeah, let me give you some ideas or something. I don't know.
See that 621? The Strider's blowing itself up.
Maybe that would help for like getting over some difficulty spikes, like a suggestion. Then again, you know, you can always just look up game facts and see what people are saying. But that's like a step that I tend not to take. No. Ooh. Go on like one or two of the missions that are available to me now. I believe these two mean I've tried this one, the PSA, but I haven't tried these two. I think is what this means. This one I tried and failed on. What are the decision? What does that mean? Decision. What does decision mean? Is this like an optional one or the other? Enforcement Strawns or destroy the special forces? Catcha. Defend the main missile battery until the launch system completes. This one is like the least. I'm gonna skip the thing. Well, I shouldn't. What's the briefing? Okay.
Long time no see, tourist.
This is later on.
Got a job for you.
I now have a lady in my head
CA's show of
at this point in the
force has
game.
finally started to affect my own business. Those spineless coyotes jumped at the chance to become their lackeys. RID territory again.
Those are weird looking mechs. Or maybe the robots.
Say this calls for fireworks, and I've got something that'll blow them away. The coyotes can be ungrateful, though. They're bound to come running to stop the launch. That's where you come in. Intercept them and defend the missiles. We'll make sure the coyotes and the PCA get a chance to see RID's famous fireworks.
All right. Sortie. I think we're shooting someone.
Less time, Raven. Let's head over. Hopefully the dozers won't be too dosed up on cool to make an appearance.
I kind of would like to do the gunslinger, actually. I feel like the gunslinger is a better loadout.
In combat mode.
Yeah, I'm gonna, just real quick.
Main system activating combat mode.
Well, that don't do it. Real quick, I'm gonna change to the other one. AC design, AC data. Load that one. All right, now let's go do that mission. You don't need to listen to any of the text or anything. Just go.
Main system.
Sometimes it helps to know what you're attacking, you know. But the story is,
Without you, tourist. Get to your position.
I think it's best understood as just flavor. You know, like, yeah, you are PMC. You are like working for everyone. You know, you are a mercenary. You are doing like some fucked up shit, and you don't care who you do it for. You know, just getting in there. Oh, we're defending. We're not destroying. It's great flavor. You know.
Confirmed. First
But it is just like something but it is like not the highlight, not the star of the show. You know, the star of the show is the way the mechs feel.
Oh yeah, you haven't met.
Oh, this might not be good.
Admin. Doesn't talk much, but he knows his stuff.
A shotgun against missiles? I don't
No
know.
time for pleasantries. We've got coyotes to deal with.
Oh, we're defending. We're defending. Okay.
Around with the PCA. Smart, but not for long. Here comes the
5-minute defense.
Keep the fireworks safe.
Okay. This is about as long as I've seen of a objective.
Raven.
Like 5 minutes to Oh, there's a lot of them. Too many guys, holy shit. I feel like I need a weapon that is not so slow.
Your job, tourist.
I need a weapon that can take out a lot of little guys without long reloads between
All those coyotes. Don't let them slip past you.
between things. Between shots. At any rate, when we shoot guys, oh crap, there's guys we didn't take care of back here. They're totally fucking up our shit.
Flight and ammunition at 50%.
Third wave coming from the bridge. These machines look different.
Toy box mechs. One of our spicier products. Take them out first.
Left-hand ammunition at 50%.
Stop that. These weapons are not ideal for this mission.
Chatty's almost ready. Don't fail us now, tourist.
Right-hand ammunition at
They're coming from 3 directions at once.
What? Where?
Don't let any through.
left-hand ammunition at
We've lost the second submissile.
We've only got the main missile left, tourist. Guard it with your
Yeah, I
legs.
know. My guns, they reload very slowly. Against, like, whole hordes of guys, really need, like, some sort of AoE. I'll say in this game, there are some, like, archetypes of weapons that I would like, you know? I'll say, like, I have not been particularly happy with my over-the-shoulder things. Like, I feel like I want, like, a big AoE thing that hits a bunch of guys. I guess you can't do that, like, there's the whole multi-targeting thing. I tend to not, fuck around with that. Oh, jeez. I'm out of ammo. Well, this kind of works. Somehow. These guys are soft enough so
The bigger dogs.
you could kind of punch them to death.
Batter up, tourist. You've blown up a warship before, right?
A warship. Okay, so I have to fight this warship.
Quit playing around, tourist.
I'll bang on it, okay? Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you! Okay.
That's the stuff. Thanks for the pre-show, tourist.
The missiles have been destroyed.
Can't launch erect missile, tourist.
Fuck!
I'm not that good.
What a dud. Consider this mission failed.
We punched out a fucking warship, but those little guys, you know, they got out of hand. We need to change out our whole loadout here. What we need is like a assault rifle. I would like a better assault rifle. You know what? Let's go to the store and buy a better assault rifle. I feel like there must be one that I would like better than the one I got. That is the basic first one. I like that one. Oh, right, but I do feel like I need a new one. Burst assault rifle. Shotgun, handgun, bazooka, napalm. The laser weapons haven't really impressed me that much. I think I got one and then returned it. Ugh. As far as, like, weapons that shoot one bullets at, like, any range, I do feel like the one weapon that you get early on is, like, the one of those. It's kind of unfortunate because I would love to have more variety in that space. That's sort of, like, where I like to operate if I'm not, like, going for missiles, for, like, bursting down big targets, or, linear rifle, was it? Go with a linear rifle. We'll go with 2 linear rifles. Do I have a... Go to the part stuff, see if I can buy a linear rifle. Get a second linear rifle. And let's scale this down a little bit. Go with the vertical. Go 2 of the verticals. Head. Try to get the beefiest. Well, we don't really need beef in this mission. Beef was not the problem. Firearm specialization, yes. I want the mobility. Mobility is good. More thrust, I think. Get that medium range assist. Let's just make this a new orange. And something dark. That'll do. We'll just save another thing. I feel like I haven't saved enough of these things. Linear Man. Another, like, straight shot, like, regular gun would be nice. I do think that's the thing about this game, is that there are some weapons that I don't have that I would like to have, or like, more variation. There's a lot of weapons I've tried and I've not just been as into. And, that does make it feel like my options are a little bit more limited.
Without you, tourist. Get to your position.
We did a lot of the schedule. I suppose they're an ego rush.
Yeah, this is doing much better for, like, eliminating these guys.
Confirmed. First enemy wave destroyed.
Let's get over there so we can destroy any, like, ships as they come. Really, I'd like a big, overpowered, like, single shot thing on my RB and LB, you know, my shoulders. And I feel like, what I've got doesn't quite measure up to what I want. Haven't able to find or / buy a thing that looks like just thing I'm looking for.
They're coming from the front left side. Intercept Gaiden.
This is much more effective.
I almost pity the poor fools.
Ooh, okay. I'll say this, playing this game now. Frontrunner for number 10. I have at some points considered, like, honestly, like, well, does Vemba really stand on the list? Maybe 2 of these games that are in the number 10 contention could have been in the list. I will say, going back to Vemba real fast, there is a lot to like about that game that I remembered revisiting it. I think it holds its place as on the list. And I think that this is very much making another case for inclusion. You know, I don't know that this game has issues. It just is difficult, and I didn't find time to push through because it's just, you know, difficult, and that's just how they do. Honestly, I'll say for what it's worth, like, this game could be higher than 10. Like, that would just mean, like, Vemba at 10, and then whatever the non-Vemba game would be, if that were to be the order of the list. But, whatever the case, Vemba is getting on the list, as is one other game. It could be this one. At least I think so. No. Game of the Year is a time for looking back at all the games and just thinking, like, really, how do I feel about this and that? We have protected the sub-missiles this time.
We got more toy box mechs. Don't let any through.
We've lost one sub-missile.
They're walking all over us. Do your job, tourist.
Yeah, we lost one. I think we should be able to survive, considering that we're doing so much better than the first time. And that first time, it was damn close. Ooh. There's the ship.
A warship? Looks like the bigger dogs have arrived.
Laser sword. Don't let
We did make it all the way
Back
up.
tourist. You've blown up a warship before, right?
Yeah. You just gotta shoot the bridge a lot. That's where the people are.
see warship destroyed.
That's the stuff. Thanks for the pre-show, tourist.
Missile launch sequence complete, Chief. Ready when you are.
You're the best, Chatty.
Okay, cool, the timer's down. And this time, it didn't get destroyed, like, right as it was, going out of cutscene mode, or whatever.
Tourist, there is the predicted impact point.
Good.
Looks like I was a little off. Well, close enough is good enough for me.
Raven. They really are like fireworks.
Well, goddamn, that's cool. What a cool game. That was not a mission I tried before. Wasn't that not doable? Maybe I was just at a point when I last played this game where I was like, shotguns aren't working anymore. I feel tired. Maybe if I had just said, like, okay, back to linear rifle.
The fireworks show. The Chief loved work. That's all I had to.
If I had just said, like, back to linear rifle, I would have been fine and been able to do it, but also, I would like a new weapon to go to rather than going back to the linear rifle. You know, one that I really liked. You know. Maybe, I look down this list and I see, like, I remember the burst rifle being weird. The assault rifle was sort of low damage, didn't do enough for me. This will be like a short range version of that. This is cool, but very, well, I haven't tried that, so I guess because I can't speak to it. Rocket launchers are good, and grenade launchers are good, but they're like for a specific sort of thing. I tried the laser light weapons. I didn't like them at all, and the pulse gun is good for certain cases, but like shields. But I don't know. Try this one.
This request comes from the Rubicon Liberation Front. Let's see what it says.
This is a choice, so I guess
We have a mission we'd like to offer you.
I don't know what decision means.
The PCA has deployed the Cataphract, a special forces weapon
Said
specialized
decision in the
ground
menu.
combat. If we allow the corporations to seize this kind of technology, things will take a dire turn. We want you to deny them the opportunity. Destroy the weapon first.
Okay, destroy a big ding. Okay, I can do that.
Is a moving fortress equipped with almost impenetrable armor.
It's tough.
It incorporates a bipedal MT as its core, making it a highly versatile threat. That MT core is also its vulnerability. Focus your fire there, and it can be beaten.
All right.
You're our best chance. What do you say?
Let's do it. Sure. It's a big, tough dude. Let's, linear I don't think is gonna be the thing. Let's try the gunslinger again. Feel like this might be a case for the gunslinger. I do feel like playing it now. I am playing it better than I've ever had. Like, taking more attention to make multiple different, loadouts. Like, for a while, I just sort of modified the one that I had. And, didn't bother distinguishing it. And the first one that I did do that was when I made the shotgun jumper, which is, you know, one of the last ones you need once you realize that shotguns are really good.
Incoming.
Code 2-3. Enemy AC.
And the one that is sort of a big boy. Oh geez, this is just right into a boss fight. Hell yeah.
You got something showing up here. That leak of yours started all of it. You really think we will let you walk? You've made Rubicon Corporation's playground. We have law and order under the PCA's watch.
Must be your license. Something that the real Raven did.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not concerned. I'm just gonna fight this guy. I'm gonna kill him. This is going well.
Looks like the Cataphract's designers never expected a frontal assault. Keep hitting that sweet spot, 621.
Code 4. Send me what you've got on priority target range. The combat simulator has been fed.
We're kind of just shooting it at whatever range works.
Code 1-8. Whoever this is, it's not Raven.
Oh crowd, they figured it out.
They're as much of a threat to the PCA, if not more. I don't know who you are, but you're dead.
Huh. That's weird. Not gonna worry about that. We killed it. I remembered I'll say, the other mission that I was on seemed harder. The one that I haven't tried.
The Cataphract has been destroyed. Mission accomplished.
Some of these missions are really short and it's great.
Borrowed licenses are always trouble.
What are you and Walter doing here on Rubicon?
Hey, don't worry about it. It's a whole thing. I don't know either, really. I'm just his, you know, his dog for whatever purposes they have in mind. You know, I really don't know why we're here or what the plan is.
You again. I'm a busy. So I hear. Get to the point. The plan to raid the PCA. Of course. Very well. One more thing. Gen 4 is as good a pedigree as any.
Show my hound some respect. Show my dog some... I forget what he said. It was 2 seconds ago. I'm not really concerned with those parts.
One new message.
Raven, thank you for taking the Cataphract.
You're welcome.
Will was pleased. With your
Thank you.
help, maybe we can beat the corporation.
Maybe.
We need to step.
We'll see. I'll take any mission, though, so... I'll take ones even against y'all. Ooh. How do I know what's new in the shop? Pulse missile launcher? I don't really want that. Okay, hang on. A pulse gun. A Gatling cannon. Specs of the ease of handling than typical. Yeah, let's try the Gatling cannon. Can I also get it on the other side? I like to have two. Let's see now. Grenade cannon. Yeah, let's get the Gatling cannon. I should look at the other things in the other categories, like the heads. I'll say that a lot of this stuff I don't understand, like what the difference is between this and that. Why I should get this. I guess I could read. It just says it's good. It does look really good, though. Yeah, I'll get that head. What's this? Developed to succeed the MIT machine. Modern fans of such classic hardware are fond of its characteristic thing. It has really good stats. A really good... Let's try these out. I don't know. I mean, they're just regular legs, so they don't do anything special. But... should help to make this a little more bulkier, a little bit more tanky. Let's try this Gatling cannon. Try 2 of them. And, we'll change out the 6-shooter as well. Let's get like a, I still have money. Let me get like a new set of weapons to put on. Try to get something. Oh, no, I don't. I don't have money. I can sell something I don't use, like the machine gun. Let's do that then. I don't use the machine gun. I don't really like those as much, I don't think. I believe... Wait, the grenade launcher is higher value than the... Whatever, I still feel like I don't need it. Okay, let's buy something new then. What's good? What was that napalm? Napalm bomb launcher? I want something with like a medium rate. It'd be cool if you could get 2 laser blades. Let's do something with like a laser on one hand, and on the other hand, let's see now. Stun bomb launcher. Napalm bomb launcher. Okay, fine. We'll try the napalm bomb. Okay, napalm bomb launcher. And on the left, we'll just go with a good old pulse blade. I kind of don't like the other blades that I've tried that much. And we will paint it. Bubblegum pink. With weapons. Of... purple. Save edits. Just go ahead and save that. Juicy Lucy. Juicy. That's like a bubblegum brand, right? I don't know. Either way, that's what we're calling it. Attack the old spaceport. Wait, this is new. Okay, so that's what decision means. You do one mission or the other mission. Huh. So that mission that we didn't do was really hard and was one of the reasons why I sort of dropped and stopped playing. Turns out I didn't have to do that one. I would do if I did a different mission. I didn't get to, in fact.
This is V2 Snail.
Huh.
I shall brief you on the operation.
We'll do this one and then that'll be it.
You will be under my direct authority.
Ugh.
Consider it a rare privilege.
This game's so good.
Simultaneous surprise raids on 2 planetary closure administration bases. One is the Hall of Communications base, the relay for comms between enemy squads. The second is the former Bertram spaceport, seized by the PCA for its suppression fleet. V4 Rusty will be dispatched to handle the Hollow base.
Feel like this is a big mission.
His objective will
Or
be to disable their
very least an
and
important
prevent
mission.
support from PCA elite squads. Raven, during this time you must destroy all the heavy warships berthed at the spaceport.
Okay. I'm gonna do what the guy says.
Solid plan, but there's a catch. Disruption of PCA comms won't last long. I'll come support you when I finish my
It is late now. Jeez. Well, I've been... Like I said, I was up all the night last night, working on my new PC, so I'm fine with it. I'm going to have to correct that over the next few weeks. I think I will stay up later and later and loop around, and then I'll be good. Or maybe I can just, you know, otherwise adjust my sleep schedule. You know, holidays.
Code 1-5, intruder detected. Sharing all base personnel. Commencing threat evaluation.
Is this effective? This kind of seems like it might be a joke weapon. Then again, people are dying. Claiming messes.
Code 5, target for termination confirmed.
That's a planetary closure administration SC Raven. Engage.
Good. Those guys. Hey. Well, this gun is really, like, good at getting the AoEs and handling, like, big groups of dudes. I need to try these Gatling guns.
Target for termination approaching warship.
Estimated threat range 3 to 4. Contain the target.
That's pretty good. Man, I should play more of this game. I should finish this game. That's my thought right now. I should be playing this when I'm struggling to think of something to do, because you know what? We have pushed through the thing that was I was struggling with. It turns out, well, I didn't push through it. I sort of went around it, but
Code 5,
I'm no longer stuck.
moving to intercept.
I have no excuse. I can't even say like, oh, it's too hard. No, I'm good. I defeated the arena fight that I was struggling with. I got past the missions that I was last doing. Nothing but good things. Okay, let's just focus on the you know, captain's quarters.
Don't expect the comms blackout to hold for long.
Just one more.
What? Where? Ah, okay. This is making a really good argument for number 10th. Honestly, it's making a really good argument for, like, hey, probably should be higher on the list, even. Honestly.
Target is approaching warship. Open fire. Keep the target away.
Definitely the game of the year where I play it and I go, I should have finished this. You know, some of these other games I'm gonna go like, or I have gone like, yeah, you know, it's good, it's great, but I don't regret not finishing. Some games I go like, yeah, it's, if I had played it differently and not just rushed to the end, maybe I would have enjoyed it, you know, but more.
Resupply while you can, 621.
This game, though, goddamn, maybe Diablo will be like that as well. Like, I'll say Diablo 4 was good while it lasted, and I'll say, like, I never stopped having fun with Diablo 4. It just got... It just, I just lost steam on it, you know? And also, as it went on, there was just less and less experimentation. We'll talk about that later. We gotta get to it, though.
They're firing from above.
I'll say, I guess it's good that these streams are of equal length. Seems like it'll be just about. Like, we're about 7 hours in. That's about where... We're about 7.5 hours in. You know, maybe less for breaks and startup time. You know, you can look at the VOD later and see where it is. It's probably like 7:20. And the other VOD was at 10 hours, so... You know, we're nearly there. Nearly at that point. If the Like a Dragon games go particularly long, which I'll say, I am planning on not being so in-depth with one of them, considering that I did, considering that there are 2 of them. But I do believe in, I do want to get some progress at least with the, oh hell. Oh, right. Cockpit. I like these Gatling guns a lot. These Gatling guns are a really fun RVLB. There's still fun things to discover in this game, beyond what I've seen. And I'll say, like, unlike a lot of things tonight, this is, like, my first time in these parts of the game, so, you know, brand new to me. I do feel weird sometimes, you know, replaying games so much on stream, you know, because I do want it to be a game where I know that good stuff is ahead. You know, I want to know that I like it. I don't want to spend, like, hours and hours and hours with a game that, like, oh, I really hate this back half. Oh, it's getting worse and worse. Ooh, that doesn't sound like a good time. But it's nice to have a first-time experience on stream. You know. But then also it could be a bad experience, and then it's... What's the deal? This guy a boss battle?
Looks like we've got high-ranking PCA officers.
Okay, let's see what we can do.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've got your back, buddy. Hope you've got mine.
Alright, Rusty. There was one battle with some high-ranking guys that went pretty... Took me a while to get through. Recently. That was one of my, One of my, Nice thing about it does, okay, it does overheat. I was gonna say, nice thing about it is this seems to. Ooh, I was not looking at my health. Seems like we won't need the insurance. Let's change it up. This loadout is not good for this mission. We're gonna go into AC data and let's go with the big gun. Let's go with the. Oh, I guess I do have a heavy hitter that's similar to this, but with grenade launchers on one of the things. It is nice for these cases, these bosses, that you can restart checkpoints. Because some of these missions are so long, you know. You don't want to lose progress. I will say, if we don't do this now, I would love to just, you know, rely upon... Well, actually, this is fucking them up real good. Yeah, they're fucked. The heavy hitter is pretty good for bosses. Boom! Alright, we used half our health getting there. Where's that other guy? Maybe he's fighting, our ally now. If we didn't do it, I would leave it on and hopefully come back later. You know, the thing is, you do have to rely on the quick resume, the smart resume on Xbox, not like overwriting it. Which can be finicky, you know, you can't rely on it, but... I don't play that many games on well, you know. The only case where it could get overridden is in a stream such as this, where I'm playing, like, a dozen games, you know? It can have, like, progress on, like, 6 games without losing any. Okay, actual boss time. I wonder if there's a checkpoint here.
I'm picking up something. I've sent you a marker. There's something there.
Okay, we're going to place, so definitely gotta be a checkpoint. Like, come on. There wouldn't not be a checkpoint after this. Oh wait, we're not going there. It's just, hey, look over here.
It's underground.
It's coming for you. Oh God.
What is that thing? Is that another piece?
Oh God.
There's no pilot. It's an autonomous sea weapon.
I can't get a read on it. This is bad.
So is it gonna stop, or do we have to fight it while it's like just tearing ass? Wow. I'm not sure if this is like a cutscene or this is just how this motherfucker fights. Kinda looks like this is just it. Oh, okay, here we go, cutscene. Now it's entering like a mode where we can fight it.
Wait, something's wrong.
What?
It's changing its behavioral pattern, answering to a greater imperative.
Okay. Are we fine? It seems to be going.
To protect the convergence.
Okay.
Looks like the PCA's helped itself to the Institute's relics.
That was pretty damn cool.
621. Rest up at base.
I want to finish this game.
I'll come up with a plan to deal with our new...
I guess I'll say, like, that's the strongest reaction I've had of any of the games that I haven't, like, finished. You know, I have said of no other game tonight or on Thursday that I hadn't finished. I think I will finish this game. You know, I have not said that of any of them. But I am of this one because, oh my God.
Situation, 621.
Oh, yeah?
IA-02, aka Iceworm.
I guess that's going to be our next mission. My next mission.
An autonomous deterrent created to protect the coral. If we don't take it out, no one's going to reach the convergence.
I forget what's going on in the plot, but I'm not really worried. I think I must be near the end.
Ahead of us.
Not too far, anyway. I bet I can push through.
621. Don't forget we've got a job to do on Rubicon.
I don't even know what the job is.
Bring you all the way here for nothing.
Well, goddamn. Oh, that is one hell of a game.
3 new.
Heard the news. Iceworm, huh?
Yep. Another mission? Thank you.
This is V8 Pater.
Yep.
Archivist and Balaam have agreed to
Okay, I heard that. I will take a mission from you another day. Maybe that's more of an all.
Mission number RB23.
Yeah,
Call
what?
sign, B rank virtual encounter. You have entered the upper. May these encounters further.
Oh, well, I probably should get on that sometime. Also, the other arena things. Hell of a goddamn game. Why you paused? Resume. God damn it. Update that shit before it's up. Before its time is up. Wow, it's bigger than... And okay. Yeah, well, it's been a while since I played Diablo. Alright, let's see if we can do this while checking out the next game here. Like a Dragon Ishin. I will say... there are multiple Like a Dragon games this year. This one is sort of a remake of a game that came out only in Japan. So it's a little bit clunky, a little bit more old-timey, and a little bit more, out of sorts. But I will say, it is very cool, it does look very good, and it does have some goofy, fun side quests. Like, look at these guys. They're doing like a weird dance. That's like a whole thing in this, that's like a whole thing that they explain. It's like, oh, you know, back in the day, they used to do this dance and say like this expression that basically is the Japanese equivalent of "Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Who cares? Who cares?" That's sort of a demonstrate against authority, you know? They're just being weird about it. Protesting, yeah. Yeah, these guys are just dancing. So this guy's being a real dick. Ejinaika. It's as fitting as a song for the hopeless as I've ever heard. Heh. Hold on a moment. I am, Roma. I'm not, Kiryu. I look like Kiryu, but I'm actually a different character. My deal is that, I got framed for murder, and I need to find out who actually did it. So that is why I'm in town, and that is why I've joined the organization that I think, that I think is responsible. And because I'm such a goddamn good fighter, I've become a captain in that organization. I am figuring out who done it, and there's been a lot of really intense fights along the way, and amazing set-piece moments. Ugh, you disgust me. I'm wearing a tailored Komodo, jackanapes! Let me just check something real fast. You are updating, right? Yes, good. Okay, good. This guy says, make an example out of me. That's not gonna happen. I'll say, of the 2 Yakuza games this year, Like a Dragon games, I do think this one does have some interesting stuff. It has this whole, you have a fucking gun, and you can just, like, shoot people. You got, like, special gun moves, and also you have, like, a crew that just do magic special attacks every now and again during battles. Like, right now I have rapid fire if I could stand up. I think it is very funny to have, like, all these guys come at you with knives and you're just shooting them to death. That is very funny. It also does have the classic Like a Dragon side quest content that is high quality, charming. There's all sorts of weird things. There was a side quest earlier where, like, I saw, like, a globe. There was a teacher, and he's like, oh, I just got a globe, but I have no idea what any of the countries are. So I'm going to point to a country. The kids are going to ask, like, hey, what's this country? And if you could say, like, it's America, that'd be great. And that was kind of a fun, goofy mission that also makes you think, like, oh, yeah, you wouldn't know what the countries of the world were if you've never seen a globe before. And in this time, that would be uncommon. Huh, that is the perfect scenario for some comic, Ejinaika, we heard this refrain could change society. We defeated a tyrant, all through the power of dancing. Well, I don't know if that's all it took, but I hope your lives get a bit easier. Here's an item. I'll say, as far as, like, between this and the other Like a Dragon game, hey, I do think this game has some advantages. I do think this game has some advantages, like the side quest content is a lot more flavorful and a lot more like the regular. I'll say, like, honestly, after playing Man Who Erased His Name for the first time, I ran into the side quest content, which was surprisingly lacking in that game, which is very unfortunate. But this has that. This has a setting that you don't see in any of the other Yakuza Like a Dragon games. And there are other things that are cool about it, like the gun shit and that. I would say, as far as criticisms go, it is a very straightforward game. It does have very cool moments. Also, I'll say, like, there was this moment where I was in a bathhouse and a big tough dude came in, and we both, like, sort of, like, taunted each other, and we're, like, rearing up for a fight in this big, gorgeous, steamy bathhouse, buck-ass naked, and then we, you know, fucking beat each other half to death. You can do, you know, karaoke, which is goofy and fun in a way that is good. I guess that's about it for side activities. You know, they're in, like, ancient Japan. They don't have, like, arcades in this era. Maybe at best they have, like, maybe at best they can do, like, a, at best they can do, like, a... At best, they can do, like a board game or something. I think there's probably something like that in here. I mean, we can look at the map. Like, you can see, oh, there's a shogi parlor. Yeah, I like shogi. That's the chess type game. Shogi's cool. You can do shogi. You can go to the blacksmith. You can go to a tea parlor. Restaurants, that's kind of a big deal. There's an arms dealer. A shady bar. Chicken racing. I'll say another thing that I don't like about this game is you spend most of your time in this little area, at least so far, and there's so many times you pass through, like, this particular choke point, like, and there'll be, like, a ambush here, or random dudes here. Mostly this game is a lot of go to the checkpoint, go to the objective marker, do the story mission, and, you know, rinse repeat. And the thing is, you're always starting from the inn, and you're always going to the office, which is over here, so you are running, like, this exact route countless times, which I think is a real bummer, especially compared to the other Like a Dragon game this year, where there's all the hubs that have ever existed in the Like a Dragon games, you know? Like, there's also random guys that assail you on the way. You know, like, oh, they'll come up and they'll try to pick a fight. It's the whole thing. And it can get very tiresome. I like still, though, a lot of this game, and I did really want to finish it, really did want to push through, but never found the time, never, and when I did find the time, I just got tired of making this one walk and fighting like the handful of enemies along the way to get to what is admittedly a very, very cool thing. Where's like a restaurant? There's a dance school. There's a Donkey Hody? What? Donkey Hody is like a convenience store in the modern era. What the hell do you mean, Donkey Hody? That is just a Donkey Hody. Like, look at this. This is just a Donkey Hody with multiple floors and like a really packed storefront. What the hell? What's for sale? They sell about everything. God damn, wow. Sure, I'll get that. This place is well stocked. Yeah! When it comes to variety, we refuse to be second best. With all that inventory, doesn't get difficult? Not at all. I've memorized the location of every item we carry. That's a hell of a feat. Find it hard to believe. Put me to the test. Let's see. Find me a flute. But of course. Bamboo Shaku Kachi. Well, I'll be damned. That's fun. You can't go wrong with Like a Dragon. Other than the parts where it can get overly long. And that, you know, you can get tired of it. To get through, it's like, you know, always like 10 to 20 chapters. And each chapter will, you know, probably at least take around an hour or so. Maybe more. You know, a concerted session, in other words. That can be a whole thing. I like it when you go to restaurants in these games and you have like a meal. I don't think there's any... Well, there's a tea shop. It's the tea shop. How do I get into the tea shop? Maybe the tea shop isn't open at this time. Maybe I need to get further in the game to unlock the tea shop. Maybe I need to talk to this guy who's in front of the door. What's up, Samurai? You look sad. Be one's face. All that matters? What? I deliver countless damsels safe from vagrant clutches, be they so repulsed upon sight of me. Why must I be ever afflicted with such a curdled visage? What are you talking about? Calm down, dude. Take a breath. This guy can't get chicks, even though he, like, saves a lot of people. 'Tis shameful for a man to fret so, but I have saved many a damsel, and none were happy to see me. It's what's on inside what counts. Such a comely face rends honeyed platitudes bereft of sweetness. And still I confess they yet provide some faint succor. That's a Guri, roaming warrior. I'm Saito, but that's a fake name. By the way. Again, whole bunch of plot going on. Suzu-san. Oh, hang on. He seems friendly. She's interested in the friend. Oh, no. Where are you off to, Suzu-san? Eh? Oi. A samurai of truly Winston continence. He too targets fair Suzu-san. With his charms, the roguish fiend. He too? You mean like you do? Eh? Well, yes. I see. What are you two whispering about? There's some good silliness, as is in most Like a Dragon games, where you can run over to the side and talk to this fucking, like, this fucking hopeless, samurai who saves a bunch of people, but can never seem to get them, you know, despite the heroism. I don't know, I feel like a lot of samurai look like that with the hair. That's like the hairstyle of samurai. It's not like he's balding. It's just, that was the style at the time. I like that, Kiryu here has normal hair. I don't know. That style of hair, just... Yeah, there's a reason why it's, not what they do now. No one does that now. It's, all these characters, like, a lot of them are based on the person who acts them, by the way. And the acting is real charged. Let's see what's going on. These people are angry at us. We'll just do a bit of this and then go to the other Like a Dragon game. Bunch of tough dudes throwing their weight around, and a bunch of other tough dudes also doing the same. You get some real fucking charged bullshit in these games. And of course, when there's voice acting, it does sound really good. You know, all the people, they're talking Japanese, they're saying things, and they're saying things cool. They're angry, they're passionate, they give it their all in the voice acting booth. How about a little more volume? And of course, I'll say it's all really well written. The writing is great, whether it's being serious, dramatic, or goofy. Tense. It's the king of tension. I'll say, though, of course, it does it every time. It's all the same. All these games have as much cool factor, as much tension, as much comedy, generally. Let's get into like a combat mission. You know, push a little forward past this setup. Why would his own men kill him? Okay. What's another name? There were 7 guys, including Kamo-san. Serizawa has his own men, yeah. 3 of them fought some guys. Yeah, I'm good swordsman. Aside from the chief itself, only he could fight. Hijikata-san didn't feel the same way. Whoever did Kamo-san in never found out. Kondo might have done it. Don't mention Kamo. Hell of a thing for someone in the Shinsengumi to ask. I know we're just like trying to figure out stuff, but... Damn. And these characters are all based on characters from other Like a Dragon games, like, you know, same faces, same actors. Except they're different names and you know, transplanted into the past. Which means they all get to have cool hair. Because the real people have cool hair. Let's see what's up with this room. I want to do some sort of main mission that involves a little bit of combat. Most of them do, so we should see like a scenario where we're going to have to pull out our swords and fight a couple dudes, and maybe something really cool will happen. Thinking about our past stuff. Hey, buddy. Oh, yeah?
無駄だな。局長は多忙につき不在だ。
それじゃあ、俺が局長に会うにはどうすりゃいいんだ。
Oh yeah?
向こうから会いに来るのを待つしかない。なんなら他の者にも聞いてみろ。みんなそう答える。
Something's going on with the chief. You can always just follow the arrow along. I do think in this game, you know, there's like a run system, and if you run for too long, you get winded. That's kind of more annoying than anything. You know, just like stopping every couple of seconds to catch breath. That doesn't make for the most compelling gameplay. You know, we played a lot of games tonight where it's really fun to just jet around and move around a lot. This is one where it's kind of a drag to get from one place to another, which can be a shame because between main mission markers, that's what you have to do. I want to say hello.
近藤さんは多忙なお方だ。まあいずれ会える日も来るだろう。いつまで待てばいいんだ。ずいぶん近藤さんに興味があるよ。それが何か問題あるのか。大ありだ。あの方と気安く会えると考えられては困る。
There's so much tension and stuff going on in every scene. It's good.
君も新選組に入った以上はな。分かったらもういい。
Yeah, Crystal. What about the guy who's just like completely out of control? The Majima of this world. There's a bunch of guys we can ask. It's Majima, fake Majima. Past Majima. Ancient Majima. It's I think it's strip.
服をしにとったんや。ふんどしも言っとらないかな。これ以上負けたらこいつらタケラ班に何されるんやろ。
Yeah, he's invented strip poker. Oh no, Trooper.
なんや、はじめちゃん。
His clothes are blood covered, you know. He doesn't wash them.
局長を探している。
さあな。 知らんわそんなもん。
He doesn't give a fuck. He also doesn't give a fuck, but for a different kind of giving a fuck.
Yeah, 邪魔したな。
Alright, let's go outside and talk to more people. Anyway, there's some really climactic big moments in this game. Oh, hang on. Some real cool set pieces at the end of every chapter. And some real cool dude shit.
俺はまだ局長の顔を見たことがなかったんでな。特に話があるわけじゃない。そうか。その局長直々。何?
I got an assignment. Uh-oh, that's our name.
知っているのか? いや、知らねえ名前だ。坂本は土佐藩の勤王志士だ。竹地藩ペータの作った土佐勤王党の筆頭。1年前に藩の賛成、吉田東洋を暗殺して。
Yeah, that is what happened. Well, it wasn't Roma.
お前に探ってきてもらいたい。なんで俺なんだ。不服ということで。
Well. I am him, so that's gonna be weird. What? He's gonna go, what the fuck? He's holding his cool. Or maybe it's his brother, I don't know. No, I'm pretty sure that's the first name, and that's him, yeah. No. Roma is is a given name, so it couldn't be like a relation. Also, he was the one who got framed for it. Thomas Glover. That'll be interesting. Let's go to the Satsuma Consulate. Just poke the head in, and then we'll go to the other Like a Dragon game. This game is cool, and I do, playing it now even, wish I had spent the time to see it through. But also, there's so much in the way of, like, getting there. It can be frustrating, you know? Like, there's just cool charge shit happening. Cool dude stuff happening at all times. Also, there's goofy stuff in the streets. There's some cool special moves that you do. You could stop at restaurants, as always, to, like, you know, buy food and get your health back up. That is always a delight, I'll say. It was cool to go by a food store and go, like, a restaurant, you know? Amatora. Let's see now. You go to a store, you go dine in. Let's see what you got. This menu is a little less visually. We'll go to the other game and you'll see a a menu where, like, you know, the food is a little bigger on the screen. Give me C-beam. Give me some premium. Actually, give me some premium and mixed pot. You get to see like a big picture of it. That's not that big, actually. Wait, what about the other one? You get to see a big picture of it on screen. It's kind of cool. Let me unmark that. Let's go to the Karateka, goddammit. Like I said, you're going back and forth between the Karateka like a lot. And, you know, oftentimes you get encounters in this very fucking alley. So many goddamn encounters in this goddamn alley. Because they always have to put you through it. They're trying to kill the vendor. Well, you know we're gonna step in. Thought we were gonna go to the place. Why are we going home? Maybe that is the place where we were sent to go. The place where we live. Either way, we'll go there and see what's up. There's, of course, several different poses. There's, like, the fist pose, you know? There's heat moves, which maybe I could do one. 1 second. Move over to, here, so I'm not blocking the most important parts of the UI. I'm just blocking, like, combo stuff here. There's, like, sword and gun, where your gun is on Y. That's kind of cool. I kinda like the gun. Gun's the best one, I think. And also the most absurd to see. You can really just pump them through full of lead. And that is fun. And a thing that you won't see in the other Like a Dragon game that came out this year. No problem, dude. You're Saito Hajime, captain of the Shinsengumi's 3rd Division. That's right.
Yeah.
Why does he want to meet a guy? I run a Kawaraban press, so it's my job to inform people. I want to write an article. Okay. What is that guy doing in the background? Ignore that. Sure. Oh, they're explaining interviews. Well, what's an interview? Oh yeah, so I ask you questions and I publish what you say. You agree it's a good idea? Yeah. Wait, no, wait. I like these, like, characters that are, like, doing weird out-of-time things. Even when you go for, like, the karaoke bars, they say, like, oh, this isn't a thing yet, but we're trying it out. It's a new thing. Okay. Always encounters in that fucking alley. They always script them to appear there, and, you know, it's the time where they know where you are, so... yeah, that's where encounters go. But it's just, tiring is all. Oh wait, that wasn't even the alley. That was different. This is the alley. So many alleys. There's a side quest. Just gonna go to the point and see what happens. We gotta see what happens with the main story. And then we do a thing. This is the kind of game you would play if you had infinite time. You know? With infinite time, this would be great to see through. Running from cutscene to cutscene. Maybe this is one of those games where people wouldn't mind doing like just watching the cutscene movie of it, you know. But also it is nice to be in the world, to run around, and the action is kind of fun too. This is my hotel room. This would not be where we would find the lead. Right, this is our like another top secret friend of ours. We're just telling him about it.
Huh?
Whoops. I skipped a line, that's fine. Satsuma is a domain. It is the area part. The area is part of the current day Kagoshima. Yeah, I don't know that area either. Slow down. Yeah. I don't know. Why would someone be using my name? They are after him? You must know who you are. If it was Kondo under a year ago, you might remember my face. Well, someone knows who I am, because I'm looking for someone in this organization. And that someone must have seen me. But, whatever. I didn't hit the button that time. Weird. I didn't hit the button that time either. It's a little buggy, I guess, with the dialogue, which is a bad thing to be buggy about. You know? But I didn't touch that at all. I mean, I hit the button to make it complete, but I didn't touch it a second time. Is my controller being weird? Is that a thing that Xbox controllers do? Double inputs? I don't think it made the noise, the input noise anyhow. Whatever. I'll say this is a game that I also feel like I regret not finishing, but in a way that it's a lot more, you know, I can see why I didn't finish, which is that there's just so much in the way. You know, there's so much of just, I need to walk back the way I came, and Jesus Christ, all the way over back to here. We could have just went there direct. Why did you have to go home, dude? Asshole. Go directly to the place next time. It's like a weird sort of repetition where you're just going through the same spaces a lot. They all look very similar. And the cutscenes you get on either end of it are cool. But like, how many encounters can I be forced to have in this fucking alley before I'm just like tired of it? And the answer is as many as I had. Okay, here's a special move that you do. That one was not the best. Just okay on that one. That might have been the same one again. Oh yeah, the B is like a dancing slash when you're in this mode. It's nice. I forgot about the B button. I mean, these fights, they're kind of fun. They're just, all for nothing, you know? It's just, gets in the way of, not really what you want to be doing. You want to be seeing story and other such things. Let's just go in there. We're gonna go in that building. We're gonna see what the cutscene is. Maybe we'll fight some guys. But, dude, I don't have time for a side quest. Not talking about the god, I'm talking about Con Man. He goes around dressed as a god. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna do that. I'll say the side content is really good, but, you know, when it takes so long to get from point A to point B, the side content just ends up dragging that process out and taking what could be a 2-hour, like, arc and turning it into more of a 3-hour arc. Rude Ronin. Definitely too tiresome. Okay, we found another side character. This is all good stuff, but I definitely feel like, okay, these chapters are so long, and if I want to do one in a session, it's gonna have to be a long goddamn session. Especially if you add in, like, any side stuff. And that side stuff seems great, but... time, man. Time. It will help us get extra moves for one of our things. I think I'm good. Probably just pure sword. I don't believe in school. The consulate. Let's go inside and see what happens.
新選組3番隊隊長斉藤はじめだ。おう。坂本龍馬という男。
さようで、そういうはもう心得ました。おいがご案内します。
I bet we're about to see some cool character.
判定の中じゃないのか。
あんお方は屋敷の中でじっとしておられんもんで。まあどうぞ。すぐ近くでごわす。
This feels like a trap. This guy is walking us into a trap. We're not going inside to see a cool place. We're just going to be assaulted.
あんた、門番の割に随分判定から離れるんだな。
Yeah, right? Maybe it is the guy. Oh, hang on. This is the place where they walk people to be jumped.
新選組っちゅうのは随分と人を切ってきました。ほんのこと言うと、
I kill people.
の門も多少身風呂に切られた門もおります。
Yeah, I kill people in one versus several combats.
人間を切ったかはどうでもよか。兄弟や子らを新選組に切られた恨みを持つ者には、そいだけで十分切る理由になります。弟の身風呂めが幕府の
花から西郷に合わせる。
不用心不用心。
Don't worry, man. I have, like, people up my sleeves. So yeah, you go places, you try to solve the thing, and usually, inevitably, you will have to fight the guys, other people. One advantage about guns is that you can shoot people while they're on the ground. That's always a constant in these games. Just like people on the ground, and it's hard to do damage to them. Unless you can shoot them. They didn't do that good. Nominally virtuous. Got virtue. Take me to him. Let's see what's up with this guy, and then we'll change over to the next game. We'll get to a point where we can save. Oh, hey, this is the guy I fought in a bathhouse. I fought this guy in a bathhouse. Like, months and months ago when I played this game. Yeah, what's up? Okay. He's a tough guy. He's not gonna give us what we want until we push him. Yeah? Nobody I ever fucking met. The only answer I'm gonna give you. Eh. Long pause. That's a cool thing, just like an armrest for being on the ground. What opulence. I like an armrest, so I relate. Only the top fella gets to have the armrest, though. Everyone else just gets the kneel. Without an armrest. Well, that was a unproductive day. Wait a minute.
局長がお呼びです。坂本龍馬の調べを報告してくれとのことで。
The chief?
何？それじゃ局長に会えるのか？もちろん。場所は祇園にある料亭朝日屋。
Is that really close?
わかった。
It skipped again. What the hell? I know I'm skipping a little bit, but I'm skipping it manually. When it skips, Not manually. That's that. What the hell? Missing lines. Chapter 7, the two Ryomas. How close is that? Let's see. Let's go. I kind of want to see the guy. You know, they've been setting up this whole chapter. You gotta meet the guy. Oh, great. I passed somewhere I've never been before. And it's introduce a lady or this weird gentleman with the weird hair. Okay, have fun. I would help, but I got places to be. I'm sure that's a very funny side quest. I'll say, I'm sure that's very funny, but I don't got time for that. We don't got time for that. Let's see what's up with this guy. I want to meet him. The chief. Who knows who he could be? I mean, I haven't played most of the Yakuza games, so I just guess I won't recognize him. Unless he's the guy from like, the other game. The one that's an RPG. I know that guy. It won't be, because this is before that. This is a remake of a game before that was a thing. Okay, that's clearly an indication that this is like the jumping off point. And there will be some big, long, climatic encounter. Probably where you'll have to fight like dozens and dozens of dudes. Seems like an older guy. Oh? New blood.
Yo, 思ったより早く来たな。
3番隊隊長、斉藤はじめです。
What's up?
知ってるよ。俺が呼んだんだからよ。
Yeah, right.
あなたが局長の
Kondo Isami.
新選組局長近藤勇だ。
That's Kondo Isami. That presentation is always cool in all these games. I can't accelerate this dialogue.
はい。坂本が現れたという薩摩藩邸に行ってきました。
You would say nothing.
あいにく西郷にはとぼけられました。
Force it out of him.
そんなとこだろうな。
Okay, well, he knows.
もともと西郷には期待しちゃいなかったんだ。
それはどういう意味で？
坂本龍馬は今長崎に向かってるらしくてな。本人が今日にいねえんだから、薩摩もいくらだって白切れる。今西郷に聞いたところで、ろくな返事はねえだろうよ。だから、まあ何も情報をつかめなかったのはあんたのせいじゃない。ただでさえ本音を見せねえ西郷の口割らせるのは簡単なことじゃねえからな。けど、大収穫だ。
This guy just seems like a guy.
いやあ、あんたいい仕事したぜ、斉藤さんよ。
俺がですか？
うん、だってよ。坂本龍馬について一つだけ確実なことが分かったんだからな。
Oh yeah? You gonna say it's me?
薩摩の西郷にあったその坂本龍馬ってな、真っ赤な偽物だ。
Is a fake.
だよな。本物の龍馬さん。
He knows! And he's bearing his tattoos. Wait, no, that's not tattoos. That's his kimono.
吉田東洋暗殺の濡れ衣を着せられて脱藩。 その後天然理心流の使い手を追って京に潜伏。その坂本龍馬って男が今のあんただ。
Huh.
だとすりゃ長崎で英国の武器商人と取引している。
Apparently.
お話の意味が。
Okay, good call.
そうかい。こっちから先に腹割ってやらねえとあんたも話しづれえやな。まずは安心してくれていい。あんたの正体は
Cool.
新選組としてあんたを粛清しようって話。
Wonderful.
担当直入に言やよ。
I am. Thank you.
あんたが坂本龍馬でも斎藤はじめでも構わねえんだ。ただ
ある計画。
日本の都を京から
Abandoning Kyo.
江戸遷都計画。
Edo, which is modern day Tokyo.
江戸遷都計画だと。
Right. Edo is Tokyo, right?
だがこれは至って真面目な計画だ。俺はよ、これが最終的にこの日本を救う唯一の道だと信じている。
Yep, that's the Tokyo.
この国を救うために肝心なのはな、勤王志士が目指す。このまま放っておきゃ、だが連中が幕府を倒せたとして、
Yeah.
するとどうなる？
Fascinating.
異国の白人。
江戸に遷都すればそうはならねえのか。
Kyo must fall, the city has to burn, and the imperial court must die. What?
じゃああんたは池田屋事
Plan's no different from the other guys. They saw the emperor as a means to war. I'll use the emperor to secure our peace.
別の存在。
What do you mean?
そもそもこの国が勤王だから俺はその
それ。
That's fascinating.
今日ならいいっす。
I just want to go to the next game now.
だが朝廷がなくなり京が焼ければその時帝が住む江戸
Loyals will be left out in the
それを
cold.
仕切る幕府に勤王志士ども
Yep, that sounds reasonable.
日本って国の中枢を一ところに集めるんだよ。
だが朝廷を滅ぼせば。
だからそうならねえように
The fire will cover our tracks and ensure no one's to blame. I know a capable man.
それはまさ。
さあや。京を滅ぼすのに必要な精鋭
This is why the Shinkengumi were made. To assemble those with the skills needed to annihilate a city. God damn, wow. Oh, that's cool.
まだこの計画を知ってるのはほんの一握りの幹部だけだ。
Why let me in?
俺はあんたの腕を買ってる。
Something I can offer you. Information on the guy who framed you.
吉田東洋を暗殺した覆面の男のことだ。俺はそいつをお前。
Damn. He knows what we're looking for, and he's willing to help us.
そりゃまあな。新選組のことで俺の。どうだい。
さっきのバカげ。
馬鹿げた計画。
You don't miss words.
あんたの言ってることは理にかなって。
About the people in Kyo, they're fucked.
敵のためだった。
倒幕戦争が起こりゃ多少の犠牲じゃ。
Fascinating.
多くの犠牲。おい。
俺はどんな理由であれ。
そうか。
There's gonna be guys with swords that appear behind doors, and, you know, if we were to spend the time, we would fight like a whole horde of dudes. But, we really ought to be moving to the next game.
ガキだな、おめえさんは。 そうやって聞いてばかりで生きてきたんだろう、これまでもよ。だからあの時吉田東洋は言ったんだろうよ。お前が金王党の筆頭にふさわしい男じゃないと。
お前、今なんて。なぜお前がおやっさんの話したことを知ってる？
Was he into Pops?
あんたがあの覆面の男って言うなら話が早い。ここであんたを切れば新選組にいる理由もなく。
But he's not.
なら切ってみりゃいい。ま、天然理心流四代目宗家の俺を切れればの。
Cool dude's thing to say. I have a gun. I'm gonna shoot you with it. What? He has armor under his thing. Is it him?
やはりお前があの時の。
生きてるうちにそれがわかるといいな。
Maybe this isn't so much a big climactic encounter against like a dozen, 2 dozen men. More of a single fight to the death with one dude.
1年ぶりの実戦だ。剣士として純粋に殺し合いを楽しませてもらう。
And the boss fights are just kind of, you know, mashy, luck-based. It's not really the highlight of the game, it's the gameplay. It's just more something you get through in this whole series, I'll say. Just to see, like, the cool showdowns, the cool, like, talking stuff is, like, the key. Marvelous evasive maneuvers. Anyway. That is Like a Dragon Ishin. We also gotta hit up Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. This is another. The game has been updated. English can now be selected. I'm gonna stick with Japanese. I like Kiryu's voice. He's a cool dude. So, Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name, is set in modern times, and you are, you know, Kiryu. The basic setup is that the setup here is that you are Kiryu. You have been like, you have erased your name. That is to say, you have, this is like, you know, Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. It's another Like a Dragon game, like the last one. It is a RPG. This one's modern. This one is not a remake. You are sort of a man who has gone into hiding and been roped into, like, the Secret Service, like the FBI, like secret agents. You know, he erased his name insofar as, like, he became part of the Men in Black, essentially. Well, not the Men in Black, more like just, like, CIA or some shit, you know? But, like, Japanese CIA. So you got, like, in this one you have, like, weird devices. Like, I just threw an exploding cigarettes. I'll say also, this game feels a lot better than the last one. Like, the combat is just a lot, it's just a lot more, fluid and satisfying to do. There's a lot more open world areas, so it's not just going through the same space 100 times. There's, you know, all the stuff that these games always have, like arcade machines, like, fun side things that are neat. this game has a lot that's good about it. That I think generally make it a better Like a Dragon game than Ishin. There are downsides, and you might notice right now I have no goal marker. That is because right now what I need to do is get to level 10 in side quest points and clear 3 matches of like a side thing that this game has. So, you know, while it does have a very cool plot that is just as charged and just as like serious as the other one, it doesn't let you just do it all the time. Instead makes it so that you have to like do side stuff, which is kind of a shame. You can also see I have a lot of cool stuff. Like I have gadgets. Like you see here, I have like a spider whip that comes out of a watch. And I can just use that at any time. It's pretty fucking dope. I also have like rocket shoes. It's dumb in a good way. The moves you get as like a secret agent man. There was a guy with a gumbrella that I fought earlier in the game. Like, there's some goofy shit in here that I do think is fresh and good. I can hold down let's see, Y. If I hold down Y, I call in like drones that annoy my enemies. This move style is really good. I will say there's only 2 styles. There's either the technical style or there's the beat 'em up style where it's just like normal, you know, you can sort of charge attacks. I'll say I kind of think you only need one of them. But it's good. What are you guys doing? I'll say a bad thing about this game is that the side quests are a lot more thrown together. You know, it's not like the classic thing where you rock up to a guy and goofy music starts playing and a goofy scenario happens. Instead, you just walk up to them, they say like 3 things. It says like, hey, do you want to do the side quest? Here's the rewards. Here's the things. And then you fight them and then it's over. Like, they feel a lot more phoned in. And a lot more like, you could honestly do this while listening to a podcast and you would not be any worse for wear. And unlike in the other game, it is mandatory to do these. And that has really put a stop to me wanting to like push through and like see this to the end. Which I do think is unfortunate because I was really, really, really enjoying this game up to the point where it was, it put this stopgap in front of me. And where it said like, hey, do side quests. When I found out that side quests were like this, I'm not Yakuza. Oh, this guy was asking. That's it! In another game, there'd be like sad music that played, and the guy would go like, ah, shit, I guess I have failed. I cannot protect the store from the Yakuza. And he'd say like, what? I'm not a Yakuza. I'm ex-Yakuza, and I'm a good guy. He'd say like, wait, what? This was a misunderstanding? We're actually cool? And it'd be like a fun, goofy moment. Instead, it's just like so thrown off in this. It's honestly kind of depressing. Well, that's not it, but it's definitely disappointing that it's so underwhelming in this. But I'll say this realization is bittersweet, you know, like I said. Before I hit it, like my first impressions, what? I was planning to hand over a luxury yakiniku bento, but I don't have one. This is just like the worst fetch quest I've ever seen, and the game is making me do it. What was it? A premium? This one doesn't have that. Can I get a different side? Let's get a different side mission. If there are really good side missions that are like unique and in that old style, I haven't seen them yet, and If I could just ignore these, that would also be a handy thing, but I'll give this guy some sake. That'll help. I'll say tonight with this, I want to get to the next story moment. You know, I want to get past this place. I don't know how much side stuff I need to do. I'm at level 7. What do I need to be at? Level 10. God damn. We'll give it some time. Here, have the heat gauge one. Here, have one of these. These are just so disposable. Like, who thought it was a good idea to have the side quests be disposable in this one? And have them just be so flavorless. An egg. Yes, have an egg. That's it. That's all there is here. Just walk up to the guy. Hey, I want an egg. Okay, here's an egg. Mission done. I can get a bento at the convenience store. Yes. Bento, bento, bento. Here, pork. And I'll say again, like, the story was killer. The big set piece moments. I haven't shown the battle arena. We'll go over to the battle arena, which is alright, but I think not why I play these games, to do like arena fights. It's sort of like a underground boxing thing that it's like a whole big thing. Here, have some pine candy. I don't have that figure. Don't mind. This guy wants a Torrenter. I'll give him a Torrenter. Nearly the level 9. It is kind of fast to do this, but got anything good at you? I'm gonna need to check your pockets. I don't know what that means. Oh, that just means, let's fight. Okay. For a second, I thought this might be something more elaborate, or like, oh, what? We need to go do a thing? Go to go shopping? But no, he's just being a dick. Pick on someone else. Kiryu is not who you want to try to strong arm here. Alright, that's another one in the books. My kid's been taking shit from house and selling it at the pawn shop. I wasn't really going into the pawn shop, and also I'm not your kid, so I'm a little confused what the idea was here. Wants an Azuki bar. I guess I should make a habit of just going into convenience stores and just buying out everything. By the way, hey, there's some sort of... Oh, right, there's the whole hostess club thing. I think these have been in other games. It's just a weird FMV thing where there's like a real live action girl and you do a thing. It's not important. And I think it's been in previous games, so it's not like it's new. But I do think it's really wild when you see it for the first time if you weren't expecting it. Just live action people all of a sudden. We'll buy just one of everything at the next time we go to a convenience store, just to do these fucking missions. I guess this is giving more use to items that you otherwise maybe wouldn't buy, other than to, like, oh, have something to scarf down when I need health, which is, you know, what it's for, I guess. I don't even know what that one was for. I'm barely reading these at this point. Just tell me what you want, and I'll do it for you. Like going to these restaurants, you get like give me some wild fried that. Give me a wild fried chicken, oolong tea, and let's see. Give me a wild special burger. And when you do that, you see these images are very big. You go, oh my. Oh. You look at those images and go like, those look tasty. That's sort of one of the things in this game. You're running around town and you go into restaurants and you go, oh man, that looks tasty. I have definitely come out of restaurants in these games and went like, ooh, I want to go to Japan and have this sort of meal. You know? It is worth noting that you can run from these encounters in this game, but I don't know. These are short, and the combat feels good, even if it is just so brainless, you know? If they hadn't roadblocked me, if these side quests were not bad, I think that it would be a shoo-in for the list. Hell, if this had not been bad, it's quite possible I would not have, like, you know, looked at games like Pizza Tower and said like, well, I should try them real fast just in case they're good for the list, you know? I would have felt like, oh, I have a list, it's already good, I don't need to fill it out. And it would have made the list, and we would still be in the scenario, -1 Pizza Tower. Like, honestly, coming out of this, I was thinking, like, this would be, like, midway up the list. This game hit me so good up front, and then it just fell off a fucking cliff when this particular thing happened. And kicked some shoes onto the roof. I can fix that. I have a grappling hook. Here are your shoes, kid. You're welcome. Too many hooligans. I do also think the animation, like some of the attacks, are just cooler than in Ishin by like a good margin. Kiryu's punching style in this is just so flashy. It's just like the best way. Where's like a shop? I need a shop. Wait, these are shops. Takoyaki. Give me 3 of them. And then give me one of these. Yeah, just give me a bunch of stuff in case I run into people who have that fucking side quest for whatever fucking item. Hello, Papa guy. Well, I definitely need more health. Take one of these in case I come into one of these. 2 of these. These, a Pepsi, bean bun, a little vitamin water. Very good. Let's just run. I will also say a great thing about this game is it has like areas from all the previous games. So there's not just like the main area, which is based around the original area, which is based around like Shinjuku, parts of Shinjuku, in Tokyo, which is really lovely. I love that area. But they also get this area, which is based on parts of Osaka, which I will say that part of Osaka I fucking loved. I went there a couple years ago, and it was just like one of the coolest places I've ever been. I don't have any Odin, apparently. It was just so atmospheric. The river was so cool, especially at night. It was a beautiful place, and definitely a place I would love to go back to whenever I get the chance. You know? Definitely want to spend more time there. Have meals along the river again. Just lovely. Hey, that's one of the things someone was saying. Spending all my money on random, random convenience store food, just in the hope that I talk to someone and they're like, what I want is a burger. Where's the guy? Here's the guy. Oh, I don't have a sushi set, Mr. Hungry Guy. Sorry. That's the one thing I don't have. Here, takoyaki, large, whatever. There you go. Alright. It also has the area that was added, I think Yokohama, which was added in the RPG. Or was it the RPG that added that? Has that whole area. It probably has like the little fishing town that one of the other games that I never played had as a major area. Let's switch back to this. The punches, the big punches are great, but what about the part where you Spider-Man guys? And I'll say I feel like more Spider-Man playing this game than in parts of Spider-Man, because in that game, there's a lot of times where your webs are just not effective. Not to say that your webs are always effective here. There's a lot of guys who are immune to being spidered, to being whipped up. But, you know, it's fun. It feels good. Here's some renowned, whatever it is, takoyaki. We were talking about takoyaki earlier, by sheer coincidence. I've had it once. I don't really get it. Maybe it was just like the spicy mayo. I think I just don't like the spicy mayo that is used in Japanese cuisine. I think I just don't like that. Oh, hang on. Is that a store? No, there's the pawn shop. Goodbye. Oh, these aren't, these are items. Not necessarily like, not necessarily it's like something for a quest. Yeah. Also, I'm being known by Joryu. I am Kiryu, but I erased my name, so I'm using a fake name. Joryu. And the whole plot is like there's people who want to enlist Kiryu's help in a really wait, what? What? Pocket circuit. Oh, it's like a racing thing. I don't want to do that. The whole thing. Let's try to avoid this fight. Save a little bit of time. Maybe I should have done a boat tour while I was in this area. That seems like a cool thing. Go down the river in a boat. Honestly, the river is just so walkable. You really don't need to do that. What is that guy doing? Oh, that's the crawfish. You're crawfish, kid. There we go, 300 points. That's nothing. But it is enough to get up to 9. We just have a little bit more. Why don't I show off running away? You can run away. And then, you know, you don't have to fight him. I get one of everything. Let's see. Kind of have everything that they got. There's only like one route around the city here. Though, did I go this route before? There's only so many places we can find guys and like cash in quick, easy quests. Maybe this is like worse than I thought even, on account of there's a limit to like how far you can get just doing the easiest missions, you know? You gotta occasionally step it up and do like some of the harder ones too, perhaps, which I'm sure, you know, hey, there's so many hub areas. Eventually you get let loose in a area where there's more stuff to get, more opportunity for such things. Maybe we have more of what people want in the park now. Someone in the bathroom. A tissue? I got that. Thanks for pooping. Jeez, that's not very much. Wish you had a luxury bento? Here you go. Luxury bento. Here you go. 800? Thank you, thank you. That wasn't very much progress. For 800 points, I want more progress than that, but whatever. Hey, guys. I'll beat you up. Yeah, hang on. Yes. I will beat these guys up and get points. Yes, yes. No problem. I'm beating up a lot of guys for free recently. Good punch. I like that two-handed like backbreaker. What the fuck do you call that? Backbreaker's when you do, what is that two-fist punch called where you go like an axe handle? That's what it's called. It's called an axe handle. I like the look of Kiryu's axe handle. No problem, homeless guy. Thank you for your points. It looks like there's another thing here. Oh, hey. Thing on the roof. I can get that down. Which roof? Ah. Go. Baby tooth. You're welcome. You could see how some of these would be a really fun little 3-minute thing. if they had any sort of weight to them whatsoever. You know, in previous games, like, you'd walk up to this guy and be like, oh, I'll never get it down. And Kiryu would say, what's wrong? And say like, well, I was, you know, I was, you know, throwing my tooth up into the air, and I was throwing up my prized possession. They wouldn't give it away the game before the end. And then it went up on the roof. And then you would do a thing, and then you would get it down, and you'd be like, what? It's a tooth? Well, you know, it's important. And Kiryu would go like, well, some people. You know, what are you gonna do? Wah wah. I don't know where you can get where you can get such a figure. No. What about you? Pocket circuit. Okay. Been basically everywhere. Oh, there's the two by the base. Like the bottom part of the map. Let's go down there. There's also maybe people in like the arena area. I think I've already gotten all the requirements for the arena part of this thing. I've done Silver Cup challenges or whatever. Is it a chase or is it a find the person? I don't have a stamina and light. Fortunately. Seems to me this is less a chase and more of a hide and seek, I guess. Yeah, they did say hide and seek, didn't they? What about you? Right, isn't there... You can't take pictures, right? How does that work? Alright, there is a whole picture system. I don't want to do that. I mean, I guess, hey, part of the appeal of going to Japan and hanging out in these cool places is, like, taking pictures and, you know, that sort of thing. But... But I don't know if I need that in my Yakuza game. You know? I feel like that's a little bit of a... Oh, also there's a power-up mode where you get all powered up, you know? Not important. If each of these fights gave you experience on the side quest thing, that'd be cool. Things on the roof. I got this, dude. There you go, it's your signed ball. You're welcome. That wasn't very much. Oh my god, you guys again? Just finished dealing with you guys like 2 seconds ago. It also would be cool if it, like, had a quest tracking thing that kept track of the things that you need to do. As far as I know, there is no such thing. And you just have to, like, remember, like, oh, guy wanted a picture of something or other. Guy wants me to find his chickens. I'll look around the building for your chickens. Sure. Where exactly are your chickens? One thing I'll say, as always with these games, they have a lot of cool side activities. You can do arcade games, actual arcade machine games. That, as always, is cool. You know, actual... How many chickens? That, as always, is cool. What was that? That, as always, is cool. I don't feel like it's, is, like, especially good here, like, more than normal. So I wouldn't say it's, really pulls it up. Or like, you know, makes up for anything in particular with how this game is structured. Maybe this game is very short, and they wanted to, like, drag it out by making the side quests more mandatory. But I just think one of the worst ideas that they had, it's terrible. And honestly, a shorter length Yakuza game would be fantastic, would be great, would make it so that you could just jam through it and like get to a satisfying end, you know, without spending 20, 30 hours. You know, I think that would be actually a good thing. But had to be weird about it. I think that's all the chickens. Rule 3. Rule of 3 says yes, that'd be all the chickens. I'll say tomorrow. 700? That's a pittance. I got more for a luxury bento than running around that, like, whole elaborate quest that never ended. Ah, guys to fight. Okay. I'd rather fight these guys than the guys that, don't give me shit, jack shit. I'll say also, I got a lot of anime to finish right now, and I will be finishing a lot of it in the coming days. I have not had time between, like, building a PC, the streams of the last 3 days, etc., to really have the mental energy to finish a show. To finish a show, I feel like I need mental energy. I need to take the time, I need to put a number on it, I need to put some words on it, and that always takes me a bit to, like, I always have to, like, work up to that, and balls. I'm not currently in that way, but I will be soon. I guess it's also Christmas, so that'll be a whole thing. You know, I got all the presents and stuff done. Show me to play pool. That's not a lot of points. I guess let's play some pool. This'll be a good example of, like, a side activity. Yes, uh, 8-ball, 4-ball. Let's do as small of amount of balls as possible. Oh, hit a key. Okay, I think I got it. Oh, well. This is actually pretty important. Pull it back. Further you pull. Yes, yes, yes. We We don't need a minigame. Or we don't need a tutorial. Let's just play. Let's just play. Normal rules. 4-ball, beginner. Play it. How do I turn? What? Oh, was this a thing to determine who goes first? Okay. Why are there no holes? Where are the holes? What are we doing? There's no holes. Why are there no holes? Where are my holes? Is the goal to hit the red ball with the white ball? What? The balls hit each other. Is that a good thing? Okay, he's hitting the yellow ball now. How come you can sometimes just hit a ball and it scores? How does that work? What? I don't get what he's doing. What? Okay, I'm gonna have these balls hit into each other. And... no fucking idea. Give me the one-shot challenge. Give me the one-shot challenge. Not the 500-shot challenge. Well, this is kind of neat. Okay, so here... I assume the goal is... red ball into hole. Avoid other balls. That's kind of cool. This is a kind of neat spin on it. As like a mini game in a game like this, like, yeah. No, this is exactly as involved as I need it to be. I think we're doing a jump here. Whew. Course cleared. Is that good enough to get the side quest done? Stop playing pool. How's that? Cool. Oh, also he was after one shot, not a specific, not a regular pool, so whatever. How about you? You could use something to eat. Anything? Wonderful. Hey, I think this whole area might be untapped. Might be, like, entirely untapped as far as, like, you know, guys to do side things for. whole dank alley. The guy up on the over here. Unlike, you know, unlike, say, Armored Core 6, which is a game I wish I had finished. This is a game I wish I could finish without gesturing vaguely to this whole side quest that I'm on now. This whole, oh, do like 100 side quests before you're allowed forward. That whole thing. Is this? I'll say karaoke is always very cool in these games. Okay, you know what? We'll do one karaoke. One karaoke here.
どの曲にするか。
Bakamitai is the famous song. People know. People know it. They changed this. This is different how it once worked. I think this is more intuitive now than like when it was just... They're positional. They're like, they're not like... I don't think they're necessarily tied to pitch exactly, but I like how they're higher or lower. Makes my brain understand what I'm doing better. It's a good song. Sad Kiryu. I have a shirt that says Bakamitai on it or something. There's a Kiryu shirt. It has Kiryu on it. References this song. It's been in the series a while, I guess. There have been goofier, karaoke presentations. I'll say I think the karaoke in Ishin is, well, fuck, there's a mission for that one. What was it? Like in my youth? Let me just check real fast. What dude said? Sayonara Silent Night. Okay, we'll do that one because it's a goddamn mission. I should have fucking asked the guy before I fucking sang. What does it just pitch mean? I guess after you finish it, you can make it higher or lower. I think that Ishin has a more goofy karaoke mode. But, hey, I guess, you know, karaoke could be part of the main progression if you end up doing some side quests that involve it. But I kind of hate that, so, you know. Merry Christmas! You know what? That is, appropriate for this season that we are in right now. I'll say that for this. This is a very seasonally appropriate song, it turns out. There's a lot of sad Santas smoking it up in alleys. Also, it seems to be about a holy night or something. I cannot read those subtitles as I do this. This is way too involved. Rapid press, shit. A lot of songs about being sad and being and wanting to drink. Silent love. There's Santa. Ho ho ho. This was 200 points, barely anything. Feel like these like they don't give enough points. These side missions, none of them do. I don't know how we got through like the first some and such levels so quickly, but ooh. Looking for side quests. I don't know where to get to that guy. It looks like a guy around here, but I don't see no guy. I think we've been in this area a bunch. I don't know that we have anything for him yet. No sushi sets. Ugh. We can only go in this area, pretty much, except we can't go to the castle. Maybe there's side quests at the castle. Also, we can show off the castle and talk about what that is. That's the whole arena thing. This is a cool conceit for a place, I will say. It's like a shipping container laden vessel in which they have made a secret Las Vegas situation with all sorts of gambling and other things that would be illegal otherwise. I don't have any of that stuff. No thank you. What about you? You want... Okay. I'm not gonna do that. What do you want? You want me to dress up? Okay. Does everyone here just want me to dress in different shit? That is annoying. I don't want to do that. Let me see if the store has anything that might... Do you guys have sushi sets? What's up? No, you guys do clothes. I guess I could buy some new clothes and maybe get a side thing done, but... I'll say, just poking the head in here, I already got this thing, like, done, so, or met the requirements. Basically, it's like a whole fighting league where you do, like, either one-on-one matches, one versus many matches, special event matches, which I haven't gotten any of those yet. Wait, I guess I haven't done any silver things, so... Oh wait, no, I've done some silver Hell Team Rumbles, which are like, many versus many. We'll just do one... What? Your allies cannot compete at the Coliseum. What? Well, I guess he's sad, so he's not good for it. I'll just switch him up rather than like Wait, what the fuck are they talking about? Oh, do you have to have like... Huh? Your allies cannot compete. What? What? Why could not he compete? Really don't understand. He's sad though, so let's get as one of the things it hangs its hat on. Why cannot he compete? I don't get it. Is he not a high enough level? Don't get it. Don't get it. So they're like event matches and you fight a bunch of guys and, you know, with a bunch of guys at your back. I don't know, it's kind of just more fighting. Though it is, now that I say, it is a little bit more ridiculous than usual. Like in the last game, there are like weird abilities that these guys have, which are cool. It's alright. You know what? It is a lot more of a something than the rest of the game has been. A lot more of something. I can go like, order, all out attack. Powers up our guys. This is alright, but like, I really just want story. I really just want the story, and this is in the way of the story. And, frankly, so is the rest of the side stuff. Well, I guess you can't... You can't do items in here. And we lost. It's fine, I already have enough to do the thing. That's just showing off what that is. Let's leave. Maybe that one was hard. Maybe there was a reason I didn't do it. Well... That's this game. Like a Dragon Gaiden. like I said, there is a whole elaborate story, which is really fucking cool. But I hit a roadblock, and it doesn't look like this roadblock is not easy to clear. It turns out, it's a genuine roadblock. Asshole stamina on light. Let's see, let's think. What? We've been everywhere. We've gone every place. Maybe we didn't go along this span here. That's the only place I can think that we haven't, like, thoroughly covered. Let's go here. Run down that line. This stream looks like it's gonna be longer than the last one, I will say. Fine. Wrong side. That's fine. I do still want to cover Diablo. Guy dropped his weathering wing in the river. Oh crap. Guys to fight. I'll say in this game, the guys to fight are fun, and usually you're just going to an objective, so it's not that much of an imposition, you know. But since so much side questing is required in this one, ugh. I just get tired by the end of... I've just gotten tired, present tense, by this point. How do I get over there and do the thing on the thing? I don't have any of that. If I got some okonomiyaki, that would help out with a lot of these quests, like multiple of them. I have to find the kappa. You want a luxury bento in particular. Oh, here's the guys I can fight. Yeah, street gangsters. Okay, perfect. From this brief look between these two games, one of which was just full of amazing cutscenes, amazing, like, tension, and new characters popping on to startle and amaze, you might think this is the worst one of the two. And all in all, that might be correct, honestly, with how it just stops your progress. And forces you to do the most banal, worst side quest they've ever had in one of these. And forces you to do, like, a lot of them. Like, this is not okay. But I'll say, before this point, I was goddamn enjoying myself. I was this ready to say, like, oh, number 7, number 6. We'll have it high on the list, even. But it turned to shit. Oh, hey, here's a bunch of guys to speed up. Hey, yeah, let me beat you up. When you're in charged up mode, it's all AoEs when you're with the... This one, you know? I will say, just in general, you know, maybe we could have cut like half the games of these two streams. The ones where it's like, I really like this part of them, but I have some reservations. But I do think all these games are reasonably close to like the number 10 position. You know, it could have been this. It could have been any one of the other ones. I gotta wear clown makeup. No. I could try doing a UFO catcher, sure. Okay, so this guy also wants someone to win at UFO catcher. Kitty cat. Where's the kitty cat? None of those are cats. Those are dogs. Those are penguins. Those are squids. I don't see any kitty cat. What the fuck are you talking about, little kid? Kitty cat. What is... Is one of these a kitty cat? No, those are dogs. Does she want me to go to a completely different arcade? Let me check what this guy wants. No, I'm good. Sonic the Fighters is, good. Someone win a prize. Okay, he just wants any prize. What do you want? A stuffed animal. Okay, I'll need a stuffed animal. Okay. We can probably do that. Let's get this one. Insert money. This'll work. Huh? Huh? Got it in one. What can I tell you? Oh, I still have more plays. I got it, though. I'm good. There's something to be said for, like, integrating this stuff into the main quest, you know? Into the main game part of the game, but, I think that I would rather have these be fun side things that you just do to fuck around and waste time and have fun with it. It doesn't have to be a real... Why does it specify the difficulty level? Weird. Oh, does he want me to... Did I have to give that to him? That's weird. I should have just showed him to him and been like, hey... What's up? Check this out. I got one. I guess I can't do this guy then. Okay, more of this. I'll say an fucking cock. An advantage this game has is that being in the city is cooler than being in the rural past. You know, and there's a lot more variety being in the city than being in the ancient past, you know. I'd rather hang out in the city than feudal Japan any day, especially a Japanese city like this. Come on! Give me that dog. Maybe. These are less rigged than in reality. In reality, you really have to work at it to get 2 dogs off one thing, but whatever. Is a dog good enough? There's no cats in these machines. No cats in these machines, little girl. What the fuck? You want me to go to a different arcade? What's in this game center over here? Well, I'm turning around. I want someone gets 4 bingos? Well, not today, sir. Nope, I'm not going to be doing that, no, sir. What about in this store? They have everything here. Do you have, sushi? Well, they have drinks. Stamina Premium Boss. There was some stuff that we didn't have earlier. Maybe that'll help us do the thing. Around here, what's this guy want? Yes. Oh, take a photo of a club? I'm not gonna do that. Oh, I can grab it from here. There's the wedding ring. Here's the ring. Thank you for the 200 points. This 10th level up has been excruciatingly long. If I cash in some of these, is that gonna work? What? Oh. Somehow seem to increase my stuff. Okay, I'll take it. I don't have any Odin. I see an exclamation mark now here, but I don't see any person. Are they upstairs? Yes. Who the fuck are you? A quiz? Alright. No idea. Okay. I'm fine with that. Nearly to the point where we can do a story mission. I just have to find one more thing that is doable. Into the pawn shop. There's a clothing store. There's another Papo. Go there. Maybe we can buy, like, some sort of food item that people have been asking for, and that'll get us over. Jesus, though. I found the Kappa. Give me points. Oh, here's some okonomiyaki. People were asking for okonomiyaki. I wouldn't mind getting okonomiyaki. I've had it a few times. I don't really get it. But it's, you know, it's interesting. Like a savory pizza, though I don't know if it's really accurate to call it a pizza. It's more like a fried food than a pizza is. Sort of a very different concept, other than, you know, maybe you could market it. What do you want? Sushi? Where's the okonomiyaki guy? There's an okonomiyaki guy somewhere, and I have his okonomiyaki. I guess I'll say, you know, part of this concept of the stream is like, oh yeah, the best games of the year, gonna play them. And it's like, I am in a very bad part of this game, and that is why it's not going to be number 10. No, it's not gonna make the list quite, but I'll say again, I was really pulling for this game. I was really thinking it would, until I got to this point. I just want to underline that, like, how much of a damn shame that is, because fucking hell, man, the plot was good. It was exciting, the combat feels good. This game has a lot of good things to it, but just ruins it. Screws it up. You want okonomiyaki? Yes. Here you go, dude. 250, I'll take it. There we go. Finally. Hey. We're 10 hours in. Crap. Diablo 4 will have to be maybe a shorter visit. I'll say this, we're gonna do a little bit of story here. This is now gonna be story time. I've been wanting to see what happened next for, like, you know, I wanted to see what happened next. The game wouldn't let me, and I had to do like an hour of the worst busy work to get here. Maybe even more than an hour. Jesus Christ, it's been a long stream. But the story missions are usually pretty kick-ass, so let's see what the story mission is. Alright, I unlocked some extra stuff. The VIP lounge. Okay, that's a side quest, don't worry about that. Oh, that's just saying I did it. Don't. Okay. That's optional, right? Please tell me the next thing isn't get to level 20 and go for platinum. Okay, the next thing is going for a drink. Good. Okay. Jesus.
せやろよく来んのかうん。静かに飲みたいときはここやね。お客さん少ないから。
Skip just lets you skip to the end of a line, which is good. That's what you want in a game like this. You read the subtitle and it's like, okay, I got it. Sometimes you can't skip. There'll probably some reason for it. What choice? This is new. There's not been any of this in the game. I can relate. Is this a date? I don't think so. I think this is just a cutscene, but it was weird that we got a choice. Yeah, I'm looking for a guy. It's a whole thing. I don't know why the plot has stopped. Yeah, I've just done like hours of work. Handing out goods. And convenience store goodies. Yeah, that's right. She runs like a whole network that's out to help the homeless. And basically, as a result, you take on side quests that help like everyone. And you get like a secondary currency for it. It's a whole thing.
ホームレスの人たち一人一人と仲良くな。
そうなのか。
She ended up with a whole network.
金の匂いを嗅ぎつけ
The guy runs things.
やさんやらがちょっかいかけてくるし。ほんま。
Good turn of phrase
気
there.
の休まる暇がないわ。
まあ、そういう連中が放っておくわけないだろうな。あんたがキャッスルの仲介役になってる。
さすがやね。
なるほどな。だがそこまでして、あんたは何がしたいんだ？
え？
I mean, this is some good character stuff, but I do want to see what's up with the Yakuza and all the other stuff right now. Like, there's some really good charged action that's gone on the last few chapters, and this one really sucked the wind out of the sails.
なあ、上流って子供の。
なんだ急に。
ええやん、減るもんやなし。聞かせて。
What did he want to be? I want to be like the person I looked up to most. The boss man. My father. His, like, you know, patriarch of his family. That's right. You know, a patriarch of a clan. This series has such a good eye for cinema and, like, pacing, as far as the writing goes. Great shots. They really should do a Yakuza movie, I say. There's probably been a million. Have they ever done a Like a Dragon movie? Like a Dragon movie? Oh, they did do a 2005 film. Probably not as good. IMDb 5.8. Okay, yeah. I think I might have heard of that at some point. They should do it now that they have like a knack for it. Well, maybe, you know, they can't get the same people to make the game as they make the movie. Make the movie as make the game. Be a different crew.
酒の勢いで言うたらあかんこと言うてし、上流は気兼ねなく飲めて。
木の鱗として便利に使っ。
王様の耳はロバの耳って。
I feel like I got the gist of the conversation, by the way, while I was Googling. I have a good ability to multitask and to read subtitles while doing other things. Sometimes I will watch anime and play Marvel Snap at the same time. I can manage it, don't worry. Okay, here's the plot. All right. We need to go to the castle then and do a little bit of a plot thing. This is definitely running longer than the last one. All right, I'm gonna do that. Ah, finally, this is what I was looking for. Just a thing to follow that'll lead me to some really good, overblown, really big cinematic goodness. I'll say, as a result of the new Sidequest thing, this game is a little bereft of the goofiness that these games typically have, but the serious cutscene stuff is as good as ever. And in fact, on the strength of that alone, it was like really high on my list until I got to that last point. We're coming here to gamble and to see illegal fights. Yeah, this is a lot. Apparently that guy's a patriarch. Oops, I skipped one that just came up like a millisecond before. Whatever, I think I'll figure it out. Yes. Yes, please. I'm done. I'm okay not having to be able to return to the castle for a while. Fuck! Gonna go upstage, request the whole crowd. I skipped a line again because it came up right as it switched over right as I hit the button. Going to dissolve the Omi alliance. Organization will just disappear. That can happen? Okay. Everyone just gets together and say like, okay, I'm the new boss. We got a new boss. Well, everyone individually will say I'm the new boss, and then they'll fight. Okay, Gabe, Majima's coming back. Cool, we'll see Majima. I love Majima. He looks like a cool dude. Oh, wow. A spy! That was the word I was looking for at the start of the stream. Or at the start of this game. Kiryu's like a spy in this one. MI6, that sort of thing. Bond. He's like Bond. Ah. All right. What's going on now? All of them are heading to Kamurocho. Bori's weak. He's gonna take over that domain then. Fuck! They've been playing this for a while. You gotta get rid of him. He's the only one who could reunify them. Okay, so we're taking him out. Okay, we'll be doing that then. So the chaos won't happen. And they eliminate the competition because they're good at that. Not a killer. All right. Patriarch, so yeah. You're a free agent. Only you can do this. You have to act alone. Good shit. Gotta get our money's worth. Yeah.
一つこれだけははっきりわかる。この船で西谷を襲撃した場合、
Yeah.
脱出ルートは
We're gonna have to make a run for it.
やるなら奴が船を降りた時だ。
せやけどあの人はここ1年ずっとこの
Calling this a tub is a good thing. It's a boat full of shipping containers with like a fake neon thing in there, you know, like a whole Las Vegas situation. If this existed in real life, it'd be very cool. The fuck is that?
金を出したからってな、せっかく現地ま
確かに。失礼します、鶴野様。オーナーがお話ししたいと。
あ？
オーナーってのは
西谷でございます。
Uh-oh. I think he's figured us out. We're not gonna be able to lure him out.
鶴野。キャッスル来たんなら声かけろよ。水くせえな。
恐れ入ります会長。
Way to play it. Hello, I'm here on the big screen. I figured it out. He does kind of look like a Ponce though. You know, like a Pratt. Like his look is not as impressive as like the swings that he is making. You know. He looks like a spoiled rich kid. Which is what he is. But he also has power.
獅子道のやつも紹介してくれなかったからな。挨拶させに来い。いや、実は会長、上流は素性を明かさないという条件でキャッスルに来てもらってるんです。それも渡瀬組が決。へえ。人の気引くのがうまいな、鶴野。そう言われたら余計に知りたくて。
Oh, I wish this could have happened like a month ago, and then I would have kept playing. And then today I'd be coming in here saying like, "Oh, this is great. You know what? I'll load an older save and I'll show you what some of the cool stuff in this game is." But instead, I stopped playing because it started sucking, and I didn't get to see this. I might play more, assuming it doesn't get to another roadblock. But I don't think it'll make the list. With how suck-ass that last part was. No game with a part that suck-ass can be in the top 10, I think, this year. But goddamn, if it didn't have that part, I think it'd be pretty damn high. If the side quest had not been abysmal, you know? Yeah! That guy have a gun? Guy has a knife. Like a whole counter system in this that's been a while. You just have to dodge with good timing. That's this game, right? Where you dodge and it does like a special thing. I'm not thinking of a different game, am I? I mean, we played all the games that I thought were like of a level to be worth mentioning and worth like interrogating. I think that is this game where you do like a... When they do a super attack, you can like dodge and it does a great big counter. It's alright. I think it's a pretty good like addition. I'll say the fights, you know, you can always, like, skill through to a certain extent, but also, so long as you're stocked up on healing items, you'll be fine, you know? Like, you know, you can always just, like, pop a toughness Z and be good. I don't know why this guy is as more tough than any of his other guys, but he is. I might not have upgraded all my stuff enough, but you know, usually it just adds like new moves and stuff, not like stat increases usually. So, not like the most exciting thing in the world. Oh, here, yeah, there's the counter. It's always that. It's always a drop kick. It's good. It'll get the job done. You know, get you through fights. Let me fight up to the guy. Perfect. That's what we're looking for.
すぐキャッスル出てお前は会長と会ってあんたに逃げられたと話します。渡瀬の親父が出てくるまで俺は近江の人間や。表だってあの人には立てつけ。急にバタついてきやがって。行く前に一発俺を殴ってってください。あんたを逃がしたと疑われるんです。はやないですか。一応手加減はしたんだぜ。
I feel like he had figured out that you're he figured out that you were not on the level, but let's plow on. Let's see to the end of this chapter, and then maybe see like where exactly we end up. I think we're gonna end up like maybe in another town. I hope in another town. I'm tired of being in that last town. It's a nice place, but it's not that big. You know, literally went everywhere and did everything. All the low-hanging fruit were picked in that whole segment. This is kind of, by the way, about what climaxes in this game are like. A whole big situation where you have to, like, go to a place and there are a million guys coming after you, and it's just dramatic and climactic and good. And sometimes in some chapters there's like 5 of them in a row, and it's pretty amazing. But also at the same time you wonder like, geez, when is going to be the perfect stopping point where I can go to sleep? Or whatever, you know? Like sometimes you just want to finish off a chapter and get that cool like chapter complete moments. You know, like if you're reading a book, you want to read a chapter at a time. Maybe that's a silly thing, you know, to force yourself to do that rather than just, you know, end when it makes sense to end, but I am always in search of a good stopping point. I am always in search of a good stopping point, and sometimes they are elusive in this one, you know? Things keep on kicking off, keep on getting more and more just extreme. We picked up a gun. And fucking... Okay! And shot 3 guys. Jumped through the air. We are cool. Fucking we're Spider-Man now. This is more Spider-Man than Spider-Man is. What a fucking cool dude. He threw away the gun because it's not a real item. I can't pick up a box though. Box is almost good as a gun. This is a good game, but it really has some dog shit parts that just kind of take it out of the running. Honestly, if Vemba wasn't here, I might see it just as like, oh yeah, number 10, but There's Vemba, there's Pizza Tower. If I had not played Vemba, if I had not played Pizza Tower, I think there would be a good chance of this being like, you know, that close to being on the list. But I did play those games and they don't have as much dog shit. You know, I do think there is something to be said for how big of a swing. Do I have any healing items? How big the swings a game makes are. But here we go. Stamina will do the trick. I do think there's something to be said for how big the swings a game takes are. Oh, fuck! I think it wasn't on my list, but I just remembered Alan Wake. Crap. I just remembered Alan Wake exists. Speaking of big swings, that game has some amazing swings, but also some serious, like, gameplay issues. You know, I'll say, like, as far as, like, swings and bullshit goes, these games are similar in that, like, they have some shit in them, but also they go some amazing places. Ooh. This is cool, running through, like, you know, different environments on this is a cool setting. This, like, shipping container turned Las Vegas, and to turn that into a whole, like, big escape sequence, I think that is just very fun. I should probably put that on. Yeah, that's just very good. We're gonna have to do Alan Wake relatively quickly. I'm not sure even if there's anything to do in Alan Wake because, you know, it is the sort of game that sort of doesn't have... There's a whole bunch of guys here. But fucking big groups of guys. I hope we're near the end here. Why are they naked? We're almost to the point where we got... What? I think I accidentally did a super move thing. Good shit. Oh, wait, what? I thought I was gonna do the R thing. Now switch to this. This is better for crowd control. I like how their health bars are not too long, where, like, you know, any of these small dudes can be knocked out with a concerted attention. Okay, good, we got it. Right trigger. Do a bunch of AoE and help to get rid of all these fucking guys. Ugh. We have not worked that much on this big guy in the mask. Apparently, he would have missed me anyway. Alright, we got him to halfway down. Apparently that gave us some progress on the network. That's cool. Oh. I'm pretty mixed on this. The parts that are good about it are like Game of the Year quality good. You know, well, within like the top 10, within the top like 8 or so. I would have liked to have this on the list, but yeah, problem. Too bad about the problems it has, you know. These sequences can be very long, I'll say, also, by the way. I was kind of hoping for a health recovery item there, but maybe we're close to the end. That was a very big fight, after all. How much bigger can the fights get? Oh, you can also, like, whip things to you. When you're in the... You can whip enemies to you, but also, weapons as well, so I could be like, it doesn't really work that consistently. But I have, like, a spider grab thing that I can do if it chooses to work. There's another guy with a gun. Wait, no, that guy doesn't have a gun. I do feel like using this mode is more fun for, like, all the gimmicks that it has. Like, the other one's gimmicks is just like a charge punch, which is so ordinary, I haven't even thought to use it. You know, it's not really worth it to do charge things, it's just a slow attack, whereas this is like, I can dash, I can throw exploding cigarettes. It's dope. Oh hey, we're in the outside area. This is close. What? Some masked fuckers came out of a clown. Including a guy who is naked and has a hammer. It's a good video game. Okay, good. It looks like they're all weaklings except for one guy with the hammer. Some of them have guns, so I really should be... dealing with that some. Rid of the gun guys. That's very important. They should really have everyone have a gun. But it is Japan, you know, those are illegal and hard to come by. So I understand why they don't. And also for gameplay, it would be shit if everyone was shooting you all the time. Guy has a taser. No! Where does it retry you at? Okay, good. It wasn't... This isn't like a checkpoint thing where it's like, we'll start you, way 10 minutes back. Just at the start of this fight. I do have to rewatch this again, though. No skipping. Oh. Good feeling video game, I'll say it again. You know, as far as brawlers go, the Like a Dragon games, probably the best one I know. Best series that I like of that genre. Like, it's just fun to beat guys up and not really think too hard about it. Some of the games, you know, they do make it harder, you know. They like, oh, at this point, things get really hard and you're gonna have to be really good and worry about dodging. And if you get hit by a bullet, oh, your health goes down permanently, you know. Of course, you can't get shot and just get... It's a big deal if you get shot in some games. When it does that, I think it's just, a damn shame, you know? I feel like this game should be more lighthearted, more just, hey, feel free to fuck around a little bit. Feel free to fuck around, feel free to relax. Just hit the button and hope for the best. Do flashy, cool combos. That to me is when the game's at its best, you know. The gameplay, it's not really about the challenge. More about how cool it looks and how flashy it all is, you know. Just drink something, get some health back, just to be on the safe side. But I'm good, I got it. Okay. That's a cool dude thing to do. There's a shot from Akira. Okay. Are we gonna beat this guy up? Or are we gonna say, what happens here? Fuck yeah, okay. We're gonna wipe the floor with this guy.
いいね上流。そんな風に言われたらビンビンになっちまう。あ、いや、しゃあお前ら手出すんじゃねえぞ。怠慢久しぶりでさ、俺ももう偉くなっちゃって、最近は誰も本気で相手してくれねえんだ。おかげで体が欲求不満。
Yeah, that's his crotch.
うずいてしょうがねえ。
Yeah.
これから俺とやるのは喧嘩なんだよな。
当たり前だろ。
Fucking. I suppose.
お前が死ぬまで終わんねえぞ。
そっちがその覚悟でいるなら結構だ。俺も遠慮なくやれる。
Huh.
続々が止まらねえ。
I don't have any healing items. You know what? Let me spend some money boosting my maximum health. Why not? I have so damn much of it. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. That's gonna help a lot. I have a lot of health now. That's better. Did he poison me? Dude has a poison dagger. He also has a lot of health bars. Need to be this style. I'm not sure I have enough gas in the tank. I'm just gonna have to eat random items and hope for the best. And hopefully that does me as well as like the Torrens and all that. Some of these items do have good healing. The takoyaki especially. Good to know. More of that takoyaki then. Wish I had bought more of that. Watching out for any quick time events if there are any. Sometimes there are. Cool dude shit. Regardless. This guy is not one to be messed with, turns out. There's the quick time event. What? Not sure what that was, but... Got our super up again. Okay. We got some stuff. We just need to make sure to be... More. Oh no no. Oh no no Miyaki. Don't. Okay, okay. We're running short on food. But he only has 1 health bar left. And it does go down really quickly once we get an opening. This'll be it. This'll be it. 1 counter and it's done. Okay, we out. Good fights. That's fun. Oh. Like a Dragon is good. When it's a mixed bag is what it is. And I don't think it's gonna be one of the ones. Sadly. Yeah, that's not my name. That's correct. Who do you think I am? That's right. Everyone knows this. I'm kind of famous around here. Yeah. Hear you. Yep. That's a reference. The Dragon of Dojima. That's what they call Kiryu. Oh. After each chapter, you get like a fun last time on that sort of goes over what just happened. So, you know, I will say when they do that, it'd be cool if there was a moment to be... Well, maybe they're not doing it this time. Yes. He's also a patriarch, so stop. Let's get out of here. Getting out of here. That's like a dragon. Gaiden, the man who erased his name. Please tell me I'm going to another town for the next bit. I am so ready to blow this joint, go somewhere else. Yeah? Alright, he'll be coming. Sotenbori still, okay. Okay, good. That doesn't sound like... That sounds like a side activity in town. Tell me you're not just wanting me to do more of that shit, right? What would your problem be? Someone trashed his shop? Okay. It looks like more stuff in this city is in store for me next. That's kind of a shame. I'm really in the mood to go somewhere other than this one city. I'll say that I have seen other maps in this game, and those maps are cool and it's good to hang out in them, but you don't always get to choose where you hang out for plot reasons. Anywho, it's real damn late. I have just realized that I forgot about Alan Wake 2 and well, let Let me see. It's not even downloaded, is it? Shit. I forgot to download that one ahead of time. We can't do a cloud for that, can we? No cloud thing. How long would that take to install Alan Wake 2? Probably longer than we have. And also the next game is online, so it's probably going to be weird about it. Let me just see real fast. Well, it's about a gig every 10, 20 seconds, so, you know, it'll be ready to start soonish. Assuming going into Diablo doesn't stop it from installing. Okay. Diablo 4, worth noting. Maybe a shorter visit. That is loud. Loud game. Diablo 4, really enjoyed this to start, though I think that over as I got deeper and deeper into the game, and your skill tree became more and more like locked in, it became a little bit less exciting and a little less, you know, I could respec. The thing about Diablo 3 that I really loved is that you were always free to respec. And this game kind of throws it out the window and says, like, no, you need to do a thing. You need to lock into your role, figure it out. You know, it costs increasing much to respec, but I will say it does feel really good to do the Diablo thing. To like use your abilities to just put together a really cool loop and to just, you know, quest. I guess here we're heading towards that quest, so let's just head towards that quest. Let's just play that game. I'm gonna keep an eye on that, see if it's going every couple of minutes. Diablo 4, I do think it is impressive. I do think it looks very nice. I do think it is, like, you know, when you play it, I definitely do see a like big change over the last game, you know? It does look a lot fancier than the last game, and also, it is worth noting, it is an open world, which is very cool. When I first played this game, I was definitely like, oh, this is good. You know, this might be actually totally in the contention for, like, Game of the Year. This could have, you know, when I played it, I was like, this might be on the old Game of the Year list, you know, even for the Game Awards. But then 6 months passed, I fell off, everyone else did, and then, you know, it didn't get any sort of noms come award season because everyone forgot about it, and not only that, everyone fell off it. You can see I only got to level 20 in my most leveled character, though I will say I sort of split my attention between, like, several characters. Don't give a single shit or fuck about any of the story, by the way. I did split my time between multiple characters, so, you know, as a result, I didn't get quite as far as I could do if I had focused on one thing, but... Okay, good. Alan Wake is going. We'll do this until Alan Wake is ready, maybe, at least. And then we'll switch over to Alan Wake for a second. We are so late. It is morning. Really. Okay, bye. I got quest complete. I got stuff.
I cannot do that here.
Anything cool we can do? I can do a side quest. Sure. I can do a side quest. That's maybe cool.
An outsider. I could use your.
I did that many side quests, really. Maybe I did, I don't know. I definitely did like a dungeon that was optional with all my characters, because when I first did it, I kind of thought it was mainline, but this is a whole open world game. You could kind of go wherever you want and do whatever you please. But it's mostly going to be using several abilities in a, you know, rough gameplay loop. As far as characters go, I think I connected most with this one and also the warrior, though I don't think my warrior build is anywhere near as good, so it's been hard to like keep on going with the warrior. There was one dungeon that had like a warrior thing at the end that I was trying to do, and I just couldn't make it work. I couldn't get through it. Did that on stream even. That was called the Top Down Tear. You can find it if you search for Top Down Tear, or you know, just scroll back 6 months. I also played through all of Ape Out in that session, and I'll tell you, Ape Out is a hell of a game. Worse. Worse. I think it's worse. Ape Out is one hell of a game. I think you know, putting those two next to each other did also make this one look a little more basic, you know. That is much more visceral. But it's also, you know, a much different game. It's not a loot thing at all. It's, you know, maybe it's an unfair thing to compare them against. I should remember to use all my abilities. I got loads of them after all. I can become a grizzly bear as I dash. I like this wind thing. I like the thing of lining up multiple enemies to be hit by a single thing. That itself is just very fun. You know, that's something that several characters in like Heroes of the Storm had. And I always thought it was neat to like always be thinking about. This game also has just like a bunch of stuff that is like, you know, procedurally, I say procedurally generated, maybe more the word would be like, just things happening out in the world, you know? And you come across like a guy doing a thing, and you're like, oh, hey, we're going to all do like a big event together with random people that stop by. And that's pretty cool. This is like the perfect podcast game. I'll say that. But I'll also say I haven't been listening to that many podcasts in this year, so maybe I should play more. Maybe I should get back to it. Maybe next time I have a podcast, instead of like pulling up Paper Mario Randomizer and just playing through that idly, I like to do randomizers idly. It turns out that's a good way of just taking a game that you love and replaying it over the course of like 3 to 7 hours, which is, I like it a lot. I like to do that a lot. Maybe I instead should just boot up this as like a whole thing. What is this? What are we going? It's like a cave. The collapsed cavern. Purge the cellar. I'll say I think this game is probably a 5 out of 5, you know? It's not like my favorite, but it's fun. And it really gets its hooks into you pretty quickly. And then the hooks fell out and you, you know, go free within like 12, 20 hours. You know, it's maybe not a game that I would play for 100 hours, but I think I played it for like a good few weeks. I played like a good amount, you know? It was one of the first games that made me want to drop Tears of the Kingdom, play a different game, you know? Like, fuck. It's about to do a heal. I got this around the same time that I was still finishing off Tears of the Kingdom, and there were nights where I was like, oh, instead of playing Tears of the Kingdom non-stop, I'll instead play this. There's also a dodge that I haven't used because it's not in my muscle memory. They added that to the PC version also, right? Which I'll say, I got the Diablo 3 on console, on PC, so, you know, I'm used to playing it that way. But I got this on Xbox because, you know, my PC was very old. Again, new PC. I just built it, but I figured I'd get it on a version where, on a machine where it will look good. And sure enough, this looks good. Oh, you know what? I ought to move to, there we go. Move back. I wonder if there are still a lot of people running around. I haven't seen that many people. This game sort of has like a Mario Wonder thing going to it, you know? Where you see people in the world and you can kind of adventure with them. Very Mario Wonder. It's a Strand game. Almost. You get a vague sense of like, oh wow, there's other people running around and they're doing stuff. Which is very cool. It's a very cool thing. In a game like this.
I need more spirit. I must wait a moment.
Gotta remember to use my LT and my RT. I like this setup where I have one AoE on RT and another AoE on LT. I like the how it mirrors itself. Oh, I just remembered I have a heal move on Y that I haven't been pressing at all. Well, that's my sustain option for, like, you know, surviving. I feel like this character is pretty well balanced as a result. I'll say, things to say. I know that there are, like, meta things and, like, build advice and all sorts of stuff where people will tell you, like, oh, this is the way that you should build this character. I don't fuck around with any of that. I don't really enjoy being told what I'm to do, you know? I like to find my own way. Honestly, I prefer to experiment more than everything, you know? I like to try things out and to... I like to try things out. I like to figure out what I like best, put together my own style, and to me that is fun. I will say, one thing I really like about previous game, Diablo 3, is that you could always mix it up. And this game does the opposite. It makes you lock yourself in, you know, and makes it a pain to do it. And the reason? I'm pretty sure it's just because that's how Diablo 2 worked, and Diablo 1, and people are crybabies, and they want it to be like it was back in the day in the games I didn't play. And that's fine, it's just not as good, you know? I still think it is fun to build out your load, but, you know, this will be it for me, for this character. I will never switch it up. And that's kind of a shame, that's kind of a bummer. That's kind of a bummer that it has to be that way. But if, you know, some people, they like it the way that works, maybe it's higher on the list for them. Maybe it made the list for them. I'll say I think this year ended up a lot more competitive than I was thinking, like, middle of the year. Like, middle of the year, I was looking at Diablo 3 thinking, like, okay, that's like the 5th game that's definitely going on the list. I need, like, 5 more before I filled up a list. But... now I think, like, between this stream and last stream, we've looked at, like, 20 games that are... I think we've looked at, like, 20 games, maybe less than that, maybe a little more, that I wouldn't mind hesitating saying are top games of this calendar year. You know, this year was good, actually, it turns out. And I know people have been saying that. People have been saying that this is a good year for games, but until, like, the very end, I was over here thinking, like, this year's not great. I don't have a full list yet. How can it be great if I don't have a full list? But I think this year has, in fact, been great. You know, and that's not including even games that I didn't show you tonight, like, well, if I didn't show you, it's because I didn't think it was, like, that hot. You know, maybe I shouldn't just be showing any game that could be on a list, you know? Jusant was not that great. And also, we're so short of time. I feel like this game... I feel like Alan Wake, and to a certain... Alan Wake was lucky and it came so late in the year. I feel like some of the like placement on lists that went to Alan Wake would have went to this if it had been a little bit later. You know, if come Game of the Year season people were still playing this game, it would have been on lists. It would have been on things. Recency bias is just a hell of a thing. I do think, by the fact that I fell off, it probably doesn't make the list, but I will also say, this is fun. I'm having a good time. It's satisfying. There's things about it I don't like on a very basic conceptual level, but this is just very satisfying. And I'm not even bothering with, like, loot and stuff. I'll say, like, I do find on a console the loot to be, like, so much more cumbersome, perhaps, than it would be on PC. This is... Fuck. I think none of this is as good as what I got. Okay. Noted. I do find myself just looking at the numbers and just being like, higher number, better. I don't really care about all the fiddly stuff. I guess there's a lot of nuance in this game that just when I look at it, my mind just goes blank and I just think, but that's a bunch of stuff. I don't want to think about that. No, thank you. You know? Maybe a bad thing in a game if you look at the complexity and you go, no, 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 no. But also, that's just me. I just like to play the game. I feel like this game is more of a missed opportunity than anything, you know? Like, oh, it's nearly there. But there are issues and stuff that's I do find lacking compared to the last game. You know? Lacking compared to what the previous game did. It sort of feels like a nostalgic throwback to something that I was never nostalgic for, and I thought they had it right the first time. Or the third time. I thought they had it right the third time. I didn't play the other two, but I liked the third one. I love the third one. I had a hell of a time, and I can never go back. I did try at one point recently to go back. I say recently. Last few years to go back to Diablo 3 and just, there's kind of no going back. I'll say this. This overcame that feeling of, there's no going back. And is a game I don't mind to play. And I fully believe, if this had come out recently, would be on a lot more lists. But also, I don't think it would make, I don't know. It is pretty repetitive, you know? I guess I'm not just saying that in terms of like, oh, you know, if it was fresh, people would like it more. I also think, like, if people hadn't gotten to the point where they fall off, they would like it more. Because you do get tired. You do fall off in this game, and that is just a death nail for a game that wants to be as long as this. That wants to be like a forever game that people keep playing and replaying. I'll say, by the way, for reference, I've never once trucked with the seasonal stuff in even the previous game, which I loved. I just like to play it once per character. That to me is interesting. If they introduced a new class with a new season, sure, I would play that new cast. Did I get a thing?
I'm not ready yet.
No, I guess I didn't do a thing. I'll say again, you know, I guess I could switch to another character and show that. I'll say again, I think this game does neat things. I think it's fun. I think it is an ideal podcast game. I guess I never got like people together to do multiplayer. Seemed like people were not that interested in doing that sort of thing. Which, you know, whatever. That's fine. I got the mechanical box. Kill this guy. I like big AoEs. I like damage over time. Some characters, I've been able to put together some really cool kits with them. I'll say there have been some characters where I just haven't connected at all. Like, I think the Necromancer was kind of a miss with me. One of the other characters was as well. But this character, the Warrior, I think they're quite good. And, you know, they've made a game with a lot of content that I don't mind to play. Again, I feel like the it is a very well-made game. No. Just one that is very easy to fall off on, and one very easy to go like, ah, I fell off, I'm never going back. Forever games that you fall off of before the end of the game, they just don't make the grade. You know, they just don't make the thing. I'd probably still say this was a 5, though. That first impression, again, playing Tears of the Kingdom. At the same time, I was like finishing off Tears of the Kingdom, getting this and going like, oh, I think I want to play like a good amount of this game, actually. I don't want to keep on playing this. I want to do like tonight, instead of Tears of the Kingdom, play this instead. That's remarkable. Like, that is an achievement of itself, considering that Tears of the Kingdom is like, for sure, the game of the year. Which, by the way, hey, I said that last time, but Tears of the Kingdom, the first game that we did in this whole long thing. No, no. I'll say I like that there's a little bit of difficulty here. No, a little bit of bite to it sometimes. A lot of it is just very satisfying, just like turn your brain off. But sometimes, you really need to do a thing. You need to concentrate.
We have buried 92 souls on this hallowed ground. Abortive and stillborn. 7.
I don't know what this is. I don't know what this dialogue is.
Childbed. 2. Executed. 15. Frostbitten.
Don't really care. I'll say the writing in this is so, like, grim, dark, and edgy. It just does nothing for me, and my eyes roll back in my socket, and I go like, okay, I just want to hit stuff. I don't want to think. And it's all just so grim and no fun allowed. I would describe this whole proceeding as. Also, I'll say it's a little bit, I'll say a thing that's bad about this game. Hey, I'm just remembering a thing that's bad. If you go offline, or like, you know, turn the thing off, put the thing to sleep, you have to restart, you know, you can't just start from where you are. And also, if you restart, you don't just start where you are. You have to finish these dungeons in one session. You cannot save, you cannot stop. If you exit, you cannot come back. Well, you can come back in the same session, but if you, like, put the game to sleep, it's done. You're done. And I have definitely been, like, balls deep in a dungeon. Just said, okay, well, I can't get past this finale, but maybe I'll try again tomorrow, and then come back tomorrow, realize like, oh, it's, god damn it, this is like a half-hour dungeon, and it's just fucking done. Fucking locked. Ugh. I'm not sure how long this dungeon is. I'm thinking we won't do that quest we oh, Alan Wake is nearly done now, for what it's worth. I think we won't do that other quest. I feel like this is a good enough slice of this game. This is basically what it is. You go in a dungeon, you fight guys. There are some stuff around the edges that are annoying because it's a live game, but also some cool things because it's a live game, like seeing people run by and, you know, a little bit of the Mario Wonder effect of, hey, there's a guy, we're fighting a thing together. How about that? It seems like maybe the population of the game is lower than it once was. I don't know if necessarily we'll find anyone to hang out with, but it's cool. I wouldn't mind doing multiplayer in this game, you know, if ever someone were to be interested, but I think like everyone stopped playing. And why am I stunned? Stop being stunned. Okay, good. Good heal. Time has passed for such things, you know, outside of very specific places. Let's mark all this stuff as junk. 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 That's not bad. Junk. 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 I'm going to say junk. Always have the comparison open. Junk. 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 Wait, is that junk? Yes, it's a fourth of the value. Junk it. 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 It's worth less than the one that I'm wearing, but it does have slightly more armor. I'm gonna say that's junk based on the value. Don't you get like some sort of ultimate ability in this? I forget. Maybe one of my other characters have it, and I know that from there, but I'll say there is a lot to character customization and like building and stuff. I just generally... I'll also say that there are... Yikes. Ooh, level up. Very nice. I'll say that there are things that are lacking in that system as well. Like, after we finish the fight, maybe we'll look at spending some of the stuff we've earned up. We got some points to spend. Why am I stunned? What? Oh, watch out for that guy. He does a powerful thing. Are we good? Look at the, where's the thing? Character. I'm gonna say junk. It's not worth that much. I'm gonna say junk. I'm gonna say junk. Okay. nearly out. Let me go ahead and portal home real fast. And I'll sell stuff? I don't know. I feel like this could be better. It could just be like automatic or something. I feel like this sort of stuff can be streamlined and has been streamlined in other games of the genre. Where do I sell?
Not while I'm in town.
Okay, I just need to find... How about... There's like a... I'm not sure if you always get warped back to the same home base or if you can set a different one. I guess you could always fast travel, so it's fine. I'll just sell all junk. Wait. Whoa! Give that back. That was mine. I wanted to equip that because somehow I equipped it while I was trying to sell stuff. So click to sell all junk. Okay. Hold to equip. Okay. I feel like you don't need to equip while you're in this place, but whatever. Meanwhile, where's like the so there's all this spirit boon system that you give druidic offerings and unlock stuff. I went for this one first, this whole line, and I found I didn't really love any of the choices. I went with critical strikes with shape-shifting, have a chance to heal you. All this other stuff didn't really apply to my kit. I guess I can see what these ones are, so I could figure out which one I wanted to get. I do think the ability tree thing is neat. The way that it works with all the, like, you know, getting abilities and then, like, upgrading them with different perks. I do think the mutually exclusive perk decision is especially interesting every time, as are the things off the skill tree that aren't quite skills. Like, this is a very well-constructed skill tree of a sort that, you know, I think if it was more just fiddly-diddly and you could always just go back on it if you so pleased, I would maybe like it more. I've been using Trample, so let me, how do I get this? I have 2 available points. How come I had to upgrade? Not yet learned. Oh, an item is giving me trample. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Deals bonus damage. Okay, cool. And what's the choice here? Trample grants 20% of your maximum life as fortify. Or trample cost 40 spirits. I will say, one thing that's been fun as far as loot goes, it's fun how there's items that give you abilities. That can be really handy for, like, trying out abilities and seeing if they're cool. I'll say that is really neat, and I really enjoyed that, especially as we get later into the game, and there's more and more, like, restriction on things. I will say, what will I say? I will say... What am I gonna say? That is the best interesting part of items that I've seen so far, and I really appreciate whenever that lets me try out a thing. I guess that does help to get you out and try more things. I will say a thing about this, though, is that these moves are sometimes really hard to just see and understand what they mean, sight unseen. You know, to just, like, figure out, like, okay, Rabies. You shapeshift into a wolf and bite someone, deal damage, and apply additional damage over time. Infected enemies spread rabies. Okay, do they do it like immediately upon death? Upon attack? Like, how does that work? A thing that a lot of games do, and indeed StarCraft 2 does back in the day, is they'll show you a little video showing you what the move looks like. This game could really stand to learn from StarCraft 2, a game from the same studio, but years and years and years and years earlier. This is the... Oh, this is like a blood wall. Okay. I thought that maybe it was like, oh, it's the boss door, but it probably is, but you have to do more to get over there. I'll say again what I said up top, this whole thing is my favorite games of the year, the ones that I played of the year that I thought were good. You know, I saw some other games that I'm sure a lot of people love, but I just didn't look like they were for me, you know. Feel like the Baldur's Gate is one of them. Not sure if you call it the Baldur's Gate, but whatever. You know, I'm sure that for some people is their game of the year, and hey, more power to you. Just not my thing. You know, I've seen gameplay of that and went like, ooh, hell, that's I just can't grok that. I just can't absorb what I'm seeing. It just looks like nothing to me when I see Baldur's Gate 3, you know. And when I have a gaming situation like that, it's best to just trust my guts, you know. It's best to just trust gut there and, you know, do accordingly. There are a lot of bespoke bosses in all these places, and they all seem like sort of original bosses. That's, you know, a thing that is pretty remarkable. They built up like a good degree of like boss encounter enemies that could be at the end of like a handcrafted thing. You know, I suppose these are all handcrafted. Well, I should use my my thing to get out of dodge when I can. Makes me unstoppable. I'll say in this game, you know, I have found boss fights like this where you can get through by getting good and trying time and time again. I have had ones that frustrated me like for days, and then eventually I just gave up and moved on. I guess there is a thing to be said about the previous games where the game was what it was, so if you didn't want to do it, you'd be like missing out on content to like walk away. Whereas in this, it's like there's kind of an infinite amount of content, so yeah, you can just go ahead and walk away. Like, we don't have to necessarily fight this guy. Not sure what these things do, but I don't think I want them to go off. I'm not ready yet. 6 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Howl. Okay. Owl. I guess they also contribute to like abilities that let you reduce cooldowns. Like I think my Howl, every time I get a kill, its cooldown reduces somewhat. All right, more healing. Are those notches like times at which it'll give you a health thing? Oh, that makes sense if so. I don't think I ever realized that, if that's what it is. But then also, it was a while ago last time I played, so maybe I did know. Coming right down to it. I do like characters that allow you to, you know, pull things back and to recover after taking damage, you know. And this character is that. I do think each of those knots is when health potions appear. That's neat. I didn't know that. And this character with the Howl, I really like it a lot. Oh, jeez. What the hell does that do? Seemed like it just did nothing for a bit. I don't know. That kind of helps me. I don't get why that was a thing. That is pretty goddamn satisfying, and I'm happy to have done that in one. I don't think we could have spent like try after try after try with this particular dungeon if that hadn't just worked out like that. And for my efforts, I'm not sure what I got. Anything good? Maybe. Maybe. Okay, yeah, that's a... Well, actually, it's not a higher value than what I have, but it is slightly more armor. And that is slightly more powerful. And it has I think that's a good thing. I think this is good. Even though it's blue. It has sockets, so you can make it stronger even. This is some okay crap. I never got far enough to get the horse.
I'm not ready yet.
This game is pretty good. I think I have a good time with it. I will say I think the communal stuff, which we didn't even really see. I don't think I even saw a single human out in the world. But I like it when you run into like an event and it's like, oh, an event's going on here. Everyone get together and we're gonna slay the thing. That's kind of fun.
I'm not ready yet.
Like, okay, here's a good thing. An event is joined. A caravan is under siege. There's stuff like that in the world. Sometimes you'll find other players, like, you know, doing them. It is a lot of doing the same thing over and over again in some of these, like, you know, cases where you're not exactly under threat, like in that boss fight that was actually a legitimate challenge. But at the same time, kind of mixes things up a little bit. A little bit. These are assassins. Oh, look at that. The villager is a baddie. Don't really care either way. Whatever your thing is, villager, arsonist. If this wasn't quite as strong, I feel like this would be a shoo-in for the list. But you know, I fell off. It does have issues with the skill tree stuff, and it's just not the way I prefer to do these. You know? But I will say it made a hell of a good first impression, and really sucked me in for like the first 10, 20 hours, after which I fell off, and that was that. It'd be cool if like there was another person here, but I guess the thing is, after 6 months, barely anyone is playing, and you don't get those like, oh, a person ran by and now we're fighting together moments anymore. Maybe not quite as much. You still get those in Mario Wonder. You know, there's still enough playing that game that even like months later, every level has someone in it playing the video game. I wonder if some point if they start faking that. That'd probably take a whole hell of a lot of foresight if they did. Wouldn't be that hard in a game like this to fake it though. Just have someone basically doing basic Diablo stuff. Taking the game seriously. Like the only way you'd be able to tell if it is a person is if someone started doing something silly and the other person didn't reciprocate. I don't need to bring up weird hypotheticals to explain. I cannot carry more orbals. I don't need to go into hypotheticals to explain this game. It is what it is. I think it's good. I don't think I'll ever finish it. Would be my honest guess. Just too much of a time commitment, you know? Not even one file, not even, you know, I started several and I got like 20 levels into each of them. But it was just petering out. I'm gonna log out so it doesn't yell at me next time I play. Hey, little Alan Wake to end on. And when I say a little, it's gonna have to be like a small amount because Jesus Christ, this is one of the longest streams I've done since I've started making an effort to not go over 12 hours. We are almost at 12 hours. Minus the starting soon, minus the thing, we're probably at more like, I would guess 11, 15 all told, but what's the final draft? Wait, what the fuck is the final draft? Hello? Alan Wake 2. The final draft. Final draft. Alan Wake 2. What is that? It's a new game plus. Ah. Every new change in the final draft. Huh. It introduces new content, including new manuscripts and videos. TheGamer.com. Provide fresh insights into the characters. New open-end lines. Jump scares have different timing. I hated those jump scares. There's like a few new manuscript pages, apparently. And a few new videos. Huh. Well, I'm probably not going to do that, but let's just... If we, like, we have manual saves. I'll just load up the final draft to show how this game starts. It's sort of a atmospheric horror game with some really cool swings. There's a lot of like weird FMV mixed in. Let me get some more audio.
This is a spiral.
I didn't know this game had a new game plus. I just finished it and like exited out. But apparently it does. It's probably not, you know, something I'm gonna do. I'll tell ya.
once said, "Beyond the shadow you settle for, there is a miracle illuminated. I will not settle for a shadow."
It's got a lot of good
through the night.
Bullshit, you know, airport novel type prose and thoughtiness, and like it is up its own ass in a way that I think is very fun for this kind of fiction.
I see now there are heroes as well. We can find our way through the darkness. We will break through the surface.
It is also a very glitchy game.
Into the light.
I will say the first time I played this game, I had an issue where the tutorial text for like the Mind Realm didn't come up, and as a result, I could not enter the Mind Realm, and I just had to like restart the game entirely, and it was such a confusing thing because I didn't even understand what the Mind Realm is, and I didn't even realize it was bricked. Is it okay to have naked man ass on stream? You're about to see some naked man ass. This is the way the game starts, with a shambling corpse who is butt naked, wandering through the swamp. His whole ass is just out there. And later on, you see him from the front. You see his ding-dong. And you can just look at it. And it's like, god damn. That's a hell of a swing. A hell of a way to start the game. Game has even more swings. Spoilers. Let's talk about fucking We Sing. Let's talk about... I guess we shouldn't talk about We Sing before we, You know, this is how it starts. Let's just start how it starts. Then it opens up into the whole start of the game, which is just like a really good True Detective style, like Twin Peaks style, detectives coming to town, trying to figure out the mystery of who done it, and then things get dark, and you know, you're stumbling around the woods, and it's a whole fucking thing. I think there is stuff in this game that is like Game of the Year quality, and I definitely am conflicted about it, honestly. Like, there's... I feel like this is the kind of game where the longer away from it we get, the more positive we'll feel. There's something I hate. I hate those jump scares. They're cheap. They're just images. Like, they're just images that appear for a second. They don't even have a reason. They're just like if you turn the page and there was a fucking dick pic on it. The next page. It's like, well, did I scare you with that, with a vampire going like, ugh? Well, it's like, scare me with... If it was a book, I would say scare me with words. If this was this is a game, I would say scare me with things that are actually in the world. Like have me turn a kernel and be like, oh god, there's a guy there. That's a jump scare. This is just bullshit. Anyway. Anyway, all that to say, that's not important. There are things this game does beautifully well. Like it looks gorgeous. The plot is so damn cool. And I did find it really hard to put down. I was very drawn in to this game. Drawn in, very, very absorbed by it. And I had one hell of a good time. Here are some weird guys. I'm a nude guy in the woods and oh jeez. It starts with a murder. It starts with a murder. The cult of the word. I think that these jump scares kind of work the best in this scene where it's already like cutting around a lot, but in gameplay, I just find them to be so obnoxious. I love the mix of FMV whenever they use it, like the Mr. Door sequences are so good. Those things are unrepeatable, I'll say. I would love to have the ability to go and show that off, and a little taste of what that is, but I don't think I have any such really convenient save set up. That would have been a good thing to have in advance, like the places where you are in the dark realm with Alan Wake, and Spoilers again. You're in the Dark Realm, you're suddenly find yourself on an interview stage, and it's just an FMV interview. Oh, I guess I can rewatch some stuff in there's like a video viewer. That's right, this game is Alan Wake 2. That's right. There is a video viewer we can have pop in and have a quick look at. That stuff is fantastic. This whole game, the presentation, the plot, the story, the look, it's all extremely good, all extremely, like, evocative, all extremely, like, genre strong. Like, it has that horror, Stephen King horror styling, just, like, down to a T. You know, it's exactly the kind of shit that would come out of that dude. And it's beautiful. It's wonderful. But also, it's a video game that is long, that has, like, a little too much combat, where the combat feels like it's sloppy and imprecise, and sometimes you just run out of ammo and have to just stumble around in the woods until you find ammo and then can deal with whatever you need to shoot. As far as design goes, this is like arguably a much worse game than like a Resident Evil, from what people tell me. I've heard people say like, yeah, this doesn't have any of the precision that a well-crafted Resident Evil campaign has. It's a lot more sloppy in its survival horror. And for me, that got in the way. And it was just a real goddamn bummer, considering how much I love the story, the plot, all that. The goofy bullshit. There's some really good goofy bullshit in here. You can see here some Twin Peaks type stuff. We don't have time to like get into it, but maybe we'll at least like get out the car and see what that looks like.
Okay. Any words of advice?
Nothing that would cheer anyone up.
Screenplay by Sam Lake and Clay Murphy. Sam Lake's like the main, is like a big dude in this studio. It's cinematic, and I can see why it made Game of the Year lists and the Game of the Year Awards nomination, but I do feel like its issues are a deal breaker. I do feel like its issues take it just below that level, and I think due to its issues, it just misses the list. I do think of the games I've played tonight, the highs are not any, you don't find highs any higher than this, you know, than say We Sing or any of like a half dozen other things. Time to pop out. That was a little bit of that. Did I change the game? Yes, okay, good. Let's see what we got here. I got a manual save. Wait. Return 6 scratch. This is before the end, right? Right? 18 hours played. Was this the end? This might have been the point of no return, where the character said like, okay, well, if you go any further, you're going to have to do a thing. There's a kind of a lot to cover, but, you know, this is sort of an action game. You aim your flashlights at guys, and they turn into ghosts, and then you bop them. There's a lot of cool, like, crime-solving stuff, like, particularly in the mind place. There's a whole, like, caseboard thing where you sort of figure things out, like, one piece at a time. It's really cool. Though sometimes it can be annoying when you know the way forward, but what you really gotta do is go into your mind place and, like, connect the dots real fast. Or, like, do some profiling where you, like, think about what someone would say, and then you get, like, an answer to it by doing a thing. That much is really cool. There's also the whole Alan Wake side of things, which is, you know, a little bit different. Let me look at the television. There's a lot of funny, dumb stuff here, like live action videos where they tell, like, do live action skits where they're like going back and forth and, you know, acting. It's very funny. I feel like the Coffee World ad is maybe the best one. This was a cool area of the game, though I did find it, like, surprising that it was so run down. It's, not a place I would like to go, the coffee-themed amusement park. That's more of a state fair type thing. It doesn't even have, like, a roller coaster. I think you need a roller coaster to be the theme park, but, I guess some parks just get down a collection of flat rides, and that's good enough for them. Where's, like, I want to get a mop real fast. Switch over to Alan Wake and show what his stuff is like. There's two protagonists, they're both pretty good. Mop, I need a mop. I will say, I think I liked her stuff more. It definitely has, like, better vibes, and I think the gameplay overall is more fun here versus the wishy-washy, pseudo-reality that Alan Wake is like muddling around in. But I will say that Alan Wake's side allowed him to go to cooler places than Saga side did. Like, Saga is very restricted to just some places that are kind of a bummer. I really need a save because I really need to go. I really want to show off the other one. Probably a save point somewhere in the police station, right? There's great writing, and I do think a lot of issues... Oh, here we go. Wait, there's quick save. Is there a bucket? I need a bucket to go to the other side. To go to the other side of the game, I need to find a bucket. God damn it, there's never a button when you need there to be one. Not every safe room can take you to the other campaign, sadly. It's kind of a real shame, considering, you know? It would be nice to go over there and show you what Alan Wake has up his sleeve on his side. You know, it's a lot more meta-fictional and a lot more out there and all very cool. I do feel like I haven't shown y'all, like, any sort of thing that's, like, really... I just want to play as Alan Wake for 2 seconds. Let's go over to Watery. I bet there'll be a mop in Watery. I'm going to drive all the way to Watery so that I can find a mop. That's what we're doing here. Stream is definitely looking to go a little bit. I will say also, like, this is the point of no return. If you wanted to go and do, like, side quest stuff, now would be the time. And everything is so fucking dark and gloomy that it's kind of impossible to find your way around and to, you know, do half the things that you would want to do if you left anything undone, left anything, you know, in the wind. That's, I think, a real damn shame. I wouldn't mind, like... You know, like I said, I've really enjoyed a lot of this game. I wouldn't mind, like, going and finding, like, some of the items I missed, but... With it being this dark and, you know, this game already has a problem where it's very easy to just get fucking lost and turn around and have no idea where you're going. Maps. Maps. Where are maps? Okay, there's coffee. Jesus. Straight ahead of where I am should be a building with coffee in it. Hello. and a break room. Perfect.
The sheriff's station? Did you hear?
I think it's great to see Aughty from the other game in here. I think it's great to see Aughty. I loved seeing Aughty. But, you know, still not the best. It's, you know, the control crossover stuff, like with Sea of Stars and The Messenger, is just top notch. I'm like seeing all that stuff and all that business. Here on the other side, you're sort of in like a weird meta New York, where like nothing is real, and also you can go into like crime scenes. In this world, there's like a bunch of weird guys who are just like shadows, and some of them aren't real. You'll just dissolve them by looking at them. And other ones will become monsters that fight you. It's kind of cool, but also, you know, when you're out of ammo, out of battery, there's kind of nothing you can do. And it can get real suck-ass in those circumstances and real frustrating. There was a point, like over to my left, your right, or his left, where, that way, where I was trying to get past an area like 5 times. I'll also explain a thing here, which is that for each of these scenes, you can like change it. Each of these areas.
I'd have to go to the scene.
I thought I was in the lobby. So while you're in like the entrance hall, right? Wait, what? Oh! Right, this is initiation? Is this one? Right, yeah. You can change it, and basically that'll change the nature of the world by Alan Wake doing some writing. And these are kind of cool to look at, but I think they do get a little bit cumbersome as far as like, oh, you can never predict what'll change. And also, you know, solving puzzles based around this is kind of not the best thing in the world. Also, you got the whole writer's room situation. Like how like the other one is like solving a case. He is unraveling a mystery. Oh crap. I guess there's no like the live action portions from We Sing and all that aren't on the TV, sadly. I'll say like there is a whole movie in Finnish that you can watch where it's there is a whole movie you can watch, which is kind of cool and sort of ties into what you're seeing in reality. This whole, like, movie, sometimes even the actors will be the same. It's pretty damn neat. Look there, there's your partner that you saw earlier, Alex Casey. He's also a character in Alan Wake's books. It's a whole complicated thing. Here's some live action of Alan Wake's wife. I found this stuff a little bit pretentious. Too far up the ass. Too far up the ass. It's just her talking about like the art process and how it's a whole thing. I wish I had some of the talk show stuff. The talk show stuff was the best stuff. And, well, there's nothing we can do. That's all in the past. I suppose we can, go to the talk show set and just like, you know, look upon it and remember what a triumph We Sing was. We Sing is a hell of a thing. I'm gonna go there, then I'm gonna pop up, pop out, then we're like going to go into the final finale for like 2 seconds until I get frustrated. When I went into this finale, I was like, I didn't have that much ammo, so I really struggled in getting to the point where it became a cool showdown thing. Instead, I was just like struggling to get through the woods. Yeah, there's this whole... Oh, we can't go in there. But there's this whole talk show over there, which is pretty cool. I'm gonna load up the manual save and go back to there. Then we're going to do like a real quick thing, and then we're going to end. And I think this should be, VOD-wise, just under 12 hours, if my calculations are correct.
Ready to go? No. Still working.
God damn it. Yes, I'm ready to go. Looking at the ending.
Ready to go?
A little bit of the ending.
No.
God fucking damn it! I was trying to skip some shit.
Just let it. Ready to go?
Takes longer for the skip button to go than it does to do it. I already did a manual save.
Right now. Let's get the plan started. Okay, here we go. We'll be there for you. What do you need from us? I'll head to Cauldron Lake with the clicker.
Scratch will try to get you, Anderson. You'll need backup.
I can tell there's no talking you out of...
Skip. Can we take the police car? No, we gotta take our car. Which is where?
Gods of Asgard. I need a very special song.
So, there's a real cool bit here in the finale, and I'll say, like, this is one of the finale has some of the one of the coolest moments in the game. You do have to, like, wander through the woods and stumble around to get there, though, and I think we'll do that for, like, a couple minutes and probably give up because it's late. It's not late now, it's actually early. It's actually the other thing. Sort of had a late start today because stuff happened before I started up the stream. So, you know, it's after 8 o'clock in the morning. Whatever. My sleep schedule's been weird recently. There's some real cool bits in this final sequence. We're not going to see half of it.
Please pick up.
David.
Whole stuff with the daughter, that's really interesting. But we don't have time to get into it here. Hey, here's some gameplay. I need to go to the shore. So, how to get to the shore? Well, I think in this case it's going to be kind of like just go in any direction and the non-valid directions will end in dead ends. But, wait.
I need to go back.
Oh,
Got a
well.
case to solve.
Okay, there is a right and a wrong way to get to the thing. I'll say one of the most difficult things of this game is just getting lost and getting turned around and, you know, things of that nature. These woods are dark. You have a flashlight and the map is hard to read, especially in the heat of things. You know? Here's where we need to go. A hole in the fence. I'll say there's some cool stuff. Like, the Agency of Control is doing some stuff here. That's rad. There's like some redneck guys who are your cousins, your uncles, who are rock and roll gods. The gods of Asgard. They're named Thor and Odin and stuff like that. They're cool. Ah! I have 0 ammo. I have like 30 bullets, so this guy's taking like a whole clip, so that's not good. I'll say another thing about this game that is bad. Bullet sponginess. These enemies are way more bullet spongy than I would like. It can be very frustrating going through and managing. Let's see if we can run to the finale and at least see what this looks like. Like I said, the combats can be a struggle. I feel like I struggled through a lot of this game, and I do think Control was a better game. Though I do think the swings this takes are relatively bigger. I'll say it's moody. I'll say it's evocative. I'll say that when you look around, it is very much like being lost in the middle of the woods, but too much so. And, you know, when you run out of ammo, it just kind of sucks. I was stuck at this whole part where there was a guy and I had no ammo. I was just struggling to kill him. And maybe I could have just kept on going if I knew the way, but I couldn't find the way. I think it's over there. This was a part I got stuck at for like too fucking long. I'm just gonna try to struggle through. I forget how you dodge. Left bumper, right. Kind of a not great dodge. But it does let you dodge that stuff. Okay, you can just run past that. So, me getting stuck there for like 20, 30 minutes, that was maybe on me, but also, you know, it does kind of make it look like you gotta kill them.
Well, that's them. I'll be there soon.
Okay. Do I have something that can be used on this? Screwdriver. Definitely want some resources. Could stand to be a lot more generous with those resources. Is it this way? Witchfinder Station. I might be turned around.
There's something written here.
I don't remember finding a puzzle on the way to the end game. Yeah, I don't think this is it. The jog is also pretty slow for like when you get turned around and lost. It's like, okay. I need to go somewhere else now, and it's going to take me a while at the rate I'm going. Just how it is.
Just around the corner.
Apparently we're just around the corner. This was like the first rhyme that I ran across. I didn't see anything with rhymes. This must be the way forward. There was like a floating object thing. And we're getting some more dialogue. Okay, here. One last cool moment. A thing that this game does really well. Some cool bits. Return 7, summoning. This is a real cool bit that mixes in some FMV in a way that almost makes up for the bad survival horror thing. Get started. Basically, they're doing a song to change the world, to make this, the lyrics will become real once they sing the song and do the performance. And also, it'll be a whole cool thing. We're gonna go out on this. This will be it. I will be calling it after this.
Let these sweet tunes guide you out of the darkness. It's called Dark Ocean Summoning.
First off, good music. The music is good.
You're making me look bad in front of Saga, bro. Let's try that again.
They're old, so you know it's they're in good shape though, and they have all the soul. And check this shit out. There's like the live action versions of them behind them as they're playing. And there's like the real life versions of them projecting against the backdrop as this rock show on the lake that draws the attention of the monsters comes in. And it is a very intense knockout, drag-out fight. The game has a lot of big swings like this, and I do think these big swings overcome some of the survival horror issues, you know? Despite itself, I still think it is probably a 5 out of 5 game. But I think that there are 10 other games better this year. Personally. I wish we could have seen Mr. Door. But Mr. Door is one of my favorite parts. And we sing also, hey, favorites. With bullets. With bullets. Okay, let's recap. Short recap here at the end. We have gone way too fucking late. Tonight, we have played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games, including Pizza Tower. Pizza Tower is a hell of a game. Intense, frenetic. It's like Wario Land 4 on crank. I really love all its vibes and how it does unique things in each and every level. Near each and every level, the bosses are out of control. It's a hell of a game and definitely on the top 10. Like mid-back range. Cocoon is a beautiful game, immaculately done, about as good as a puzzle game like this could be. Each ability is very fascinating to do and does some great worlds within the worlds thing. I think it is also within that mid-late range of my list. Sea of Stars is phenomenal, is impeccable. I do think I come out of this stronger on Sea of Stars. I think it might be better than Mario Wonder. I loved all of its, it's a great looking game. The worlds and places you go are very imaginative, and the combat system is impeccable. Like the way that all the different mechanical... It's not just Chrono Trigger. It evolves it in a meaningful way, which I think is just fantastic. Vemba, really lovely little game. Beautiful story, beautiful look. The writing is perfect and really captures like an immigrant, like the experience, the point of view of an immigrant to America from specifically Tamil, and the way that the cooking sort of is like a puzzle is really great in places where it is a puzzle, and also the one time where it's just more of a fun little thing is just delicious. It almost has like a WarioWare quality to it. The Making of Karateka is also, I'll say that this is definitely on the list, I'm pretty sure, though it is probably at the low end due to how it doesn't really have the ambition or range as any of these other games. The Making of Karateka is an interesting documentary. I think it's great how they have prototypes that you can play and all the materials and all the stuff, and it really tells the story well. But it's for a game that is old and not very good in modern terms. You know, impressive for its time, but really aged like milk. If they did this but for a better game, I would be way, way into it. Armored Core is just a beautiful, phenomenal game. Really great game feel. And during my session today, I was able to push past where I was stuck before, and I kind of want to finish this game. I'm thinking coming out of this that this is the favorite for being at the number 10 slot. I would like Armored Core to be on the list. It is a beautiful, great feeling game. The combat just feels so good. It's beautiful. There is a little bit of story if you like, but you don't have to care. Like a Dragon Ishin, I do think is a more even Like a Dragon experience, but I also think it gets dragged down by the fact that the area it's a, historical Like a Dragon game, and as a result, it doesn't have the benefit of being set in modern day Tokyo, which is just a lot more cooler than the ancient past, the feudal Japan. But it is interesting to see feudal Japan, so I give it that at least. Like a Dragon, The Man Who Erased His Name. This is more extremely good. It's like higher in its highs and lower in its lows. Like, you are a spy. Kiryu is a spy in this one. He has like a whip, a spider whip. He has like other gadgets. The action feels much better than this one because it's not a remake of an older game. This one is a remake of an older game, and this one isn't. It's a brand new game, and the action feels really good. The climaxes are really dramatic and fun and good and cool. And then there's like a whole fucking side quest system that sucks. Like the worst side quest I've ever seen in a game, where it's just like, oh, you walk up to a guy, they say 2 lines, and they ask you for a soda, and if you have the soda, you get like a pittance that lets you get closer to doing story content again. And if you don't, you just have to fuck off and go to a supermarket, and maybe they have it. That's If it didn't have that, I think it would be pretty high up my list, but unfortunately, I think it doesn't make the cut. I would like to play more until I reach such a similar like Roadblock, at which point I would probably stop again, because Diablo IV is a hell of a cool game. I think it feels great. I think it has a great hook. It really pulls you in. Like I said during the thing, when I first got this, it drew me away from Zelda in like the end of like me playing Zelda. But I'll also say I fell off it hard. I don't really like the way that that the skill tree works, the way that you have to reset it, and I don't think it's going to make my list as a result. And it's also worth noting that I did fall off like around level 20 at my highest level character, so there's that. And as far as like big highs and low lows, Alan Wake 2 is like the epitome of that. Maybe even more so than The Man Who Erased His Name. Like the highs are really great, the action is really bad. The gameplay part is where it really drops the ball, but it makes some huge swings with like FMB stuff and like big moments and cool areas and goofy nonsense and serious nonsense and some real authorly stuff that I think is delicious and impeccably good, but the part where you play it is just such a drag. You really have to push your way through, and when you finish pushing, it's worth it, but I don't think I can have a game that I push my way through be on the list, is my reckoning. That is the thoughts on this. If you're looking for thoughts on the Switch games, that was last stream. Oh boy, I don't know when I'll be back next. This is the normal schedule, but it's holiday week next week. Xmas week is next week. I'll be back at Friday at the earliest, but to be determined if that's what we do. I'm just going to do like the quickest raid in the world, and then we're going to end. Okay? Then we're going to end. Jeff Hooglin doing Marvel Snap, one of my favorite games of last year. Oh, doesn't allow me to raid. Nintenpat. Nintenpat is doing something Pokemon related. That's fine. Right, folks, I will see y'all, I don't know when, probably after definitely after Christmas. We'll see if it's before the new year. Maybe one stream of the year left. Y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Let me get ready to end as I do. Bye. Bye, folks. This went way too fucking long. Stop recording, please.